The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 17th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the dedicated service of several of my colleagues. Throughout my time in Congress, I have had the opportunity to work with many great minds on both sides of the aisle. A life dedicated to public service isn't necessarily easy, but it is essential to ensuring the continued prosperity of our great nation. When I first entered Congress, I became friends with classmate Representative Bill Posey, a gentleman from the great state of Florida. His leadership on issues like economic growth, space exploration, and government transparency has a lasting impact. As a steadfast advocate for fiscal responsibility, he has worked tirelessly to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent wisely and that the voices of everyday Americans are heard loud and clear. We're incredibly grateful for his efforts to champion our space program and support the innovators who keep America at the forefront of exploration and discovery. His work has been instrumental in strengthening our leadership in space exploration, a source of pride for all Floridians and Americans alike. As important is the fact that from day one, Bill's wife Katie and my wife Penny became best friends. We wish them both all the best as they start their next chapter in sunny Florida, a chapter I'm sure will include a few visits by the Thompsons. During my first term in Congress, I had the pleasure of getting to know another classmate, Representative Blaine Luetkemeyer of Missouri. His work on financial reform and advocacy for small businesses has been particularly impactful. He has championed the entrepreneurs and hardworking Americans who drive our economy forward, ensuring that they have the resources and opportunities to thrive. Whether it was standing up for Main Street or leading efforts to cut unnecessary red tape, Representative Luetkemeyer has always been a champion of common sense legislation in Washington. Best wishes to Blaine, his wife Jackie, and all those grandchildren. In addition to my previously mentioned colleagues, I've gotten to know Representative McMorris Rodgers of Washington. Her leadership is undeniable. Representative McMorris Rodgers has served as both vice chair and chair of the House Republican Conference, was the first woman to chair the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Her commitment to energy independence, innovation, and economic growth has paved the way for a stronger and more secure future. And her dedication to improving access to health care, and particularly for those living in rural areas, and has made a real difference in the lives of countless families. I also have to say that Kathy has been a prayer warrior in Washington, D.C., both in Bible studies and, quite frankly, even just circling the Capitol in prayer. As the 118th Congress comes to a close, I reflect on my colleagues' dedication, hard work, and positive changes that they have helped bring about. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Representatives Posey, Luetkemeyer, and McMorris Rodgers for their years of public service and commitment to improving our country. You will all be missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address my colleagues here on the House floor one last time and to express my heartfelt gratitude for what has been the greatest honor of my lifetime. 12 years ago, I was sent here to Washington to represent the people of northeastern Pennsylvania, a region defined by its natural beauty, its rich industrial heritage, and its honest, hardworking citizens. When I was elected, I vowed to be an effective legislator, Somebody would put aside politics for party and work across the aisle to pass meaningful legislation to the lives not just of my constituents back home, but of all Americans. And I did that. In my 12 years here, I've had fully 16 bills, pieces of substantive legislation passed into law by the past 3 presidents, laws that are actively protecting our nation's veterans, laws that are preserving our environment, laws that are reducing government waste and helping government work more efficiently. I've also worked to restore passenger rail between Scranton, Pennsylvania and New York City. After more than 12 years of hard work, we're finally on the cusp of seeing that come true, thanks in large part to the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law we passed last Congress. I seek to give credit to my outstanding staff, including former members of Team Cartwright, amazing people who worked so hard, to my district staff, former State Senator John Blake, Bob Morgan, April Niver, Tammy Aida, Colleen Garrity, Jonas Crass, Krista Mekadon, Wendy Wilson, Leanne Puglisi, Len Nemetka, Tyler McAlpine, Michael Marciata, Sabrina McLaughlin, Ann Laritson, Chris Garza, and my staff here in D.C., my formidable Chief of Staff, Hunter Ridgway, Rachel Cohen, Kaylee Robinson, Jeremy Marcus, Stephen Coffey, Samuel Nagatu, Karina Hall, R.T. Rogers, Laura Masterton, Lily Forch, Eliza Oppenheim, Daniela Amadei, Anna Mason, Jacob Feit, and Casey Wilson. Your work has directly touched the lives of so many in our district and America. And a thank you is also in order for the outstanding staff on the Appropriations Committee that worked for me. Clerk Bob Bonner and staff members Shannon McCulley, Faye Cobb, Nora Fay, and Jamie Wise have been so valuable to me in my time as chair and ranking member of the Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Subcommittee. None of my work or success would have been possible without the unending support of my family, my sons Jack and Maddie, and their partners, Dr. Tim DeVita and Dr. Celeste Pallone. Wonderful support from the whole family, and my rock, my North Star, my wonderful wife, Attorney Marion Munley Cartwright. Thank you for letting me go on this 12-year junket. It's been a real party. Folks, this is the United States Congress. When you make it here, you have made it to the major leagues of world politics. And I've seen it all here in 12 years. I've seen stupendous skullduggery and treachery. I've observed Olympic caliber levels of obsequiousness. But I've also served with the best people I've ever met in my life, people that you look up to, people that you admire, men and women that you would do anything for, and your only regret is that you didn't know them your entire lives. It's been my honor to serve alongside them. You know, in the darkling pre-dawn light of a spring day in May of 1775, when Ethan Allen attacked the British garrison at Fort Ticonderoga at the beginning of the American Revolution, he demanded that the British surrender the fort in the name of the great God Jehovah and the Continental Congress. Well, I'm here to say I have gotten to know the latter. It's been my honor to serve in the latter and to get to know the latter, and now I'm off in search of the former. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and service of former Congressman Jim Leach, who recently passed away. Jim Leach represented Southeast Iowa in the U.S. House of Representatives from 1977 to 2013, the district I now represent, leaving an indelible mark on our state and nation. As chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, he played a key role in shaping financial regulations that promoted stability and competition. Known for his integrity and civility, Jim worked across the aisle to build bridges and promote bipartisan solutions. He was also a principled leader, notably voting against the Iraq War, reflecting his commitment to thoughtful, measured foreign policy. Jim's legacy of public service, grounded in his deep love for Iowa and his country, continues to inspire. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and all who had the privilege of working alongside him. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Pleasant Valley Spartan girls volleyball team for their 2024 state volleyball championship. This valiant effort, spurred on by Coach Amber Hall and the team captain Isabel Kramer, led to the Spartans winning their second state title in 4 years. They finished the season with an astonishing 35-2 record. This culture of excellence established in Pleasant Valley will serve as a springboard for these young women, compelling them to strive for that same excellence in their professional lives. The leadership imbued in them will shine through in all aspects of life. The Pleasant Valley all-in mentality, which pushes students and teachers to give 100% effort in athletics and academics, was established in 2016 and has been a cornerstone of accomplishment ever since. The goal of this rallying cry is to instill a growth mindset that encourages everyone to learn together and push each other to always give their best. Congratulations to these Pleasant Valley volleyball girls team. You have made us all proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of President Trump's call to hold pharmacy benefit managers accountable for their role in driving up prescription drug prices. Currently, 6 PBMs control over 90% of the U.S. prescription drug market, and they are destroying independent pharmacies, especially in rural areas like Iowa. In fact, 25 independent pharmacies have closed in Iowa this year alone. The first legislation I passed on PBM reform and transparency was as a state senator in 2019. PBMs use tactics like spread pricing, where they charge insurers more than they reimburse pharmacies, and they pocket the difference. As a result, PBM profits have increased over 300%, while prescription drug prices have surged nearly 40%, far outpacing inflation. That's why I introduced the Drug Act, bipartisan legislation that bans spread pricing, patient steering, and other harmful PBM practices. It's time for transparency and fairness in our healthcare system. Let's get on President Trump's agenda and pass PBM reform now. Mr. Speaker, as Christmas approaches, I want to take a moment to wish the people of Iowa a very Merry Christmas. This is a time of year to reflect on the blessing we've received, to show gratitude for our loved ones, and to embrace the spirit of giving. For me, Christmas is especially meaningful because it's a time to slow down and spend time with my family and my friends, and to deliver my well-known cinnamon rolls. In our busy lives, these moments together are precious, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to share them with those I love most. Iowa is a place where community and family are at the heart of everything we do. As we celebrate this season, I encourage everyone to share those connections and spread kindness to those around you. To my fellow Iowans, may your homes be filled with love, joy, and peace this Christmas. I'm truly grateful for each of you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Mr. Speaker, as Hanukkah begins, I want to wish the Jewish community in Iowa and across the country a happy and meaningful holiday. Hanukkah is a time to celebrate light, tradition, and the strength of family and faith. This season, as families gather to light the menorah and share their meals, I hope you find moments of peace, joy, and reflection. Hanukkah reminds us that even in challenging times, we can always find hope and light. To all those who are celebrating, I send my warmest wishes for a wonderful Hanukkah filled with love and happiness. May your homes be filled with warmth, and may this season bring you closer to those you cherish most. Happy Hanukkah. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish my good friend, who I served with in the state Senate, Senator Chris Knoyer, of being named the Lieutenant General under Governor Reynolds. Once again, Iowa is trailblazing with this Lieutenant General or Lieutenant Governor selection. Congratulations, Senator Knoyer. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Okay. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to address this body for my final time as the sole representative from the great and first state of Delaware. I remember how I felt back in 1988 standing on the steps of the Capitol as an intern with our then Congressman Tom Carper. From intern to caseworker, cabinet member, colleague, and now his successor, building on his incredible legacy fills me with great pride. Thank you for everything that you have done, Senator Carper. I also remember how I felt as I walked into this room as Delaware's Congresswoman, humbled, honored, and hopeful. Because, to borrow the words of the musical Hamilton, this is the room where it happens. It's where legislators have convened to debate ideas and uphold ideals. It's where we've heard legendary speeches from presidents, world leaders, and influential past and present members of this body. It's where Jeanette Rankin became the first woman member of Congress only after the House's month-long debate on whether a woman was fit for the job. And it's where I got to serve with luminaries like John Lewis. But it's also where landmark legislation was passed, from the Civil Rights Act to the Affordable Care Act to the bipartisan infrastructure law. This is the room where we, the people, have forged America's future. The first time the House of Representatives used this room was on December 16, 1857, 167 years ago, almost to this very day. It was also the year the Supreme Court ruled Black Americans were not citizens under the law. So 167 years later, I stand here, the first woman and Black person elected to Congress from Delaware, on the shoulders of our ancestors, delivering my final speech before being sworn in as a United States Senator. My journey represents the promise and potential of America. When I decided to run for Congress, it was after the unexpected death of my husband, my love, Charles Rochester. His death shook me to the core. But then I ran into a father in front of me in the grocery store who had to put back grapes because they were $9. And in that moment, I realized I was still alive and I had more to give. I ran for office, having never run for anything in my life. And our small but mighty state made history in 2016 and sent me here to the room where it happens to deliver for Delaware. It's their voices, their stories, and their concerns that have informed my work each and every day. From advocating for a strong farm bill to protecting our coastal communities, to supporting the Delaware Air Force Base, Dover Air Force Base, and the Port of Wilmington, to bringing clean drinking water to communities like Ellendale, to fighting for small businesses hit hard by a pandemic and broken supply chains. I worked across the aisle. We passed bipartisan legislation to help support families, strengthen our communities, lower costs, and protect our national security. However, not every day in this room has been filled with progress. People almost always ask me, what was my worst day as a member of Congress? Indelibly etched in my mind is that spot in the gallery where I was trapped on January 6th, a day when insurrectionists attacked this temple of democracy, and I prayed for love over hate and hope over fear. And as terrible as that day was, it was also one of my proudest moments, because we came back into this chamber and we fulfilled our constitutional duty and carried out the will of the people. And at that moment, I recommitted to this work, to our democracy, and a hope for a brighter future. But let me be clear, the race to liberty and justice is not over. And in running it, we must remember the saying that the race is not given to the swift nor to the strong, but to the one that endures. And if we are to build a democracy, a planet, and a future that endures, it will take each and every one of us doing our part. So in closing, to all of my colleagues and friends, To the incredible staff in this room and in the cloakroom and in the building, thank you so much for your friendship and support. To my dedicated staff members who have been on this journey with me every step of the way, I could not have done it without you. To my family, thank you for your unyielding love and support through it all. And to my late father, Ted Blunt, thank you for showing me the true meaning of service. Dad once said, you become what you see unless you see what you want to become. Dad, in you, I still see what I want to become. And finally, to the countless Delawareans who have entrusted me with the responsibilities of this office and the next, I'm honored, grateful, and ready to serve. In the words of Hamilton, there's a million things I haven't done, but just you wait. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address this body for the last time. I have always felt immense gratitude for God's blessings in my life, but since deciding not to seek re-election last spring, that gratitude has only deepened. As a son of Kansas, I am guided by our state motto, ad astra per aspera, to the stars through difficulties. It's a truth I have seen lived out in my own family, generation after generation. My grandmother dropped out of school in the 9th grade because she had only one dress and could no longer endure the ridicule of her classmates. Yet, after raising 6 children, she returned to school, earned her GED, and became a nurse, a testament to her resilience. My grandfather, the eldest of 6 siblings, faced his own struggles. After losing his father at 18, he became the first in our family to graduate high school. He served his country in Korea, where he lost sight in one eye. Unable to pass a physical, he worked odd jobs until he found his calling in public service, becoming a lay judge in our county. My father continued this legacy of determination. As a single parent, he worked long hours managing the local Sonic while putting himself through college. He became the first in our family to earn a degree, going on to serve as an educator and later as the mayor of our hometown, Galena, Kansas. I share these stories, Madam Speaker, because they remind me every day that I did not get here on my own. To put a finer point on it, my grandfather's father was killed in the mines at the age of 41, leaving behind a widow and 6 hungry children. They endured hardships most of us cannot fathom. And yet, 3 short generations later, his great-grandson was called the gentleman from Kansas on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. What a country this is. But it's not just my story. It's the American story. It's the story of what's possible in this extraordinary country when opportunity is paired with sacrifice, when freedom is protected, and when institutions like this one work to preserve that dream for those yet to come. This chamber, at its best, exists to ensure that the ladder my family climbed remains sturdy and strong for future generations. I am confident that in the 119th Congress, we'll take up that charge, improving our economy, securing our border, making our streets safer, and showing true American leadership on the world stage. I want to humbly offer 2 parting suggestions. When I first arrived here, I visited then Dean of the House, Don Young. He told me that when he arrived in 1973, it was customary for freshman members to wait 6 months before speaking on the House floor. To his surprise, I adopted this tradition. I did so partly out of deference to the dean, but mostly because it showed respect for this institution, an institution and a system of government that our founders painstakingly designed to safeguard against human nature. It is all our responsibility to protect and preserve it. My second suggestion concerns our role on the world stage. We must be thrifty, strategic, and we must never outsource our sovereignty, but we still have a critical role. One small but impactful example is preventing children from dying of starvation. Ready-to-use therapeutic food, or RUTF, is an American-made nutrient-dense paste that has saved millions of lives across the globe. The State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee increased funding by $300 million while reducing overall spending by over 10%, and this body passed it. That increase should be realized. It is the right thing to do. I want to thank Tim Schallenberger, Mark Dugan, Sam Brownback, Lynn Jenkins, Jake Kennard, and Braden Dreiling, my chief, and all of my staff, past and present, for serving both our district and this institution so ably. I want to thank the people of Kansas, from the bottom of my heart for trusting me to represent them in the state Senate, as state treasurer, and in Congress. Most importantly, I want to thank my friends, both home and my colleagues here, my supporters who helped me get here, and my family. I especially want to thank my grandparents who helped raise me, my dad, my brother, my sister, my wife Suzanne, and our 4 children, Ava, Joe, Maggie, and Gus, here with me today, for joining me on this journey and for their incredible sacrifices. To my kids, the best title I've ever had is Dad, and that title is about to get my full attention. Above all, I thank God for His blessings on my life, my family, and this nation. Madam Speaker, the future is bright, and for the last time, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Fernando Freddy Sanchez, born on October 9, 1946, in Mexico, DF. Freddy was raised in Mexico's border state of Baja California, spending most of his early years in the cities of Mexicali, Ensenada, and Tijuana before he made his way to the United States. Freddy Sanchez is like many of the thousands of brave young Latino men and women who have answered the call when our country has needed them the most. Freddy Sanchez's military service spanned from 1968 to 1970. He spent 5 months training in the old U.S. Army post at Fort Ord, California. Freddy saw military action in Vietnam, spending a year in the Army's Long Binh post near Saigon. He served the remaining 7 months in Fort Carson, Colorado. Freddy Sanchez was designated Military Operational Specialty 88. He was part of the transportation specialists. Freddy drove 10-ton Army trucks and had the honor of driving the company commander. As Freddy often reminds us, that nothing good comes easy, but thanks to the Army, he was well-trained and was able to succeed. Following his military service, Freddy worked 50 years for Lockheed Martin, first as a mechanic, machinist, and then as a foreman. Freddy enjoyed going to work every day. He felt his job was more like a hobby. One of the impressive things he got to accomplish was working on the Pathfinder, where his name, along with his colleagues, is recorded forever on a tiny disc. His career at Lockheed allowed him to buy a home in Panama City, California. In 1972, Freddy married his soulmate, Lerina, and are celebrating 52 years of marriage. Freddy and Lerina are blessed with 3 children, Fernando Jr., Nancy, and Sergio. Today, their family has grown to include 8 grandchildren, 12 step-grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Norma and I have enjoyed your counsel, Freddy, and support throughout the years. It is now in the congressional record that I thank you, Freddy Sanchez, for your service and love of country and for being an honorable family man and an upstanding citizen. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a successful businessman, a philanthropist, and a good friend, Steve Botsford. A Midwesterner through and through, Steve Botsford was born in Des Moines, Iowa, and raised in Plymouth, Indiana. Steve grew up just 29 miles from South Bend, Indiana, and he always dreamed of attending the University of Notre Dame. However, his father told him that, quote, school was for rich, smart Catholic kids, and he was none of those things, end quote. Steve never let that deter him. Steve believed in himself. His perseverance and hard work paid off. In 1972, Steve graduated from the University of Notre Dame with a BA in Business Management, and 3 years later, he received his Juris Doctorate from the University of Notre Dame Law School. After his days in South Bend, Steve spent 2 years working for one of the Big 5 accounting firms of that time before realizing he wasn't meant to have a boss. He then went out on his own, spending most of his early career helping small businesses finance equipment purchases after their local banks had denied them. After a successful career as a CPA, Steve delved into real estate development and founded Laurel Canyon Holdings. Steve developed a project in the San Fernando Valley, and that is where our paths would cross. I've gotten to know Steve Botsford since my days on the Los Angeles City Council, and I've seen Steve's commitment to his business, philanthropy, and his beautiful, wonderful family. In 1985, Steve Botsford married Kathleen Dickerson, and they are celebrating 39 years of marriage. They are blessed with 3 beautiful children, Alexandria, Steve, and Victoria. Steve Botsford, thank you for your integrity, your love, and generosity. And you know the saying, to know you is to love you. Steve Botsford, many blessings have come to many of us because we've gotten to know you, and we do love you. Thank you for everything that you've done for our country and you've done for the communities. I'd like to also point out that although Steve Botsford has raised his family in Chicago, and that's been his home for decades, Steve Botsford has adopted many, many programs around the country and has been a tremendous philanthropist. I'll mention one of them in particular. The Cardenas Foundation was founded after my mother and father, 2 humble people who came from Mexico and raised 11 children to go on to college and many other successful things. And Steve Botsford has contributed over $500,000 to give scholarships to mostly first-generation college students. That's just one example of Steve's generosity. Thank you, Steve. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lopez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to champion the heartbeat of America's economy, our small businesses. These are not just storefronts or individuals that are looking to open a business before their own satisfaction. These are individuals that risk their daily lives in trying to be successful. You know, when you look at a small business owner, I would urge you to realize that they are in the front lines of our economy. You know, there are men and women in uniform, and we should always salute them because they are in harm's way in order for us to live the American dream. But I'm here to tell you that there's a second army, and that is the small business community. Because every day they get up, they wake up, not knowing whether they're going to have a successful day, not knowing whether they're going to be able to achieve those dreams. But they have families and friends and employees that they must provide. I'm here to urge you to remember that small business is big business. Small business is the heart and soul of our nation. Without small business, there would be no communities. There would be no quality of life. Every single day, every American, when you walk around in your daily lives, you will touch anywhere from 7 to 8 small business owners. You will touch them and you will help them because that is the fabric of America. Every major corporation started small. No one begins a large company. And so I'm here to remind you that you must always recognize that when small business is suffering, our communities are suffering. I used to be the mayor in Colorado, and I used to be the former director of the United States Small Business in Colorado. And I would remind people that when corporate America sneezes, small business catches pneumonia because they are the ones that are struggling the most. I'm here to also tell you that our farmers and our ranchers, they are small business owners. A lot of people forget that most of our farms are family-owned farmers. I have 21 counties in Colorado that I represent, and it's rural Colorado. So I have hundreds of families that are farmers and ranchers, and these are small businesses, and we must protect them. You know, we're going to be talking about the continued resolution and how we're going to fund government for the rest of the year going into the year of 2025. And I'm glad to know that we're going to look at how do we support the small business community, specifically our farmers and ranchers. One of the things that I always remind people is that in America, you can live that American dream by being that small business owner, by understanding that you can create your own destiny. And for those of you that believe a small business owner is rich, that for some reason they've somehow hit the lottery, I'm here to tell you that small business owners work long hours. They work 14, 16 hours a day just to be able to be successful. And at the end of the day, they will pay their employees before they will pay themselves. And that is what America is all about. It's creating that strong foundation in every single community. So for those entrepreneurs out there, know that there is a voice in the Small Business Administration that will always champion your cause. Know that there are people that understand the contributions that you make to this nation. And most importantly, you are the future. You are the entrepreneurs. You are what makes America great. You are the individuals that bring hope and prosperity to Main Street in every community. And so with that, I salute you and I wish you the best. Let us all remember, small business is big business. And with that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today I rise with grave concerns about the disturbing rise of anti-Semitism, both here at home and around the world. Since Hamas's brutal attack on our democratic ally Israel on October 7th, 2023, the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust, anti-Semitism has soared to dangerous new heights. We've witnessed it online, in our schools, at hospitals, at professional associations, at art exhibits, and in communities across the country where Jewish individuals and institutions have been targeted with hate and violence. This recent surge, while shocking, should not blind us to the fact that anti-Semitic sentiments have been festering and intensifying for years. We've seen this hatred manifest in alarming ways, from the neo-Nazi chants on the streets of Charlottesville to the horrific attack at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, where 11 American Jews were murdered during Shabbat services. Just this morning, a synagogue in Minneapolis was defaced with swastikas. These incidents are a stark reminder that the Jewish community is facing a relentless wave of anti-Semitic vitriol. We know anti-Semitism is not new. It is an ancient, shape-shifting conspiracy theory that has endured throughout history, adapting and taking on new forms across the centuries, and blaming the Jews for whatever ills a society experiences. It is a deep-seated prejudice that has caused unimaginable suffering, whether during the Crusades, the Spanish Inquisition, the expulsion of Jews from England and France, or the violent pogroms in Russia, which brought my family here. And of course, there is the Holocaust, a tragic and incomprehensible period in which 6 million Jews, including over 1 million children, were systematically murdered. Despite the unspeakable horrors committed during the Holocaust, this hatred has not disappeared. It has adapted, it has spread, and it continues to poison societies to this very day. History has shown us a painful truth. When we allow anti-Semitism, Jew hatred, to spread unchecked, it becomes a profound threat, not only to the Jewish community, but to the very foundations of democracy itself. Anti-Semitism is a poison that corrodes societies from within. It is not merely a threat to the Jewish people. It is a threat to all minority groups, to the vulnerable, to the values of tolerance, equality, and justice that underpin our democratic institutions. However, unlike in the past when governments themselves promoted, sponsored, and weaponized anti-Semitism to fuel discrimination and violence against the Jews, that is not the case today. Today, our government is engaged in the fight against anti-Semitism. Indeed, in the United States, we understand that we have the power, the responsibility, and the moral obligation to take a stand against anti-Semitism. That is why, in response to this rising tide of hatred, I have introduced the Countering Anti-Semitism Act, the most comprehensive anti-Semitism legislation in the history of our country. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation, with more than 60 co-sponsors, would codify portions of President Biden's national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. It would establish the first ever national coordinator to counter anti-Semitism. It would also require law enforcement to ensure robust threat assessment reporting enhance education about the history of anti-Semitism, and appoint a senior official within the Department of Education to counter anti-Semitism on college campuses and in K-12 schools. Come January, we will have a new administration and a new Congress, yet this issue is not going away. That's why I'm calling on my colleagues to join me in taking a firm stand against rising anti-Semitism. Each of us in this body has a responsibility to ensure that the horrors of the past are never repeated. This Congress must send a powerful message that there is no room in this country for anti-Semitism or any kind of hatred. And I ask my colleagues to continue this work after my time in Congress comes to an end. While we may never eradicate anti-Semitism, we must make it clear that anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination are unacceptable and can never be normalized in this great country, the United States of America. Thank you.
The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-465, an act to require federal law enforcement agencies to report on cases of missing or murdered Indians and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to talk for a moment about how Washington's obsession with overregulation is making life unnecessarily difficult for everyday Americans. Under the Biden administration, their energy efficiency standards have become weapons of control, driving up costs, limiting choices for households, and strangling economic growth. Under Biden's anti-energy agenda, American families are feeling the pinch every time they turn on a light, heat their home, power their appliances, or fuel up their vehicle. These so-called efficiency standards don't lower costs, they shift the burden onto people's wallets and purses. In my home state of California, we've seen the impact firsthand. Between skyrocketing energy bills and the blackouts caused by these misguided policies, families are paying more for less reliability. Indeed, the blackouts we see in California are for two chief reasons. One, on a hot day in July or August or September, you can see the grid actually having to shut down manufacturing, shut down businesses so the rest of the grid doesn't collapse when people are trying to air condition their homes or other businesses. And secondly, we have what are called public safety power shutoffs, which when the wind blows in California, we actually have to shut off the power lines in some cases. Because the fear is that tree branches and trees, whatever, might fall upon the power lines and cause the blackout and the failure of the equipment, but also a wildfire. Indeed, in my own district, we've suffered with enough wildfires to last eons. A 1 million acre fire known as the Dixie Fire just this last year, this current year, the Park Fire, hundreds of thousands of acres, many homes damaged. The Camp Fire a few years ago, where 85 people lost their lives. So it's all sorts of mismanagement by government in that we're not managing our forests, and we don't have the electrical grid to have 24-hour sustainability even in the tough time of year. There's remedies for that. We could be building more nuclear power plants. We could be building more natural gas plants and not regulating them out of business and not stopping the pipelines that we should be building to get natural gas, which is extremely efficient and extremely low cost. And we could not be doing dumb things like tearing out hydroelectric dams like is being foisted upon in my district in Northern California, where 4 hydroelectric dams have been removed. And what do you get with a hydroelectric dam? You get water storage, you get flood control, you get water for agriculture, you get the hydroelectric power, you get recreation. So that's been taken away. And when you're talking hydroelectric power, a lot of people are worried about CO2 and carbon dioxide. Hydropower is a zero CO2 emitter, as is nuclear power. But we seem to want to regulate these things out of business, regulate them to not be part of our grid. Instead, the idealism of a few solar panels and windmills, which have a very limited life and are very inefficient. But this is the future the Democrats want for the rest of America. Like in California, where energy is neither affordable nor dependable. Soon gone will be the days when you can buy the appliance that best works for you. Bureaucrats now want to dictate what kind of washing machine you can have, what stovetop you can use, and even how long your dishwasher should run. Even the light bulbs you can use. So if you're, and a new mandate in California is talking about how state buildings, schools, things like that, have to just start changing the light bulbs out by an arbitrary deadline. It doesn't matter if the bulbs have burned out or been used up or the ballasts have been used up yet. They just want to change them out. And this is going to cost schools, for example, hundreds of millions of dollars through the whole state to have to just arbitrarily change this out instead of letting them attrition over time. I'm doing that on my own farm, my own ranch, where when a ballast goes out or a set of bulbs goes out, let's change it over to that LED now, at this time, and then you're saving the costs. They don't care about that. They just have this mandate. So we're limiting options, and government is telling you, well, that's good enough for you, for your home. Californians know this all too well. We've been forced to live with these policies that now Washington, D.C. tries to emulate. This just continues to strangle our economy. Manufacturers forced to spend millions complying with ever-changing rules. To small businesses, even struggling under higher energy costs, these regulations hurt all of them, large and small, as well as families. The more we hamstring energy production and force businesses to conform to out-of-touch mandates, the less room we have for growth and prosperity. And there's a couple key drivers that are making things less affordable with inflation, high cost of energy being one of them. The other is government overspending, as we're going to find out here pretty soon this week. These policies are rooted in the same far-left ideology that has driven inflation. They've weakened our energy independence and left America less competitive on the global stage. We need to do better. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I come to the House floor to send one straightforward message to President Biden. Providing U.S. arms and military aid to the Netanyahu government for use in Gaza violates U.S. law. The devastation, the human suffering, and Palestinian civilian deaths and injuries are unmatched in scale by any other conflict. This is the conclusion reached last week by Air Wars, the British NGO that documents civilian casualties in 21st century conflicts. And before anybody rejects this detailed report, I would like to note that Air Wars is known for its exacting, thorough research. Its referrals prompted more than 70% of the Pentagon's investigations into incidents of civilian harm during the U.S.-led air campaign against the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. This, Madam Speaker, is just the latest in a series of reports from human rights, humanitarian, and defense reports documenting the civilian harm and deprivations in Gaza. Israel, Madam Speaker, absolutely has a right to defend itself, and I support military operations to dismantle and destroy Hamas's military capabilities and other terrorist organizations operating inside Gaza that have launched vicious attacks against Israeli civilians and have badly mistreated the Palestinian population. But Israeli air and ground campaigns must abide by U.S. law and by international humanitarian law, also known as the Geneva Conventions and the laws of war. States are required to take every precaution to minimize civilian harm, avoid destruction of life-saving civilian infrastructure, guarantee unimpeded access and delivery of humanitarian aid, and ensure the life and security of humanitarian aid workers. Specifically, I'm talking about Section 620I of the Foreign Assistance Act, also known as the Humanitarian Corridor Act, which states, and I quote, "No assistance shall be furnished under this Act or the Arms Export Control Act to any country when it is made known to the President that the government of such country prohibits or otherwise restricts directly or indirectly the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance," end quote. We all know that the Netanyahu government has frustrated the delivery of such aid to the people in Gaza. The Netanyahu government has also violated its assurance under President Biden's own National Security Memorandum 20, which requires U.S. military assistance, arms sales, and arms transfers to not be used contrary to U.S. law and international humanitarian law. According to an October 30th Washington Post report, the Biden administration has received nearly 500 reports alleging that Israel used U.S.-supplied weapons for attacks that caused unnecessary harm to civilians in the Gaza Strip, and it has failed to comply with its own policies requiring swift investigation of such claims. But the Biden administration already knew this. On October 13th, Secretary of State Blinken and Defense Secretary Austin sent a detailed letter to the Netanyahu government describing Israel's arbitrary, deliberate, and consistent obstruction of humanitarian aid to the suffering Palestinian people in Gaza. They detailed how U.S. law and international law were being violated. They gave Netanyahu 30 days to deliver results. The 30 days have come and gone with no change to U.S. arms transfers or military assistance. And once again, the Netanyahu government called the bluff of the Biden administration. Once again, the Netanyahu government frustrated U.S. efforts to get humanitarian aid delivered and safeguard innocent civilians. It is not too late for the U.S. to use all of its leverage, including the suspension of U.S. offensive arms transfers, to pressure the Netanyahu government to open up the humanitarian aid corridors and allow hundreds and hundreds of trucks to deliver life-saving aid. And it is not too late for the U.S. to use all its leverage to press Israel to reach a ceasefire, secure the release of all the hostages, and create a viable path for a secure and dignified future for Gaza's Palestinians, and that guarantees Israel's security. It is not too late for the Biden administration to comply with U.S. law. It is not too late for the Biden administration to stand up for America's own values and interests. And it is not too late for all of us to reinforce our commitment to human rights and peace. It is not too late, Madam Speaker. It is not too late. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record additional materials.
Without objection. Your time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lolota, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, for far too long, my constituents who live in Flanders, Riverside, and Northampton have faced unnecessary challenges caused by shared zip codes. Misdelivered mail, delays in receiving essential medications, and confusion over geographic identity has disrupted their daily lives for decades. But last week, we took meaningful steps to address these persistent issues by ensuring that each of these communities has access to reliable mail delivery and U.S. Postal Services. H.R. 8753, which I proudly supported, directs the United States Postal Service to designate single, unique zip codes for these communities. This simple common sense fix will go a long way in improving the quality of life for my constituents in Flanders, Riverside, and Northampton. By taking this step, we send a clear message that every community, no matter how large or small, deserves accurate and dependable services from their government. I want to thank the residents of Northampton, Riverside, and Flanders for their unwavering determination to bring this issue to our attention. This is a battle these communities have been fighting for more than a decade, and I'm proud to see it finally coming to fruition here in the House. Madam Speaker, I rise today to underscore the importance of strong federal investments in research and education, which are critical to maintaining America's position as a global leader in innovation and progress. Stony Brook University, located in my district, is a prime example of the extraordinary advancements that come from such support. As one of the nation's leading public research institutions, Stony Brook excels in quantum physics, artificial intelligence, and healthcare. Their groundbreaking work drives economic growth on Long Island, throughout New York State, and across the nation while pushing the boundaries of scientific discovery. Stony Brook's role as a quantum internet testbed and its status as a hub of transformative research demonstrates the immense potential of continued federal investment in higher education. Institutions like Stony Brook don't just shape our present, they are laying the groundwork to become the next premier research institution, setting the standard for excellence in education, research, and innovation. I am committed to ensuring that institutions like Stony Brook have the resources needed to thrive, securing our nation's leadership in education, research, and innovation. Let's go. Madam Speaker, Governor Hochul's so-called congestion pricing is just a commuter tax that unfairly targets hardworking Long Islanders. With families already struggling under New York's crushing tax burden, this plan adds insult to injury, forcing suburban communities to subsidize the wasteful and mismanaged MTA. The MTA loses nearly $700 million annually to fare evasion, over $300 million on buses alone, and doles out six-figure overtimes to hundreds of employees. Instead of addressing these failures, Hochul and her New York City allies want suburban New Yorkers like my constituents to fill a $15 billion budget funding gap without any reforms or accountability. Hochul suspended this ill-conceived commuter tax before the election, but shamelessly brought it back afterward, breaking the trust of so many New Yorkers. Long Island deserves better, real accountability, fairness, and policies that reflect our priorities, not another slap in the face from Albany's one-party anti-suburban agenda. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate an extraordinary moment of triumph and resilience. After 8 long years of wrongful detention in China, my constituent and Huntington resident Kai Lee is finally back on American soil and has been reunited with his family. This long-awaited news brings immense relief and joy to his family and every Long Islander who has followed his adversity. Kai's release ends an unimaginable ordeal and highlights the unwavering strength of his family, especially his son Harrison, who tirelessly advocated for his father's return. I was honored to bring Harrison as my guest to this year's State of the Union to amplify his family's story. Kai's release is not only a victory for the Lee family, but for all of America. The United States must remain steadfast in our commitment to bring home every wrongfully detained American. Kai Lee's return reminds us of the power of persistence and the importance of standing firm against injustice. Kai, welcome home. Your courage and determination inspiring us all. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes. I rise today to celebrate the career and recognize the retirement of Skamania County Commissioner Tom Lannon. Tom wasn't born here, but he got here as fast as he could. He is internationally famous in Washington State, serving as the chair of the Washington State Association of Counties Timber Caucus. Tom pioneered the use of the stick, a yardstick that visually demonstrates the fact that our county, Skamania County, has only got 1.8% of our acreage, which can generate tax revenue. Tom won't let his federal representatives forget how much Skamania County needs their mills to produce timber, the Secure Rural Schools program to keep our schools open, and economic development opportunities to ensure that communities thrive. Thank you, Tom, for your mentorship, your leadership, and for spending time working on behalf of things that matter, our community. I hope you enjoy your retirement with Sophia. Wishing you the very best. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss the fire that was set to a ballot box in my district on October 28th. We still don't know who did this, but we know who did not do this. Real patriots don't torch each other's ballots. It was an attack on our democracy and our rule of law. The fire destroyed hundreds of ballots, although our incredible election workers tried to recover as many votes as possible and contact those whose ballots were partially burned, many votes were lost. If you want to live in a society where ballots are burned, you can move there. My community will not stand for your spineless, shameful, and unpatriotic BS. Thank you to our first responders for dealing with this fire in such a timely and efficient manner. Ballot recovery would not have been possible if it were not for you. Another thank you to those who stood guard at the local ballot boxes 24/7 following the fire, a precaution that never should have been necessary in the first place. I promise to all of Southwest Washington I will always fight against political violence and protect our sacred right to vote in our communities. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dennis Weber on his upcoming retirement from the Cowlitz County Board of Commissioners. After serving as commissioner for 12 years and in the public sector for 40 years, Dennis has spent his career being a pillar for our community. He has spent many years as a social studies teacher before transitioning to roles in public office. He has been an excellent advocate with the Spirit Lake Toutle Cowlitz River Collaborative to help protect downstream communities, project collaboration, and good accessible data. I've been privileged to work with Dennis over the years. When I helped reintroduce the National Landslide Preparedness Act, Dennis helped to provide testimony from Cowlitz County. Dennis Weber has shown time and again what it means to be a public servant. He has always worked to ensure his community get the resources and support they need. His priority has always been for the betterment of his hometown, and that has been evident in every chapter of his career. Thank you, Dennis, for all you've done for Southwest Washington. I hope your retirement treats you well. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a beloved holiday tradition and an important part of my district's culture, Christmas trees. My district produces the second most number of Christmas trees in the country. Coming from a family of loggers myself, I know firsthand how important it is to be a steward of the land, to depend on it, not just as a terrarium, but as part of your culture. Our support and value for the forest products that come from our woods is ingrained in our ethos. For generations, Washingtonians have used our trees to build up and furnish our homes. The holiday season offers us a unique opportunity to display and decorate the trees that we are so proud of. This holiday season, I encourage everybody to go out, visit a Christmas tree farm, or better yet, go into the woods, get a permit, cut down a tree yourself. This is not the time to be supporting petroleum-based Christmas trees, but our own homegrown trees that support our economy and our culture. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Sharon Passett on her retirement as Executive Director at Partners in Careers, also known as PICS. PIC is a nonprofit organization that connects job seekers with workforce training and opportunities with local businesses and community members. PIC aims to assist low-income parents, domestic violence survivors, homeless veterans, and others get a second chance at a career. PIC has been a huge asset to our local Ukrainian community, helping refugees and immigrants secure job opportunities. Sharon has led PIC for 13 years, where she has helped to expand youth and veteran programs throughout her community. Recently, Sharon, along with her partners at PIC, were honored as the Community Partner of the Year at the Washington Workforce Association Conference. Thank you, Sharon, for all of the work you've done for our community. I wish you all the very best in your retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a person who was born with disabilities, but no one ever told him. And his photo exemplifies what this man represented. His name was Terrence Ratford. They called him Boo Boo, who passed away on July 26, 2024. In his years of incredible dedication and exemplary work for the 5th District of South Carolina. He was raised in Gaffney, South Carolina by his parents Ruby Hiphill and Warren Ratford, who was a star running back for Clemson University years ago. Boo Boo always felt a deep connection with his community. He began volunteering his time at a young age and was known to be willing to help whenever, wherever. As a child, he attended Limestone Missionary Baptist Church and later joined the Greater Hope Ministries. He loved his church family, and he displayed a deep commitment to serving it very well. He was a leader in religious programs, the choir, and Bible studies. His impact on the churches he attended will last for generations to come. As an active member of his community, Boo Boo volunteered his time at many chamber events, community service projects, and at the Gaffney Hospital. He served at the Peach Festival and played a large role in ensuring that the great city of Gaffney was celebrated each and every year. Boo-Boo coached football at Gaffney High School for over 20 years. He was referred to as the get-back coach because when the coaches got too hot and were pressing the line on getting on the referees, he stepped in and said to get back. He was beloved by coaches and players alike. He also volunteered for the Blacksburg Middle School girls basketball team and sponsored a wrestling event for the middle school. Boo-Boo wore many different hats. He was a God-fearing man, a leader, a friend, a son, and a coach. He served in each of these roles with kindness and with joy. He will be deeply missed. Boo-Boo, during his funeral services, I've been to a lot of them, but I've never been to a gymnasium which the service had to be held because of all the friends and people who just respected him came. Please join me in expressing my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for the life of Boo-Boo Ratford. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Wexton, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to share my gratitude for this remarkable opportunity to serve my community. As I prepare to retire from Congress, I've been reflecting on what brought me here. Despite growing up just outside of D.C., I was very much not one of those people who envisioned themselves in elected office since grade school. But I did want to help people. That's why I chose to be a lawyer. And I was very fulfilled doing that work, especially the opportunities to serve as a prosecutor and later a guardian ad litem for abused and neglected children and substitute judge. Then, one day in late 2008, I went just around the corner from my law office to Ida Lee Park in Leesburg to hear a skinny guy with a funny name talk about his message of hope and change and yes, we can. Hearing then Senator Obama speak was the first time that I stopped thinking, that can't be me, and started thinking, yes, I can. I believed him when he said that we could come together around what unites us as Americans and do the hard work of making life better for our neighbors. And so my political career began. In 2014, I won a state Senate special election and went to Richmond as a bright-eyed new legislator at a time when the legislature still didn't have a whole lot of people like me there. I was one of just a few women with school-age kids and served in the minority. I learned quickly that my best ideas for policy come from my constituents. I heard a woman's tragic story of losing her brother to an overdose and took action to make Narcan more accessible. I worked with a mom to help pass a law that gave greater benefits to single parents of kids with disabilities. Another constituent came to me about her horrific sexual assault story, so I wrote a law empowering victims of revenge porn to file lawsuits and recover damages from their perpetrators. But then in 2016, another unlikely candidate for president led me to make a career change I never could have imagined. Once again, though, it was the hope that I could help people that led me to run for Congress. I wanted to stand up for the communities who did not feel represented. I stood with our Muslim neighbors at Dulles Airport to protest the Muslim ban. I became the first member of Congress to hang a transgender rights flag outside of my office. And as the child of two parents who had worked for the federal government, I became a vocal advocate for the integrity of our civil service. But most of all, I ran for Congress because of my kids. I went to Washington with the goal of making sure the stories of Virginia's families were heard and that their representative was fighting for their needs. And I'm proud of what I was able to do. Like working on legislation to invest in childhood cancer research in honor of a young constituent, Gabriella Miller, and her courageous battle and advocacy, supporting survivors of domestic violence and abuse, expanding mental health resources for Capitol Police in the wake of January 6th, and standing up for human rights of Uyghurs in China. It has been quite the, quote-unquote, unprecedented 6 years in Congress. Facing the longest government shutdown in history, not one but two impeachments, a pandemic,
an insurrection. And in the midst of it all, I began facing the greatest challenge of them all, my battle with PSP. One of the first questions I asked my doctor after my diagnosis was if I could still run for re-election. His response, "Why would you want to?" It was a very serious and sobering moment, but in truth, I had plenty of answers for him. Above all, I did and still very much do believe in the possibility to bring hope and make change in the lives of those we serve here. As I battled this disease which robbed me of my ability to move and speak, I wanted to make the most of my platform to bring some good out of this terrible situation. As I mentioned, my best ideas for legislation often come from personal stories constituents share with me. Now, it was my own struggle that I hope to help turn into meaningful change in policy. One of my proudest moments in Congress has been successfully helping lead the bipartisan national plan to end Parkinson's Act to become law, the most consequential legislation ever passed to tackle Parkinson's and related conditions like my PSP. It will go a long way toward improving and saving lives. This has been a journey which has been so challenging, yet one which I am proud to have stood strong in and done my part to give hope and comfort to others facing similar battles. Our disabilities and our health struggles do not define who we are, and I feel more strongly than ever that it is so important to share that truth with the world. This journey could not have been possible without so many people who share my belief that I could make positive change and conviction that there is real good to be done through public service. To my family, Team Wexton, and all the people of Virginia 10, thank you. I hope I've made you proud. As I head into my final days in Congress, I'm choosing, once again, to have hope. People didn't lose hope in me after my diagnosis. I have real hope that one day we'll find a cure for PSP. I see reasons for hope every day, especially in young people, women and girls, and others who don't traditionally have a seat at the tables of power, who are discovering and believing in the power of public service, just like I did all those years ago at Ida Lee Park. I hope that the most impactful legacy I can leave is in the power of perseverance and persistence, and in the belief that change is possible through public service, and that change is coming if we are willing to work for it. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Stephanie Smallhouse on her outstanding tenure as president of the Arizona Farm Bureau. Since the day she took office 7 years ago, Stephanie has dedicated herself to fighting for the interest of our farmers and ranchers to make sure Arizona's vibrant agricultural community continues to thrive. Her dedication, passion, and tireless work ethic set a standard of excellence and will continue to positively impact our agriculture community long into the future. Stephanie's tenure did not only strengthen the Arizona Farm Bureau, but it also empowered our farmers and ranchers to ensure they have a seat at the table when they're addressing critical issues like water management and sustainability efforts. In my time in Congress, I am deeply proud of the strong partnership and friendship that we were able to forge to promote the interest of Arizona's farmers and ranchers at the federal level. Stephanie's role in my advisory council played a key role in my work for our ag and farming communities. Stephanie, while your leadership will be dearly missed, your legacy will have a lasting impact on Arizona's agriculture. On behalf of Arizona's farmers, ranchers, and the people of our great state, thank you for your service, your leadership, and your tireless advocacy. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors and look forward to seeing the positive impact you will continue to have in our community. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the outstanding tenure of Mark Lamb as Sheriff of Pinal County. Sheriff Lamb first started his law enforcement career with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community, where he rose to the rank of detective of the Gang Enforcement Agency. He later joined the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, where he distinguished himself as a capable and tireless officer dedicated to keeping his community safe. In 2017, he was elected as sheriff of Pinal County and became instrumental in the fight against drug cartels, human smugglers, coyotes, traffickers, and other bad actors trying to take advantage of the situation. While Sheriff Lamb's leadership and service will be deeply missed in Pinal County, Mark will continue to serve our country. Mark, my friend, Laura and I wish you all the best in your new role, and I look forward to continue working with you to secure our border and keep communities in southern Arizona and across the United States safe. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my good friend, Art Del Cueto, for an outstanding career as a Border Patrol agent. Art is a tireless public servant who dedicated his career to the safety and security of our nation, approaching his work with a steadfast resolve and a genuine passion. In the last 4 years, as the Border Patrol encountered its most chaotic period, Art exemplified integrity and commitment, earning the respect and admiration of his colleagues, lawmakers, and Americans across our great country. Art will continue his work as part of the National Border Patrol Council, where he remains a tireless advocate for the brave men and women who serve in the Border Patrol, fighting for them to ensure they have the tools and resources they need to protect our border. As a representative of a border district, I constantly relied on Art's expertise and advice, and I will always be extremely grateful for his constant willingness to be a resource. As Art enters a well-deserved retirement, I want to honor his service, sacrifice, and unwavering dedication to the safety and security of our nation. I also want to thank his wife, Zulma, and daughter, Zulma Alejandra, for their service as a family as well. Art, on behalf of Arizona's 6th Congressional District, Laura, my kids, and I, our whole family, thank you for a career dedicated to keeping our community safe. I wish you and your family all the best as you embark on this new journey. Thank you so much for your service, my friend. Your contributions will not be forgotten. You are a true patriot. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Push Ridge Christian Academy football team for winning the 3A state championship. The 4th seed Push Ridge Christian Academy Lions overcame the odds and beat the 2nd seed LA West Foothills 26-7. Despite falling behind 7-0 in the first quarter, the Lions roared back, scoring 26 unanswered points en route to their championship. The title caps off a remarkable season for Coach Kent Middleton and his team. After starting the season 1-1, the Lions won 12 straight games, including the state championship, to finish the year 13-1. Coach Middleton, the coaching staff, the student athletes, administrators, and everyone who played a part on this special season, you know that you made your school and your community extremely proud. Enjoy this victory.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And I look forward to rooting for you next season. Go Lions. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to give my last speech as a member of the House of Representatives. What an incredible honor. It has never been lost on me that the privilege of serving here was granted by the people I represent, people who trusted me to listen to them, speak for them, and conduct myself with integrity. Every time I've stepped onto this floor, I have felt the weight of our nation's history and the hope of millions of people that we will conduct ourselves and do work that serves them well. And one of the joys of serving in Congress has been the surprise of learning how much good work you can do if you are here to do work. I want to thank my staff, an incredible group of young people who woke up every morning asking themselves, how much good can I do today? A big part of the reason serving here was such a joy and such an honor was because I got to do the work with them. And I won't go down the big list of everything that we got done, but we were able to do a lot. Improve water systems for small towns, expand parental leave for members of the National Guard, parents who had earned it, and improve weather radar detection for the people of North Carolina's 14th District who have needed that for decades. When people come up to me now that I'm leaving and say, boy, Jeff, I bet you're glad to be getting out of that place, I say, no. That hasn't been my experience here at all. Part of the reason is because of the two committees I had an opportunity to serve on, Armed Services and Science. Relatively serious, bipartisan, really about the work, not a lot of shouting going on in the Science Committee. And the Armed Services Committee, for someone who enlisted as a private 22 years ago, to be a part of classified briefings with our nation's top military leaders, what an amazing experience, what an incredible education. To anyone who's considering running to serve, I could not encourage you more strongly. However, that said, a word of caution to everyone back home, as well as anyone who may be listening. I know that when you look at Congress, you see a lot of anger. And what I need you to know is that most of the ones who are angry here are faking. They know that eliciting your outrage is a surefire way to gain your attention. And some of them want your attention more than they want to do a good job. I've seen this over and over again. That when the cameras turn off, so does the anger. There are moments of genuine frustration felt by everyone, felt by me. That's normal in a legislative body, to be expected. But the ones who are always trying to make you angry, they are faking. It is theater. And a ton of you keep falling for it. And you owe it to yourselves not to be fooled by the outrage farmers in Congress. My request to all of you and to everyone back home, don't reward the theater, reward the work. If you do that, you'll get more work and less theater. Thank you to my colleagues who do their job in that manner. Thank you to my staff who genuinely was a constant source of energy and inspiration. Thank you to my family who allowed me to be away from home to do this work. And thank you to the people of North Carolina's 14th District for trusting me to be your voice. It has been the greatest honor of my life. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the James Wood High School volleyball team for their remarkable achievement in winning the Class 4 state championship. The Colonels have truly made history, claiming 3 consecutive state titles with their latest victory on November 23rd in a 5-set match against Cortland High School at the Siegel Center at Virginia Commonwealth University. The volleyball program has secured half of James Wood's total state titles in the school's 75-year history. During the championship match, the Colonels were led by 2-time State Player of the Year, Kennedy Spade, with 25 kills, 24 digs, and 4 aces. Alongside her 3-time first-team All-State player, Brenna Corbin, had 21 kills, 23 digs, and 3 blocks, while first-year varsity setter Kylie Plum had 50 assists, along with 15 digs and 12 service points. Their victory capped off a phenomenal season, bringing their record to 23-3 and an impressive 3-year total of 76-6. I want to recognize each player on this exceptional team: Kennedy Spade, Reese Justice, Bella Middleton, Kylie Plum, Adeline Pitcock, Kyla Wilhelm, Tenley Madison, Caitlin Brannon, Giselle Norris, Abby Tenney, Brenna Corbin, and Claire Kiefer. I also want to recognize the outstanding coaching staff, head coach Adrienne Patrick, assistant head coach Brandy Corbin, and their managers Ethan Germeyer, Ethan Montoya, Fielding Conway, and Kylie Bly. Madam Speaker, I once again congratulate the 2024 James Wood High School volleyball team. Virginia's 6th Congressional District is incredibly proud of their accomplishment, and I wish them continued success in the seasons ahead. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Loudon Street Mall, also known as the Old Town Walking Mall in the city of Winchester. Over 50 years ago, a group of visionary store owners recognized a shift in shopping habits and the growing demand for convenient shopping spaces. In response, downtown businesses came together to close off 2 blocks of one of Winchester's busiest streets, giving rise to the Loudon Street Mall. This bold decision led to the formation of the Downtown Development Committee, composed of Old Town business owners, including Betsy Helm, Irvin Schendow, Julius Armel, William Duncan, Louis Ebert, Larry Goodyear, Ray Jennings, Frank Lloyd, Jimmy Wilkins, John Lewis, and David Jurgens, who collaborated with City Hall in the early 1970s to bring this vision to life. While the mall initially thrived, it faced challenges in the 1980s and struggled for decades. However, in 2013, a revitalization began, bringing new amenities and life back to the area. Today, the mall is a true treasure of the Winchester region and a hub for the community and tourism. From the first business owners like Irvin Schendow of Bell's Fine Clothing, who served as chairman of the Downtown Development Committee, to then State Senator William Trubon, who enabled legislation, to the current city and business leaders, the Loudon Street Mall has become a top destination for residents and visitors alike. I'm proud to represent the citizens of the city of Winchester, the Loudon Street Mall in the 6th District of Virginia, and I'm confident it will continue to thrive for many years to come. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable leader and friend, Rockbridge County Sheriff Steve Funkhauser, as he prepares to retire on January 1st, 2025. A proud native of Rockbridge County, Sheriff Funkhauser graduated from Natural Bridge High School. Inspired by his family's commitment to service, he dedicated his life to protecting our community and our country. For almost 3 decades, Sheriff Funkhauser honorably served with the Rockbridge County Sheriff's Office, starting his law enforcement career as a reserve deputy in 1996. He quickly rose through the ranks, becoming a patrolman, investigator, lieutenant, and chief of patrol. In 2019, he was elected as the sheriff of Rockbridge County and Lexington City, winning re-election overwhelmingly in 2023. Beyond his role as sheriff, he also served as a regional director for the Virginia Sheriff's Association and as an officer in the Virginia National Guard, retiring as a major after over 28 years of dedicated service. He's also contributed to the community by organizing Christmas shopping excursions for local residents of the Rockbridge County area. Madam Speaker, please join me in recognizing Sheriff Funkhauser's extraordinary commitment to our community and his nearly 30 years of service. I wish him and his family the very best in his retirement and in the next chapter of his life. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and service of my constituent, George William Hawthorne. George is a 102-year-old World War II veteran living in Sydney, Illinois, whose life has been a testament of service to God, country, and family. George grew up in Granville and Ottawa, Illinois, where his family were faithful attendees of the Congregational Church. George's family has a proud tradition of service to the country. His family enlisted in World War I, and George was active in the Ottawa Cadet Corps. After high school, George worked several jobs to support the war effort following the attack on Pearl Harbor. He was eager to do more to defend his country, so he enlisted in the United States Army Air Force on October 2, 1942. Due to the attrition rates among bomber crews, there was an urgent demand for pilots. George courageously rose to the challenge. His class of cadets was raced through training at twice the typical speed to fulfill the need for pilots, and many cadets dropped out of the program. George excelled and won his wings as second lieutenant on April 14, 1944. He was set to pilot a B-24 Liberator on a 13-hour flight to the Pacific Theater. As he awaited departure, George became ill and was hospitalized with a serious infection. While in the hospital, his crew left for the Pacific. Tragically, the plane went down in the Philippine Sea after an onboard explosion that claimed the lives of several crewmates. George still wanted to do his part to serve his country. He trained another crew and prepared for the invasion into Japan. He flew to Hawaii and was stationed there when President Truman made the decision to use atomic bombs. George finished out his time in the service flying a rescue squadron and was honorably discharged on October 29, 1946. He entered the Air Force Reserve and served there until July 31, 1960, attaining the rank of captain. After leaving the military, George continued his legacy of service by investing in his church community. He attended church regularly and served on multiple boards, committees, and volunteer projects. He also raised 3 wonderful children with his wife of 64 years, Louise. Through all his years, George has remained passionate about his country and the freedom that makes it great. Like his father before him, George understands the value and the responsibility of serving in our nation's military and defending our freedom. He instilled these values in his children and grandchildren, and many of his family members have continued George's legacy of military service. He remains passionate about defending liberty, his family, and his right to practice his faith in Jesus Christ. At 102, George is still excited about the future and has plans for things he still wants to accomplish. He is thankful to God for all he has been given, and he loves to talk about his experiences and the lessons he's learned on his journey through life. On behalf of the Illinois' 15th Congressional District, it is my honor to recognize Captain George Hawthorne for his courage and selfless service to our nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, last week, the Chinese Communist Party ordered a trade embargo on the export of critical minerals to the United States. Minerals like gallium that is used in semiconductor manufacturing and is also used in the development of medical and dental devices. This embargo by the CCP is yet another warning and a wake-up call. We need to produce these critical materials right here in the U.S. It's time to increase our domestic supply chains and safeguard our productions against foreign interference. These critical materials are also used in the creation of everything from cell phones to the guidance systems used by our military. We cannot and should not allow the Chinese Communist Party to manipulate what products we are able to build here in America. This is a time to act. Government, red tape should not continue to hold up this necessary manufacturing. Under President Trump's leadership in the new year, we must take decisive action to approve new permits that allow the production of critical minerals and rare earth elements that are so necessary for our economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize Jack Romer of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, who will be celebrating his 100th birthday on December 20th. There are so many positive things to say about Jack. He is one of the most kind-hearted, salt-of-the-earth, intelligent, and witty people I have ever met. He had a long and successful career at R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, where he served as general counsel, vice president, and as a member of the board of directors. He is also a World War II Navy veteran and served as an officer on an LST, or a landing ship tank. The world would be a much better place if there were more Jack Romers in it. Jack, may you treasure this monumental milestone as you celebrate with family and friends. Happy 100th birthday. May God continue to bless you and give you many more years on earth. Madam Speaker, I want to say how much I admire Jennifer Wexton and the role model she has been as she has struggled with her disease. We saw her here on the floor a few minutes ago, and I commend her for her willingness to speak openly about the challenges that she is facing and to show the world that one can deal with such a debilitating disease and continue to work for her constituents. I commend her for what she has done. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12 of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O eternal God, you are the same yesterday, today, and forever. Although we cannot see you with our eyes, or touch you with our hands, or hear your voice with our ears, we ask that you would give us a clear awareness of your realness and presence among us. Reveal to us the hidden power you wield in our lives and in this world. Do not let us consider this time and place as our only reality, that the only thing that matters is our own perspective. But give us sight to see that there is so much more than meets our eyes. Do not let us grasp jealously the things that we own or which we, by our own efforts, have accomplished. But give us hands to reach out to lift up one another, to enable each to succeed in discovering and using the skills and talents with which you have endowed them. Do not let us get caught up in the noise of compliments and accolades, or even criticisms and disparagements, but give us ears to listen to your wisdom, that we would hear your own well done when the day has ended. You, O Lord, are the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega. May our time and talents be used to glorify your eternal name in which we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding achievement of Penn State University football player, lifelong Pennsylvanian, and starting center Nick Dawkins. Nick recently won the All-State Werfel Trophy, college football's premier award for community service. Every year, this trophy is given to one player across the country who combines exemplary community service with leadership achievements on and off the field. Throughout his time at Penn State, Nick took great pride in founding the Dawkins Family Foundation. His foundation has hosted back-to-school supply drives, organized Christmas present donations, and continues to support and provide for children and families throughout the Pennsylvania community. On the field, Dawkins was named team captain and continues to have an outstanding season, helping the Nittany Lions secure a home football game in the college football playoffs. He is a vocal leader who picks up and supports those around him, both teammates and coaches. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Nick on this outstanding achievement and wish him the best of the rest of the Penn State and the rest of the Penn State Nittany Lions. Good luck this weekend as they host their first college football playoff game in Beaver Stadium. We are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, imagine dumping over 30% of the food in your refrigerator into the garbage every week. That's what we as a country have been doing for decades with the nearly 80 million tons of food that goes to waste every year. That's enough food for nearly 149 billion meals. Food waste costs families, businesses, and municipalities money. It produces greenhouse gases that drive climate change, and it means fewer people have access to nutritious food. I'm proud to be from Massachusetts, a state who is taking this problem seriously. A study recently published in the journal of Science called my home state a benchmark for success in reducing food waste through our successful commercial food waste ban, extensive infrastructure network, and robust inspection program. And last month, Boston Mayor Wu's Office of Food Justice issued a report to bolster food recovery efforts and improve food security. I urge my colleagues from across the country to learn more about our efforts in Massachusetts to reduce food waste and end hunger now. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Phyllis Coolidge and the thousands of Nebraskans among America's 6 million Rosie the Riveters who, earlier this year, were awarded the Congressional Gold Medal for their role in achieving victory in the Second World War as members of our nation's wartime workforce. At 19 years old, Phyllis Coolidge began working at the Cornhusker Army Ammunition Plant near Grand Island, Nebraska, which employed some 15,000 workers between 1942 and 1945. Reflecting on her experience, Phyllis said, quote, "I just went to work. It was something we were doing for the war effort," end quote. Even her 59-year-old mother worked alongside her, a testament to the extraordinary willingness of Nebraskans to do their patriotic duty. A resident of McCook, Nebraska, Phyllis is now 102 years of age, and her irrepressible can-do attitude is a prime example of the unity and resolve of the American people during one of the most challenging times in our nation's history. Recently, in one of the most meaningful moments of my time here in Congress, I had the privilege of presenting a gold medal to her, thanking her, and a gold coin to her, thanking her, and introducing her to my own family. From the vital impact of our Rosie the Riveters to the monumental volunteerism of the North Platte Canteen, doing our part was at the heart of Nebraskans' rich history of home front contributions to the war effort. Nebraskans understood, as Americans, we're all in this together, and so many volunteers answered the call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my comment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my disapproval of Joe Biden's decision to issue a blanket pardon for his son, Hunter Biden. During the time covered by the pardon, Hunter was working for entities controlled by foreign governments without registering as a foreign agent. According to the House Oversight Committee, $20 million in cash and diamonds was paid to Biden LLCs by entities controlled by China, Russia, Romania, and Ukraine, yet there were no Foreign Agents Registrations Act charges. Now, Biden issued his son a blanket pardon covering a decade of illicit activity. Hunter's crimes were published in the Marco Polo Report. This report can be found at bidenreport.com. The American people deserve to know the truth. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter additional materials into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute revives and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 5 years ago, partnering with Speaker Mike Johnson and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, we called for sanctions on corrupt Bezivina Ishvanshvili, the puppet of Putin in Georgia, in the Republican Study Committee National Security Strategy. It is time to impose these sanctions as war criminal Putin tries to destroy Georgian democracy. War criminal Putin continues to threaten global stability, but he can be defeated, as evidenced by the fall of the Assad dictatorship in Syria, with the expelling of Putin military from Syrian bases, as well as the rebuke of Russian intervention this week in Romania, with defeat last month in Moldova, as Putin still occupies territory in Georgia. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has courageously offered wheat to Syria after war criminal Putin announced he would cease all grain import. Turkey is appreciated for its leadership as NATO ally for leading in Syria with its call for democratic elections and protection of Christians and minorities. I agree with President Donald Trump yesterday, who said, quote, "I think Turkey is very smart and that Turkey is key to what happens next in Syria," end of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more. 9/11 attacks is imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will be reinstating laws to protect American families for peace through strength.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today one final time in this chamber after 8 years of serving Northeast Indiana in the House of Representatives. I want to thank my supporters, my friends, my family, who have allowed me the great honor of serving in Congress. I will always be grateful to them. Most of all, I want to thank my wife Amanda, our 3 daughters, Lillian, Elizabeth, and Joanne. I'm only able to do this job because of the sacrifices that they make. I want to thank my incredible staff over the last 8 years for their hard work on behalf of my constituents as well. I'm proud of where I come from, and it's been an honor to represent the best place in the world and the best people in the world in the U.S. House of Representatives. This is the greatest country in the history of the world, and we have a duty to keep it that way. And I'm thankful on behalf of my great state of Indiana that I will have an opportunity to continue to serve my country and my state in January, beginning in the United States Senate. Thank you. It's been an incredible honor. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Vance Coleman, who recently retired as the mayor of Medina, Tennessee, after 20 years. In 2004, 20 years ago, Vance was approached to run for mayor by citizens who thought his involvement with the school system and his deep affection for Medina made him a great candidate. Well, Vance Coleman was elected mayor of Medina in 2004, and the population of Medina has grown by 4 times since he became mayor. Mayor Coleman was instrumental in constructing the new municipal building, updating the city's infrastructure, and prioritizing public safety by expanding the police and fire departments. Under his leadership, the Medina Sports Complex opened to better serve the needs of athletes and children. Vance Coleman made Medina a great place to live and to raise a family. Vance's integrity and his commitment to family has been the foundation of his service. He and his wife Kay have been married for over 40 years. And after 2 decades of dedicated service, Medina is a better place to live, work, and raise a family because of Mayor Coleman. Vance, congratulations on a job well done. Roberta and I wish you the best in your next chapter. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to shine light on various injustices that Black women and many people face in our nation, our workplaces, and our healthcare system. I just left observing a committee, the Crime Subcommittee of the Judiciary, where we discussed the 2023 hate crime report, which reported increases in hate crimes reported based on race, religion, and gender. And in my community, we specifically have more hate crimes against Black transgender women. And I'm also standing here in honor of the women that even in their workplace, they have their hair labeled as unprofessional, and they are 2.5 times more likely to do so. 20% of Black women aged 25 to 34 have been sent home from work because of their hair. And it isn't about style, it's about systemic bias that policies polices our identities. I'm so glad that Ms. Presley has reintroduced the Crown Act, and that my mother, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, supported, and that I helped get passed in Harris County. We were the first county in Texas to pass a local version of the Crown Act. And while our state government of Texas did pass it statewide, the Crown Act, they have yet to properly enforce it. And students have been sent home, denied their education, and treated unfairly just because of the crown on their head. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate my friend Art Del Cueto, who is retiring from the U.S. Border Patrol after more than 20 years of service. Art's life and career have shaped his views and understanding of the dynamics of southern border. He grew up in Douglas, Arizona, directly across from the border from Agua Prieta, Sonora, and freely shares stories of how different the border was in the days of his youth. For the last 20 years, he's patrolled in the Tucson sector, which is consistently one of the busiest sectors in the country. Art has made it his mission to ensure every American can understand the need for border security, and is a prolific commentator in the news and hosts the Green Line podcast, bringing the truths of the border straight to the listeners. Art is one of the most knowledgeable people on the Arizona border. He has hosted President Trump, Vice President-elect Vance, incoming border czar Tom Homan, and dozens of members of Congress. There are countless stories I could share from these trips, such as watching an alien shimmy over the border wall to be promptly apprehended by Border Patrol, meeting coyotes waiting on the Mexican side for the opportunity to cross alien groups, discovering a group of young women and children left alone in the desert by their smugglers and simply told by the coyotes to wait for their Border Patrol. These examples are only a small fraction of what Art has seen over the course of his career. He's a great friend to me. He's a true American patriot. I'm grateful to know him and honored to share his story here with you today. I wish him the best as he moves into the next chapter of his life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm not sure that when you go to get a permit to rebuild your roof or go open a new bank account that you think, you know, could I do even more paperwork? Well, that's going to be applied to cars now and other vehicles. Through the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, they finalized a new rule to do just that, to small businesses, dealerships, the so-called CARS rule. An estimate of this rule by the Center for Automotive Research claims it will add at least 1 more hour to purchasing a vehicle and over $24 billion in new regulatory costs across the 40 million transactions expected for consumer vehicles and hundreds of millions of consumer inquiries expected each year. Even though this rule is supposed to only affect consumer sales, the FTC recently stated it would now apply to heavy-duty trucks, tractor trailers, and school buses as well, which are almost exclusively bought by businesses and governments, not consumers. Not even once did the FTC mention the words heavy-duty trucks or commercial transactions in the original proposal, or the cost-benefit analysis that they are required to carry out to do such. A business buying a new cement truck and a family buying a minivan are two quite different things. It only makes sense in the mind of a Washington bureaucrat that they somehow should be regulated the same way. Next Congress, we need to fix or nix this sort of thing.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bills.
H.R. 6960, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the Emergency Medical Services for Children program.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1616 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 101, House Resolution 1616. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 115 to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide for en bloc consideration and resolutions of disapproval for midnight rules and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
And Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of the resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members will have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, the House Committee on Rules met to report a rule providing for consideration of H.R. 115, the Midnight Rules Relief Act under a closed rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of general debate equally divided between the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. It also provides 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, first off, I want to start today by saying thank you to everyone who has prayed for our family and sent letters, flowers, and best wishes over the past 2 weeks. Your thoughts and your prayers have helped our family as we dealt with a almost unimaginable crisis with the loss of our beloved daughter, Christine. The support from everyone in this body has been overwhelming, and I hope everyone knows that my family appreciates the support. We met overwhelming grief with overwhelming support, and for that I want to thank people. With today, this may possibly be the last time I manage this debate, and if this body will indulge me, I want to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity of a lifetime to serve as chairman of the Exceptional Rules Committee. When I was first elected in 2003, I could never have imagined serving in this capacity and performing such an important role in our legislative process. Throughout my career, I've made a point of always saying yes to a challenge. When Speaker Johnson called me, I knew I had no choice but to accept. Serving on this committee, let alone assuming the role of chairman, has not been an easy ride. And the legislative process is not as smooth as what we learned in Schoolhouse Rock. But it has only allowed me and my appreciation for the House of Representatives to grow further, and I'm forever grateful to have given this opportunity to serve as its chairman. It's given me a front row seat to history, and whether I agreed with the decisions being made or not, this committee continues to be a model for how members conduct themselves in the House of Representatives, respectful but ever passionate, and I hope you all continue with that strong and honorable tradition in the next year, because the American people have high expectations, but frankly, they deserve the best from us. I also want to take a moment and thank the Rules Committee itself, my personal staff, the Rules Committee staff, who've worked so hard to ensure that I'm prepared every day, that this body can conduct its work efficiently. For the past 22 years, I've been blessed to be surrounded by an amazing, smart, and talented staff. Without each of them, I would not have gotten to where I am today. I want to thank my Republican colleagues for your continued commitment to prioritizing legislation that is always in the best interest of Americans. You all have a tall order next year, but having gotten to know each of you over my time here, I have every bit of confidence that this House is up to the task. And I appreciate Mr. Speaker's indulgence, and then we'll get on to the business at hand. Yesterday, the Rules Committee met to report on a rule for providing for consideration of legislation that is as timely as it is fundamental to our constitutional checks and balances. The Congressional Review Act, the CRA, provides the primary legislative check on regulatory overreach by allowing Congress to reverse a rule by resolution. However, that is a single rule, and Congress's ability to keep up with these new regulations is constrained by its ability to write and pass new bills as fast as an administration can send them out with trillions of dollars of taxpayer dollars and resources at their disposal. Administrations of both political parties tend to overwhelm Congress at the end of their term with hundreds of new rules. These are known as midnight rules, representing billions of dollars of new regulatory burden in the span of just a few short weeks. And Congress has historically struggled to keep pace. The executive branch has exploited the inefficiency of the Congressional Review Act because bureaucrats know that Congress simply does not have the time or the resources to consider hundreds of rules, draft a bill for each one, and get each one signed into law by the time that rule would take effect. The result is our constituents bear the burden of this new bureaucratic cost without any accountability to eliminate it. H.R. 115 makes a small change to existing law to allow Congress to catch up to this expected onslaught of new regulations as the Biden-Harris administration leaves office. The bill will streamline the process Congress already employs with respect to executive rulemaking. It does not change the look-back time frame, congressional prerogatives to block similar rules, or does it eliminate or constrain the executive rulemaking authority in any way. These things are already in existing law. All it does is simply allow Congress to do what it can at the rapid pace of midnight rules, reigning in the federal bureaucracy at a time when historically it is its most aggressive. So with that, I urge my colleagues to support the rule in the underlying bill, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I want to take a moment to recognize my colleague, Chairman Michael Burgess. And first, I want to let him know that he and his family will remain in our prayers during the difficult time that he is now dealing with, and we all will keep your daughter in our prayers as well. And as he also mentioned in his opening remarks, that this is the last time that he will be managing a rule on the House floor before his retirement. And while it's no secret that Congressman Burgess and I have rarely agreed on issues before us, we probably can't even agree on what to have for lunch, but I have always respected his dedication. I have always respected his diligence and his service to this institution, and I know how much he loves this country. And I know I speak for all of us when I say that we appreciate his years of hard work, and we wish him all the very, very best, and we look forward to working with him in other capacities. He has placed his official portrait right in front of me in the Rules Committee, so I will constantly think of him. But in any event, and now for the matter at hand, while we're all on the floor today. Mr. Speaker, I wish I could stand here today under different circumstances, and I wish I didn't have to open my remarks with the news of another senseless tragedy. But here we are again, yet another school shooting, this time at Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin. Innocent people killed, innocent people injured, just days before Christmas. Think about that for a moment. Innocent people killed and injured while the Republican leadership in this Congress does absolutely nothing about the epidemic of gun violence in this country. Nothing at all. It is shameful. How many times are we going to let this happen? How many more shootings before we decide enough is enough? This House should be moving heaven and earth to pass legislation to save lives. Instead, Republicans are wasting more time on yet another bill that does nothing and will go absolutely nowhere. This so-called Midnight Rules Relief Act that we're considering is not about helping the American people. It's not about protecting kids from gun violence. It's not about making our communities safer. This bill is about one thing only: giving handouts to corporate special interests. Republicans are gutting critical protections that keep our air clean, our water safe, and our economy fair, because they want to give corporate special interests free rein to pollute, cheat, and exploit the system. This is about helping billionaires and big donors at the expense of everyone else. And while we waste time on this nonsense, kids continue to die in classrooms, and parents continue to live in fear every time they drop their children off at school. We should be voting on the assault weapons ban. We should be voting on universal background checks. We should be closing dangerous loopholes that allow deadly weapons to fall into the wrong hands. But Republicans don't want to do any of that. Why? Follow the money. Follow the money. Look at who the NRA donates to. That's how Washington works. It's all one big giveaway for the special interests and those at the top who want to profit off gun sales. I find it shameful. It is horrific that Republicans refuse to break free from the grip of the gun lobby. So instead, we are here debating a bill that helps billionaire corporations and hurts everyday Americans. That is what we are doing in this chamber today. What a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, Americans want safety in the products they buy and the food they eat. Republicans with this bill will undermine the regulations that provide Americans peace of mind. Government's job is to keep us safe, to put people's health and safety over corporate profits. But Republicans want to side with profit-making corporations and their billionaire buddies over the people's interest. H.R. 115 would allow congressional Republicans to reverse dozens of agencies at once, in one fell swoop, without careful consideration by professionals or regard for the safety of American families. This bill would help corporations cut corners at the expense of families across the country. We've seen what happens when rules and regulations aren't in place. Think back to when cars became deadly fire traps after car accidents because there were no safety regulations. Remember the defective airbags that exploded, taking lives instead of saving them? Without regulations, those car companies would have been able to go on doing that. You know what? Regulations make sure that salmonella does not enter our food supply and sicken millions. But in one simple bill, because they don't like regulations, because their corporate friends don't like regulations, in one simple bill, Republicans would eliminate dozens of agency rules, including a rule to replace lead pipes so communities have safe drinking water. There are almost 10 million American households, and listen to this number, 400,000 school and child care centers that are served by lead service lines, pipes, or other fixtures. You know what? In some of our Republican districts, there are tens and thousands of families and children exposed to lead pipes. Why are they putting their corporate interests over the health and safety of those who are drinking water from lead pipes? The Biden administration's October 2024 rule makes sure those dangerous lead pipes would be replaced. But if Republicans get their way, this rule could be on the chopping block without any discussion in Congress. This Republican bill could also eliminate a proposed rule to expand access to contraception. Women deserve to know that Republicans can't seem to stop going after our reproductive health care, this time by reducing our access to basic contraception. Really, Republicans just can't seem to respect women's right to basic health care. The Republican bill could also eliminate a rule to establish safety standards for infant support cushions and even a rule to finally implement the National Suicide Hotline Act. Once again, because Republicans know that these regulations are popular with the American public, they want to eliminate them without discussion or debate. You know, midnight is probably a good name to give to this bill because it is a dark, in-the-dark attack on our ability to protect Americans now and in the future. You know what, Congress, we already have a bill. If they want to reverse a regulation, they can do it, and they can do it and come on the floor and let the American people know why they want to do it, so the American people are not in the dark. This bill would let Republicans deny women's contraception. It would let them hide their work, weakening children's safety, hide the fact that they are turning their back on the suicide hotline. I urge my colleagues to vote against this rule and against this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself 2 minutes. You know, there's interesting talking points that have come up against a bill that the minority purportedly says it didn't do anything in the first place. But, you know, let's look at what the facts of the case are. This bill does nothing to change how the Congressional Review Act works. It does not change the look-back period for disapproving rules. It remains 60 legislative days from the point at which a rule is put in the Federal Register, and that's current law. It does not change whether Congress can block substantially similar rules. Congress is already able to do that. It is authorized under law and unchanged by this bill. It does not proactively constrain or eliminate executive rulemaking authority. All this bill does is allow Congress to do what it already can do in a single bill rather than having to file multiple bills. And I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Speaker, since this is possibly the last time the Rules Committee will be on the House floor for this Congress, I wanted to take a moment to review some things, to review the dysfunction, the chaos, the incompetence, the extremism, and the broken promises that have become the new norm under this failed Republican majority. Republicans came into power talking about openness and transparency and regular order. Regular order, my foot. All they have done is delivered a masterclass in dysfunction, extremism, and behind closed doors lawmaking. They promised openness and debate, and they basically broke that promise the moment they took power. And they presided over the most closed, the most undemocratic, and the most restrictive House of Representatives, certainly since I have been here, and probably ever. Republicans shattered their own record for closed rules. 115 closed rules in total. 57% of the rules advanced by this committee were closed. That's a 29% increase over the last Congress, which they had the gall to criticize at the time. Understand that a closed rule means no amendments, no debate, no nothing. A bill goes to the floor, we take it or leave it. Closed rules, yeah, maybe they're appropriate at sometimes, but the unprecedented number of closed rules here isn't just a failure of process. It is a deliberate choice by Republican leaders to silence the voices of members on both sides of the aisle. All told, this majority rejected nearly 6,000 amendments in Congress. 82% of them were Democratic amendments, blocked by Republicans. But it didn't stop there. 67% of bipartisan amendments, proposals that could have brought this House together and delivered results for the American people, they're blocked by the Republicans. They actively rejected bipartisanship. And here's the most shocking number. Republicans blocked 57% of their own amendments. They didn't just box out Democrats, they boxed out a lot of their own people who wanted to bring amendments to the floor and have debates and have votes. They blocked more than half of their own amendments. I mean, if I were a Republican, I'd be asking, what the hell is going on around here? Why is this majority so afraid of debate? And we haven't even touched on their incompetence and dysfunction yet. Multiple times this Congress, we heard from Republican witnesses on bills that they never brought to the floor. Multiple times they passed something through the Rules Committee only to never bring it up for a vote on final passage. They still have not sent 13 bills they passed over to the Senate. I mean, do these guys need to watch Schoolhouse Rock? I mean, a bill can't become law if you don't send it over to the Senate. They're half-passing their crappy bills. You literally can't make this stuff up, Mr. Speaker. They have waived regular order dozens and dozens of times, skipping hearings and markups and sidelining committees of jurisdiction who have extensive expertise on policy matters. And let's not forget how we started this Congress with 5 days and 15 ballots just to elect a speaker who handed over his gavel to the most extreme elements of the Republican Party. And then, 9 months later, the MAGA extremists fired him anyway. They fired him anyway, and they plunged the House into 3 weeks of complete paralysis and total chaos. 3 weeks where Congress couldn't move, couldn't legislate, couldn't do anything, all because of Republican incompetence. 3 weeks where Republicans sat around and argued with themselves and did nothing at all about the urgent crisis facing this country. That is beyond dysfunction, Mr. Speaker. It's more than a waste of time. It's pathetic. If this were the private sector, they would all be fired. Republicans sat around and did nothing for weeks on end, while Democrats pleaded with them to do something, anything. And they did nothing. And then somehow things got worse, because Speaker Johnson didn't end the dysfunction, he doubled down. Under his leadership, Republicans issued 56 closed rules in his first 9 months. 56 closed rules. Things went from bad to worse. Rule votes failed time and again, a stunning humiliation for this Republican leadership. For context, Mr. Speaker, before this Congress, the last time a rule failed on the House floor was over 20 years ago, in 2002. Now it's becoming routine because Republicans can't even pass their own bills. Now, they said they would complete all 12 appropriation bills before the August 2023 recess. Another broken promise. And they said this year that they would finally get their act together. Another broken promise, because here they are, the week before Christmas, trying to pass another stopgap funding bill that nobody has even seen the text for. Where is it? Where is it? Is it hiding behind a desk somewhere in the chamber? Is it under the Christmas tree? You know, with Republicans in charge of this place, maybe the Grinch stole it. Maybe we'll see the text before we get to vote on it. Who knows with this majority? It's just astounding, astounding incompetence and chaos. It's honestly pathetic. Republicans have run this place like a dictatorship, Mr. Speaker. And they don't even have anything to show for it. This has been the most ineffective Congress in American history. The fewest laws passed in the first year of any Congress since the Great Depression. And maybe, just maybe, it's because Republicans prioritize extremism and handouts for corporations and billionaires over solutions for everyday people. Even when they did work to address real challenges, like avoiding a catastrophic debt default or keeping the government open or delivering, essential foreign aid, it was Democrats who stepped up every time and got those bills over the finish line. They needed our votes every time. So, Mr. Speaker, it's fitting that Republicans end this Congress the way they began it, shutting out voices, shutting down ideas, and shutting off debate. But the American people deserve better. And I think that's why the other side actually lost seats in this election. Control of this chamber was decided by 7,309 votes across 3 districts out of 148 million votes cast for House candidates nationwide. That's not a mandate for chaos, Mr. Speaker. It's an indictment of this majority's failed leadership. And I shudder to think of how bad things will get next year if Republicans don't change things up. So given their razor-thin margin next Congress, the way for them to do that is pretty obvious to me. They need to stop the extremism. They need to stop the extremism, and they need to get to work with Democrats to get stuff done. That's the path ahead. That's what the American people want, and I hope my Republican friends will take it so we can work together for the good of the American people. All of us in this chamber should be disappointed in the record of this Congress. And my Republican friends in particular should be disappointed with their failed leadership. And that has to change. People have to come first. We have to solve the problems that are facing average people in this country. And we have an opportunity to do that. And it is to turn away from the practices of this past Congress. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I just point out for the record that the number of rules produced by this Rules Committee under this Republican majority is more than the number of rules that were produced in the previous Congress under a Democrat majority. That's just a fact of life. Now look, I recognize this time of year does get tense, and the ranking member knows well that the committee has to remain flexible to be able to give the Speaker the tools he needs to get whatever needs to be done to get the government funded for the end of the year. It's not always a pretty process. It wasn't when Democrats were in charge, and certainly this year the challenge remains. But I do want to say this. The motion to vacate the Speaker a year and some months ago was a mistake. It was a mistake brought to the floor by individuals who had a particular axe to grind, and they ground it. And it hurt the country, and it was wrong. But we are so fortunate that Speaker Johnson stepped forward. He took the challenge that the conference provided him, and he has provided excellent stewardship in the 16 months that have followed. We are enormously grateful as a nation, especially at this time of the end of the year when we're giving thanks and we're looking around and counting our blessings. Well, one of those blessings that families should count is Speaker Mike Johnson, because he has really placed the future of his country front and center in his life. And his family has had to make sacrifices, and he has had to make sacrifices. Yes, we've made some sacrifices on the Rules Committee, freely admit that, but this country is worth that. So as we wrap this up, and this may not be the last rule of the year, you never know. Excitement always is around every corner. But as we conclude this debate, I, for one, just want to say how grateful I am to Speaker of the House Mike Johnson for the work that he has done in delivering us and getting us here, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, no, Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman for his response, but maybe one of the reasons why you had the number of rules you did is because you had to keep on redoing them because they either failed on the House floor or they couldn't pass the House floor. And when the gentleman says that it was a mistake to vacate the Speaker's chair, a mistake, it wasn't a mistake. It was something that the gentleman and the Republicans deliberately did by changing the rules to make it easier for any single member to vacate the chair, to get rid of the Speaker. I mean, that was a deliberate change in the rules that Republicans, made possible because you were afraid of the extremists. You sided with the extremists in your conference, and I have nothing but personal high regard for the current Speaker of the House, but I don't think it is appropriate to say that Republicans are necessarily happy with his leadership. I'm just reading a quote that from one of my Republican colleagues here who said that the Speaker's overseeing of the CR process, the continuing resolution process, is, quote, and I was saying this directly, quote, a dumpster fire. A dumpster fire. So all I'm pleading with my Republican friends to do is to change your ways as we enter the new Congress, to actually make this place function in a way that doesn't always cave into the extreme right-wing MAGA elements of your conference, and that actually put people first. There are things that, we don't have to agree on everything to agree on something, but the way my Republican friends run this place, even the something we agree on, we can't get to the floor. And maybe if we open the process up a little bit more, and we don't try to break this Congress's record for having the most closed rules, maybe we'll have a deliberative process and we can get some stuff done. And the American people might have some confidence in this institution. But right now, this place is not functioning. This is the least productive Congress that I can ever recall, perhaps even in history. And I don't think that that's kind of the title that anybody should want to aspire to. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is
Give myself a minute. I would just point out that in the last election that the gentleman keeps referring to, Republicans did prevail. They prevailed up and down, the presidency, the Senate, and the House. It's a narrow margin, to be sure, but it keeps you on your toes when you're trying to manage a very slim majority. I think for the first time in history, there's a larger majority in the Senate than there will be in the House in the next Congress. But the American people heard a vision articulated by our presidential candidate, President Trump, and they responded to it. I mean, what has failed the last 2 years has been leadership from the White House. It has been non-existent. So we are entering a day where there will be a bold vision for America articulated by soon-to-be 47th President Donald J. Trump, and I, for one, am grateful and looking forward to his leadership on that, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, I would, again, just respond to the gentleman that I don't know, I think that when you look at the numbers, the election was pretty close. Yeah, unfortunately, for people who think like me, Donald Trump became president. I think that's a terrible thing for the country, but that's what ended up happening. But at the same time, the American people voted to lower your margin here in the House. So maybe that's because the American people are paying more attention to what's happening in this chamber and not liking what they're seeing or what they're hearing. I think the message of the last election, given how close everything is the American people want us to work together. Because if not, we're not going to get very much done. And I think there's a lot of things that we need to do. I began my opening today referring to the terrible tragedy in Madison, Wisconsin. I think the American people would like us to do something to prevent gun violence in this country. I think they want us to do more to lower prices. I think they want us to do more to make to increase wages, to make housing more affordable and accessible for people. I think they want us to take on the pharmaceutical industry, which we have tried to do under the previous Democratic, the last two Democratic presidents, but my Republican friends seem to always be critical of those efforts to lower prescription drug prices. But they want to have health care costs lower. They want us to take on, everyday problems. I don't think you can do that if all you bring to the floor are extremist measures, are measures that, quite frankly, play well with a small group of hard right-wing conservatives in this country, but have no appeal to anybody else. With that, let me ask the gentleman. I don't know how many more speakers he has. Okay, and let me just close again, Mr. Speaker, by saying that we are here in the aftermath of yet another senseless gun massacre, another preventable loss of life, and yet this majority would rather do the bidding of special interests than address an actual crisis facing our nation. The bill we're talking about here today on regulations, again, is big corporations, dream come true. It's a way to eliminate regulation designed to protect the well-being and the safety of the American people without having a lot of debate and just doing it all at once and with a bunch of repeals all bunched together and just giving big corporations what they want. I think that's a terrible idea. Big corporations don't speak for the people I represent in Worcester. Big corporations, quite frankly, are working overtime to try to deny my constituents, the fair shake that they all want, so that they can make more profits. My colleagues on the other side need to take a hard look in the mirror. They need to ask themselves, again, on the issue of gun violence, how many more shootings until they find the courage to stand up to the gun lobby and actually do something? The American people are watching, and they're tired of this cowardice. They want us to act. They want us to keep people safe. And they sure as hell don't want us wasting their time on corporate giveaways like that are contained in the legislation that we're going to be debating later today. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Enough is enough. I urge my colleagues to reject this shameful bill and start doing the job we were sent here to do, protecting the people we serve, helping to even the playing field, helping to give people more hope that their life will improve in the future. So I urge a no vote on this rule, a no vote on the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of our time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Congressional Review Act. A lot of times people don't think about it. It's not something that registers or strikes a lot of chords in people's souls, but let me just tell you something. We also have those moments in our lives. I remember where I was when the man landed on the moon. I remember where I was when a world leader died. I remember where I was when a Congressional Review Act was allowed to go into law under George W. Bush early in his administration that prevented the institution of what was called the repetitive use injury rule. I ran a small medical practice at the time, not a big business. I had 50 employees in my office, and I was going to have to change every computer terminal, every keyboard rest to be in compliance with the repetitive injury rule that some agency in the federal government had produced. And Congress, early in the days of the Bush administration, passed a Congressional Review Act which reversed this rule. And I remember pulling into my driveway one evening. It's probably early the year 2001. We didn't have cable news and 24-hour news back then. I was listening to NPR on the radio. And the news came across the wire that Congress had repealed this federal rule that was going to cost me tens of thousands of dollars in my small medical practice. And although that was a small step for man, a giant leap for mankind, it was that moment in my mind where the importance of my representative looking at the rules that are produced by a federal agency. I didn't need more paperwork to make my life safe at that point. So, look, clearly I urge this body to support the rule and the underlying legislation. The bill allows Congress to more efficiently review rules issued during the midnight hours of the president's term by reviewing more than one rule at a time. This change would let Congress properly oversee agency rulemaking in the period when a disproportionate amount of rulemaking historically occurs. For perhaps the last time, I'm going to ask, as I yield back the balance of my time, to move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair. Be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 1616 and adoption of the Resolution 1616 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the ordering of the previous question on the amendment on the resolution, House Resolution 1616 and on the resolution on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 101, House Resolution 1616, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 115 to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide for en bloc consideration and resolutions of disapproval for midnight rules and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 192. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 197. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1660.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1616, I call up the bill H.R. 115 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 701, H.R. 115, a bill to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide for en bloc consideration and resolutions of disapproval for midnight rules and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1616, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be... The House will be in order. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary on their respective designees. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
And the House is still not in order, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Arizona.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank
Gentleman is
you.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of H.R. 115, the Midnight Rules Relief Act. This is an important piece of legislation that will allow Congress to more effectively and efficiently oversee federal agency rulemaking. Under the Congressional Review Act, known as the CRA, executive agencies must report all promulgated rules to both chambers of Congress. This reporting requirement allows Congress to properly consider federal regulations before they take effect. The CRA gives Congress the ability to pass a joint resolution to prevent an agency's rule from taking effect. The CRA's disapproval mechanism gives Congress a critical check on federal administrative overreach. Currently, however, the CRA forces Congress to introduce a single, separate joint resolution for each agency rule it seeks to render unenforceable. And this one-by-one limit to joint resolutions under the CRA slows Congress's oversight of agency rulemaking. Its inefficiency is most clear during the midnight rulemaking period of the last year of the President's term. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe the House is in order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When executive agencies historically issue substantially more regulations in that last year of a President's term, 115 would make Congress's oversight more efficient during this midnight rulemaking period by allowing Congress to introduce joint resolutions covering multiple agency rules during the final year of our President's term. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle may claim that this bill is only an attempt to slow down agency rulemaking or disincentivize federal agencies from issuing rules on important issues, but that is incorrect. There are no provisions in this bill designed to slow down rulemaking. Rather, this bill would merely allow Congress to more efficiently exercise the oversight authority it already has and respond to the influx in agency regulations during the midnight hours of the President's term. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, despite the bill's title, H.R. 115 is not really intended to address midnight rules, but rather is an effort by our Republican colleagues to advance their anti-government deregulatory agenda under cover of darkness. This legislation may appear to be a modest change to the Congressional Review Act, but do not be fooled. It would enable the Republican-controlled 119th Congress to use a turbocharged CRA to nullify every rule issued by public agencies under the Biden administration since the entire year of 2024 in a single party line vote. Under the CRA, if a rule is overturned, agencies are forever prohibited from considering, without new congressional authorization, a substantially similar, in quotes, rule, an unreviewable, vague, and harmful standard that would undermine agencies' statutory missions. Doing away with dozens of rules at once, as the Republicans intend with this bill, would substantially weaken agencies' ability to protect the public long into the future. While historically the CRA has been used sparingly, after Donald Trump's first inauguration in 2017, the Republican-controlled Congress used the CRA to repeal 16 rules issued by the Obama administration, an all-time high. Critical rules on teacher training, internet privacy protection, and the prevention of water pollution from coal mines, among many others, were all repealed over a few short weeks. But it seems that Republicans have even bigger ambitions for their next deregulatory spree as they pursue their unabashedly anti-government agenda. Rather than consider agency rules on their individual merits, they want to package as many rules as possible into a single resolution to eliminate them all at once with little debate or deliberation over the merits of each individual rule. The results of this single vote could be catastrophic. Right now, there are dozens of regulations at risk of summary execution, including rules that ensure the safety of bath seats for infants, implement the National Suicide Hotline Act, create dust, lead, and lead pipe safety standards, update chemicals listed under the Toxic Substances Control Act, update heavy vehicle automatic emergency braking standards, and ensure all cell phones are hearing aid compatible, among others. Why do Republicans feel they even need this power? Maybe it's because they realize that many of the agency rules that they constantly rail against are actually popular with the American people. Taking a series of votes, making it easier for corporations to pollute the environment or to take advantage of the most vulnerable would likely not be well received. Better to overturn as many rules as possible in a single vote, reducing transparency and obscuring the consequences. But make no mistake, whether those votes are held individually or en bloc, the American people will be the ones to bear the consequences. With Republicans in charge of the House, Senate, and White House, it is likely that every rule the Biden administration has issued in the last year will be on the chopping block, along with the protections those rules provide to our constituents' health, safety, and economic well-being. In addition, striking down a bundle of rules at once means not only that each rule will not be considered on its own merits, but also that months and years of agency time and taxpayer dollars, along with the expert analysis and public comments from industry, nonprofit groups, and individual Americans, all will have vanished. All will have been wasted. Members on both sides of the aisle have recognized that midnight rulemaking, if left completely unchecked, can lead to abuses by the executive branch. But true midnight rules are rarely issued, and there is already a look-back period under the CRA to address rules promulgated at the end of any congressional term. If we are truly concerned about so-called midnight rules, we have other options to check them. For example, at the end of President George W. Bush's administration, I authored a bill that would delay implementation of rules issued near the end of a president's term, giving his or her successor the chance to review such rules and to determine if they should go forward. I believe there are ways we could work together in a bipartisan manner to address this issue. But where past efforts tried using a scalpel to address the problems associated with midnight rulemaking, today's Republicans would instead use a machete, hacking away at the Biden administration's regulatory agenda and furthering their ideological goal of radically transforming our government. None of this should be a surprise. H.R. 115 is a key plank of Project 2025, the blueprint for the incoming Trump administration. Project 2025 calls for, quote, dismantling the administrative state and argues that doing so, quote, must be a top priority for the next conservative president. That is because, according to the document, quote, the only real solution is for the national government to do less. And to be clear, the less that they want to do refers to the important and expert work undertaken by the country's federal agencies, protecting consumers, workers, and the public from corporations and people that break the law. We should reject any backdoor effort that would eviscerate vital regulations, would open rules and protections to even more political interference, and could prevent agencies from ever working on similar issues again, all with just the most cursory examination by Congress. I urge all members to oppose the Midnight Rules Relief Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Arizona for introducing this important bill. You know, it's no surprise that House Democrats are once again standing against the wishes of the American people. The voters voted on November 5th. They voted for Donald Trump to be president. You know, they're seeking to stop Donald Trump's administration from doing anything even before it starts. Last week it was judges. They didn't want the incoming administration to look forward and appoint judges to fill vacancies. Now, they don't want the incoming administration to be able to look backwards and stop the flurry of last-minute regulations that are coming out of this Biden White House. Midnight rules issued in the final days of a president's term. You know, the Democrats should listen to the voters, and that's their failure to listen to the voters is why, for the next 2 years, they're going to have a timeout. Their tantrums are not going to be listened to anymore because the voters have given them a timeout. These rules, these midnight rules, are rushed through without sufficient review, public input, or thorough consideration of their economic impact, and they're politically motivated policies that may not reflect the will of the American people or the incoming administration. This bill addresses the problem by extending the window for congressional review of regulations after an administration's final year. It's vital because it would allow Congress to undo the onerous rulemaking of the Biden administration here in the last days. Rules related to the Green New Deal, environmental regulations that heavily rely on renewable energy transitions and increase the cost of everyday products for Americans, or rules promulgated by the ATF that significantly curtail the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. It's about ensuring transparency and accountability in our regulatory process. It's about giving the American people a voice through their elected representatives. Note, they're elected representatives, preventing regulatory overreach by the vast bureaucracy and protecting our economy from last-minute policies that could have lasting impact on tax-paying Americans. I support this important legislation and encourage my colleagues to as well, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Representative Ramirez.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Nadler. Folks, we're in the people's house, and we often say that democracy is built on checks and balances. But my Republican colleagues seem to have no respect for the fundamental separation of powers. H.R. 115 is a bold-faced attempt to expand the power of Congress in order to abuse the power of Congress. Let me say that again. H.R. 115 attempts to expand the power of Congress so that it can then abuse the power of Congress. While a process to address specific agency rules may have been finalized in the late hours of an outgoing administration, there's already systems in place to address it. Republicans want to have the power to go back 60 legislative days. Just think about that. That can take us as far as May, and bundle dozens or even hundreds of agency rules into one single resolution. And then they want to go as far as forbidding the agency from issuing any rules that are substantially the same in the future. We are seeing today exactly what Republicans plan to do in the next 2 years. While leading the most unproductive Congress in U.S. history, they also want to expand their power so when they do take action, they finally take action, they can inflict the maximum damage on rules and policies that benefit working people, working Americans. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I would like to offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. And look, if the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an amendment to this bill to send the bill back to the Judiciary Committee and exclude any rule that was noticed more than 6 months prior to when the rule was finalized. I do ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized from Arizona.
Yes, thank you. I yield to myself such times I may consume. So the total, let's just address the previous speaker, first of all. You already have a 60-day legislative look back in the law. We're not changing that. And that's apparently an objection that my colleague had. You already have in the law that you cannot introduce a substantially similar rule. If the Congress says no, go on it. And apparently that's what my colleague's beef is. That's already the law. What we're allowing now is for Congress to actually look at more than just a piece by piece, one here, one there. Maybe you get a dozen to 18. You really don't ever get much more than that in a congressional look back in the CRA. But let's review what the Biden administration has done. The rules that they have promulgated in the last year alone have an economic impact of $1.4 trillion on the economy. $1.4 trillion. There are individual bills that in this packet here. This is just for the last little bit. This is the look-back period. 68, and that's with 30 days to go. There's 68 of them in here that I'm holding up. And one of my favorites is the $45 billion boondoggle that they've got here. It's a rule. Rule made, $45 billion is the impact on that one. See if I can read it. It's the National Primary Drinking Water Regulations for lead. But here's the deal. It doesn't get looked at under the Democrats' concerns, but it does under ours. And why do you need to look at it? It just seems common sense that if you're going to have a $45 billion rule, maybe we ought to get to look at that. And what you do is we're going to come together. We're going to actually be able to effectively, efficiently put together these rules in a package. They're going to be marked up. They're going to be heard. And if you think that it's justified, you get a chance to vote on it. You can make your amendments to it. You can do everything else that you can have in the process. But the current methods that you're doing right now slows this down so much that you effectively review just a handful of rules, literally, of the dozens and dozens and hundreds of rules, and like I say, just 68 in the last little bit here that this administration put through. And when my colleagues across the aisle start talking about, well, this rule or that rule, I challenge them to go through here and tell me how many of these rules they've even looked at. Are they aware of what's even in these rules? Are they aware with how much they're going to cost? Are they aware of the impact that it has on the working individual, or an industry, or the American people as a whole? No, they don't have that. So, Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that we pass this bill. And I'm going to leave it there and reserve for now. Reserve more comments.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from more than 250 organizations representing workers, consumers, and the environment opposing H.R. 115.
Action.
Thank you. And I yield myself such time as I may consume now.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Arizona says the Biden administration has enacted rules that will cost $1.2 trillion. Over what period of time, he doesn't tell us. And I don't know whether it's correct or not. But I'm sure, in terms of the budget, the staffs, Democratic and Republican, of the Appropriations Committee are looking at them very carefully every year. He picked one as an example, $45 million to protect against lead poisoning. Lead poisoning is a real problem. It leads to mental deficiencies in children. If there's a $45 million rule to deal with this, that sounds fine to me. But the real question is, maybe we ought to examine that rule. Maybe, as Mr. Biggs says, there's something wrong with that rule. Maybe we ought to repeal that rule. But we have the procedure to do that in the current law. What this bill seeks to do is to say, don't look at that law. Take 25 laws and put them together. 25 rules and put them together so that you can't examine any one of them. And in one vote, we'll get rid of 25 rules. And maybe some of them are good rules, maybe some of them are bad rules, but no one's going to get a chance to debate them because we have one vote, one bill. That's what this bill does. This bill says combine all the CRAs into one CRA vote. CRAs are a proper exercise of the congressional power and helps us control the executive, whether it's Democratic or Republican. And nobody argues against a CRA. Well, maybe a particular CRA, but no one argues against the idea of a CRA. But a CRA ought to be looked at individually. We ought to look at the merits of the CRA, maybe debate it on the floor. Maybe Republicans support it and Democrats oppose it, or the other way around. Maybe it splits, not along partisan lines. Maybe it's very clear that we want to do it. But we ought to look at it. This bill says take 25 CRAs and have one vote so that we can't look at the merits of the individual CRAs. And with one vote, we may be doing immense damage to the health and safety and welfare of the American people, or not. We have no way of knowing because we can't study the CRAs individually. This bill is pernicious because it combines everything into one vote and denies us the ability to look at the merits of each, and therefore ought to be defeated. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I first got to Congress, I was sitting in Senator Mike Lee's office of Utah, and I said, hey, I don't understand this. You've got a stack on your desk table here of about 4 inches, and yet you got about a 13-foot tall stack of documents right next to it. What does that symbolize? He said, well, the 4 inches are the total number of laws passed by Congress in the last year. The 13 feet is the total number of rules and regulations promulgated by administrative agencies. That is what we are facing. And when my colleague says, oh, hey, we could look at 25, do you know what the high recently has been? 17 in a year, 17 individual ones. And guess what? My bill doesn't say you can't look at these. In fact, it does the opposite. It encourages us to look at the rules. And if they're good, they'll stand. If they're not good, they'll fail. And that's what Congress is supposed to do. Another colleague was saying we're trying to expand Congress's power. No, the founders were clear in the Constitutional Convention. It isn't 3 separate co-equal branches. It's 3 separate but unequal branches. The legislative branch is supposed to be the most powerful. That's why it got funding. That's why the House is supposed to do the funding, because we're the people's house. We're ostensibly closest to the people of the federal government. And they don't want you to look at the rules promulgated by unelected bureaucrats. They want you to just blithely go ahead with it. That's the problem. That's the problem. And so when my colleague stands up and says, well, I don't know the cost, you know, maybe that cost is $45 billion. Maybe Biggs is right, maybe he's wrong. I don't know what's in the regulation, but maybe it's good and maybe it's not. But the essence of that argument is that we really shouldn't look at it, really. Don't look at the law. That's not what we're saying. We're saying, indeed, look at the regulation. And let's get as many regulations as we possibly can and look at them. That's what we're trying to do. Let me give you one right now. This is another one here. So if you happen to be fortunate enough to buy a piece of property, no matter how large or how small, and you can pay cash for it. And oddly enough, I was able to buy a couple of acres of property not long ago. Well, it's actually a long time, about 25 years ago now. Back before property really blew up in cost in my area. Well, if I were to pay for cash now, that transaction is going to be heavily regulated. And it's going to cost the economy and cost taxpayers $2.2 billion. And by the way, these aren't Biggs's numbers. These are the Biden administration's numbers. So when the Biden administration number says we have imposed $1.4, $1.37 trillion on our regulations, that's not me talking. That's the Biden administration admitting that their regulatory impact is $1.4 trillion. Maybe we should look at that. And let me just add this notion that gee, we need to look at these one at a time, and just if you only get through 16 or 17 is really odd, because it's ironic, actually, because tomorrow probably, or the next day, you're going to see a short-term omnibus come to the floor. They're calling it a CR, but it's really a short-term omnibus. And in that bill, loads and loads of spending, loads and loads of policy, and guess what? They're all going to vote for it. They just don't want you to look back at the rules that this administration has put in place. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, another rule on the chopping block is to update heavy machinery emergency brakes. Does my colleague also want to roll back this rule, a rule that will save lives? If the will of the people is truly that we roll back these life-saving measures, my colleagues should have the bravery to vote down each rule individually. Then you can tell your happy constituents that you voted for lead poisoning, you voted for not implementing a national suicide hotline. But let me say this. The gentleman from Arizona gets it exactly backward. Exactly backward. First of all, he says the cost of all the regulations is $1.2 trillion. But what are the benefits? Maybe far greater than that. We ought to know. And if you find a rule that you think is wrong, if you think the costs of this rule outweigh the benefits, fine, bring a CRA to the floor. But that's not what this bill does. This bill says, don't bring a CRA to the floor. Bring a combination of 25 or 30 CRAs to the floor so that you can't examine them individually. Maybe some of them make sense. Maybe in some cases the regulation outweighs the benefits, or the cost outweighs the benefits. Maybe in other cases, a different regulation, the benefits outweigh the costs. Look at it at an individual CRA. That's why the CRA process was designed. What this bill does is to upend that process by saying we're not going to look at the individual regulation, we're not going to look at the individual CRA, we're going to put 25 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 100 CRAs together in one vote with presumably an hour of debate on the floor. It's saying you can't look at the merits. That makes no sense. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when the gentleman from New York says, we ought to know what's in the rule, he doesn't know diddly crap about the lead pipe rule that he keeps referring to. He doesn't know diddly about any of these other rules. He's admitted that. Doesn't know about them, doesn't know how much they cost, doesn't know whether they would have a good cost-benefit analysis. And guess what? Most of this body doesn't either. But what he's arguing is you really shouldn't look at it because this bill does not change regular order. It does not change regular order. That means somebody's going to be drafting this bill. It means somebody's going to debate this bill in a committee. It means somebody's going to debate it on the floor. And that means you're going to have an opportunity to look at these rules, and if it has benefit, you can amend it. You can amend that bill to remove that from your CRA. That is the way to get this through. But I do find it, I got to mention it again because I just find it laughable to say you shouldn't combine 20 rules that are made by unelected officials who we haven't seen their rule. We haven't participated in their rulemaking process generically. That's normal. And then stand up here and tell us we shouldn't have that look back. We shouldn't do that. When awkwardly, the same folks are going to vote on a massive omnibus spending package in the next 48 hours. And they haven't seen the language. You know why I know they haven't seen the language? Because it isn't out yet. I haven't seen the language. But they're going to vote for it. But they don't want you to know what's in these rules promulgated by unelected officials. That's the doggone shame of it all, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman wants to criticize the Republican leadership of the House for not bringing to the floor the 12 appropriations bills that they promised they would and that they should, and instead putting it all in one omnibus bill. I join him in that criticism. It's not the way to run the ship of state. But I join him in that criticism of the Republican leadership of the House. But let's go back to the lead paint. It cost $45 million, we're told. How much does it save in children not getting lead paint poisoning? In hospital costs? A lot more, presumably. We have agencies that Congress has established over the last more than a century, since World War I, since the Wilson administration, to make determinations that Congress can't. How many parts per million of cadmium should be permitted in drinking water? I don't know. But the EPA makes that judgment. Now, if someone in Congress thinks the EPA made the wrong judgment, that it's costing more than it's worth, bring a CRA. That's why we have CRAs. But don't talk about the total cost of all regulations, because the total benefit of all regulations is many times greater than that. And certainly, if you're talking about looking at anything, bring a single CRA. This bill, again, says to Congress, don't look at what the administrative agencies have done. Don't look at whether it makes sense to have this regulation or not. Just take 25 or 35 or 45 CRAs, repeal 35 or 25 or 55 rules without having a chance to really look at any of them, because someone in the Republican leadership decided that they should. And Congress will not have it. If this bill passes, Congress will not have the chance to examine any subject of a CRA. That's why this bill is so pernicious and ought to be defeated. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can walk around this barn all day long, but when you say, look, we want you to do this on a single rule over and over again, that's not real. That's the way it's been. We don't know. Congress doesn't know. That's why your constituents come up and say to you, hey, why this? Why is this going on? Why is now a financial advisor going to be regulated very tightly to the tune of $7.2 billion adjudicated by the Biden administration? Why is that? Well, I don't know. Well, are you in Congress? Well, yeah, but it's a rule. It's, we put it on autopilot because we think the experts really are experts. And maybe they are, maybe they're not. But one thing this bill does is it says, look at what the bureaucracy is doing. Look at what the fourth estate is doing here, the fourth branch of government. Look at this. And if my colleague from New York says, hey, we don't know if something's good or bad, let me reiterate. We're not changing regular order. We're not changing regular order. Someone has to draft the bill. You're going to debate the bill. You're going to debate it in committee. You're going to debate it in rules. You're going to debate it on the floor. There'll be opportunities to amend it. That's called regular order. And his criticism of our leadership for not bringing 12 bills, I'm always there. I'm always critical of it. This is probably the only thing that we've agreed on today so far. Well, his party was the same just a couple of years ago, too. So it goes back and forth. There's a problem with that on both sides. But what I'm encouraging and what this bill encourages is a real look back, a real follow through on regular order, and a real understanding of what the rules are doing to the American people. Some of them may be excellent. Some of them may not be so. but this is an opportunity to actually get Congress doing its job. And maybe that's why there's reticence to support this bill. Reserve.
This bill does exactly the opposite of what the gentleman from Arizona says. This bill does not give us the chance to look at a regulation and decide whether it makes sense. This bill puts all the regulations together so that we can't look at them. We can't look at any one of them in particular because they're all together in one vote, 1 hour debate on the floor. Let me give you an example of a rule that is on the chopping block. You have a rule that ensuring that all cell phones, it's a new rule, that all cell phones are hearing aid compatible. A rule that requires cell phone makers to update their tech. Does my colleague want to roll this back? What is the cost that my colleague would stomach to ensure our seniors can call and hear their family members and friends? That's just one regulation. Now, maybe you think it costs too much money for the tech companies to satisfy grandma and grandpa, that they shouldn't be able to talk to their grandkids or their family members by phone because it costs the phone companies too much, or the tech companies too much money. All right, make that case on the floor with a CRA. I'll debate it because I think the opposite. But make that case on the floor with a CRA. But this bill says don't make that case on the floor with the CRA. Put all the CRAs together so that you can't debate the merits of any one of them. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yeah, here we go. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. We're going to walk around the barn one more time. Let's go around that barn just one more time, say the same thing again. My colleague and I are obviously diametrically opposed. He thinks that if this bill passes, you won't look back. You won't specifically look at any iterated rule. I'm telling you, nothing seems to me further than the truth than that. Because here's the deal. Somebody's going to have to draft that bill. They're going to have to have looked at some of these regulations. They then are going to bring it to the committee chairs. And you're going to be sitting in a committee, and you're going to have a markup on this. And the gentleman from New York knows this because we both sit on judiciary, and I sit on oversight, and we have almost interminable debates in markups. They go forever. Everybody gets 5 minutes on for everything, for every amendment. So if you have 25 rules sitting in there, guess what? You're going to have everybody in that committee probably taking 5 minutes apiece, 25, and fully examining that rule and deciding whether they want to keep it in the CRA. But right now, you know what happens? You might look at as many as 15 or 20 rules per Congress. That's it. And we're talking literally hundreds and hundreds of rules that pass, that are promulgated. Some may be great, some may be bad. What this bill does is it encourages Congress to finally do its job. I'm all in on doing the 12 appropriations bills separately. But even with the 12 appropriations bills, you will have multiple lines that you're looking at, and you won't necessarily see all those lines. It's time that we start looking at the rules and see what the administrative state is doing to Americans. That's the bottom line. They don't want that. They don't want that. And that's a crying shame to me. It's a crying shame. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
We're going around in circles, but let me just add one thing. We call this the Midnight Rules Act. But how, it's a big midnight. Extends the entire year, the last year of any president's administration. A whole year. That's hardly a midnight rule. And again, if you want to look at the merits of a rule, And the gentleman says we have only like 20, 25 a year, maybe. Or maybe we'll have 250 next year, who knows? It depends on the politics. Debate the bill. We have, when a bill comes to the floor, there's an hour of debate. We're supposed to debate 25 CRAs in an hour, and some of them may be good and some of them may be bad. Each CRA deserves its own consideration by those who support it, by those who oppose it. This bill says no, all together in one bill, so you can't really oppose or support any particular one of them. Take it or leave it on all of them, and no time for debate. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad we've agreed finally on the second thing, and that is we're going around in the circle. But I want to make a couple of quick points as I round the barn one more time. The most CRAs done in a year was in the 115th, right? 17. Only 17. That's, by the way, that's the same year that Mike Lee had 13 feet of regulations promulgated by the administrative state. So I just want to remind you what happens in the last year and why this is critical. You have regulatory promulgation kind of goes at a flat line. Then that last year of a presidency, the administration, boom, it spikes up. It spikes up. That's the reality. And that's why we've always said the 60-day look back. If it extends now to the whole year, if it were to do that, you're going to be dealing with a spike. But I'm just getting back to this point. If the most you've ever looked at ever is 17 in a year, then you don't know what the other hand's doing, the other hand being the administrative state. I'm just saying let's do it. Let's look at them. And let's make this work. I urge everyone to pass this bill, and I'm going to yield the balance of my time.
Okay. Gentleman is going to yield back. The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we have both said, we're going around in circles, so I will say what everybody's been waiting to hear. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is prepared to close.
Me too, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
So, gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Arizona just said that the greatest number of CRAs that we've had in a given Congress is 17. Okay, I'll take him at his word. Why not have 17 votes? Why not debate each for up to an hour so we know what we're doing? This bill says put them all together. So we don't know what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is just the latest Republican effort to undermine the regulatory process. It would allow Donald Trump and his Republican enablers in Congress to wipe away dozens of life-saving regulations and consumer protections in one single party line vote under cover of darkness. I urge all members to oppose this dangerous legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Without objection.
Thank you. So you have thousands of regulations in 2024, promulgated thousands, impacting us with $1.4 trillion. The most you've ever had CRAs is 17. And we're told, well, just trust the administrative state. I can't do that. My constituents can't do that. Americans can't do that. So we're trying to come up with a reasonable approach to make this more workable. And that's what this bill is. That's what H.R. 115 is. It encourages Congress to do its job. That's why this is so important. I just urge my colleagues to join me and vote for 115. And let's get this passed, and let's make Congress the legislative branch it's supposed to be per the Constitution, And I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1616, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The bill is on third reading.
A bill to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide for en bloc consideration and resolutions of disapproval for midnight rules and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I'm a gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Ramirez of Illinois moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 115, to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion.
Mr. Speaker.
No, excuse me. For what purpose is the? No, sorry. The
noes have it. I request the yeas and nays, please.
Yes. The ayes, the yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. To Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motion to suspend the rules on which recorded vote on the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objecting to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill S3448 as amended.
The clerk will report the title. Does the gentlewoman call up Senate Bill 3438?
3448.
Okay, thank you. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3448, an act to reauthorize the Director of United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to support Holocaust education programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S3448.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S3448, the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act of 2023. October 7 was the worst day in Jewish history since the Holocaust. S3448 will ensure that the lessons of history are not forgotten in these troubling times. The bipartisan bill promotes tolerance by extending the United States Holocaust Museum's mission to disseminate Holocaust education resources through fiscal year 2030. In May 2020, Congress passed with overwhelming bipartisan support, and President Trump signed into law the Never Again Education Act. This law authorizes $2 million for the Holocaust Museum to create and disseminate educational resources on how and why the Holocaust happened. This year, the world celebrated the Allied victory of Normandy 80 years ago. We were reminded of what our heroes fought for and against. Unfortunately, we've seen an increase in anti-Semitic and other bias-based offenses on college campuses, demonstrating that the hate and bigotry that motivated the Nazis is still present in our society. Expanding the presence of Holocaust education programs in schools will increase the knowledge of basic facts related to the Holocaust, and that's important. But more importantly, it will give schools optional resources to help provide students a greater understanding of the ancient scourge of anti-Semitism and provide them intellectual and moral tools to fight against it and to prevent genocide, hate, and bigotry against any group of people. Mr. Speaker, I thank Representative Buddy Carter for authoring this bill in the House, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S. 3448, the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act of 2023. This bill reauthorizes the bipartisan Never Again Education Act through 2030 to continue providing educators with resources and training to teach important lessons pertaining to the Holocaust. While Congress should not dictate school curriculum, this legislation maintains the balance of promoting important education while allowing school districts to govern themselves. The bill reauthorizes the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to support Holocaust education programs across the country that educators can, if they desire, access to better serve their classrooms. Anti-Semitism is not a new problem, and we have seen such a disturbing rise in anti-Semitism that must be addressed for the safety and dignity of all Americans. Congress must continue to take steps to ensure that Americans are educated on the dangers of anti-Semitism and the lessons of the Holocaust. Passing this bill is critically important to combating anti-Semitism and ensuring that schools maintain safe, productive spaces for all students. As a ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I've worked with the majority to ensure that the curricula introduced are appropriate for students according to their grade level, following the guidance from the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Buddy Carter, the sponsor of the House companion to the bill we're considering.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the lady for yielding, and I thank her for her leadership on this committee. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Senate Bill 3448, the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act. I'm proud to lead this important bipartisan bill with Senator Rosen, and I thank her for her work. The bill before us today reauthorizes the United States Holocaust Museum's program to disseminate Holocaust education resources through fiscal year 2030. Since the horrific attacks of October 7, 2023, pervasive discrimination and bias against Jews has been on full display. The Anti-Defamation League reports more than 10,000 incidents of anti-Semitism in the United States between October 2023 and September of 2024. This is hateful, disgusting, and despicable. Nowhere is this more visible than on college and university campuses, where there was a staggering 321% increase of anti-Semitic incidents in just 1 year. During that time, the American people watched anti-Semitic mobs rule over so-called elite universities, including Columbia University, Harvard University, George Washington University, and many, many more. Not only were these demonstrations morally reprehensible, but they also incited violence against Jewish students and staff. Yet, as these mobs raged on campuses, the American people witnessed 3 Ivy League presidents refuse to unequivocally state that calling for the genocide of Jews would violate their institution's codes of conduct. Think about the example that set for today's college students. 3 adults in a position of power believed calling for the genocide of Jews would be in line with their school policies. Jewish students deserve better. We must speak out against hate and educate our students on the history of anti-Semitism to ensure that the horrors of the Holocaust are never repeated. You've heard the saying, those who don't know their history are bound to repeat it. We must set a better example than that for our children. And the recent pro-Hamas demonstrations happening at colleges and high schools across the nation are proof of that. No one should be discriminated against because of their faith or their culture or their heritage. When we say never again, we mean it. Let me be clear. October 7th was the worst day in Jewish history since the Holocaust. And this bill will ensure that we learn from history instead of hiding from it. That is why I applaud Senator Rosen for working with me on this bipartisan bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my ranking member, Mr. Scott. Today, I rise in support of the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act, bipartisan legislation authored by my colleague, Senator Jackie Rosen of Nevada. As the co-lead of the House version of this bill with my colleague, Congressman Buddy Carter, I am proud to support this legislation to continue vital resources for Holocaust education nationwide. We have witnessed an alarming rise in anti-Semitism across our country in recent years, but since Hamas's brutal attack on Israel on October 7th of 2023, this hatred has skyrocketed. According to the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic incidents have increased by more than 200% following Hamas's attack. We have seen the impact of the rise in anti-Semitism in our K-12 schools and on college campuses across the country. Unfortunately, too many young people know too little about the Holocaust and the long history of anti-Jewish hatred dating back millennia. According to a 2020 Claims Conference survey, among millennial and Gen Z Americans, 63% do not know that 6 million Jews were murdered during the Holocaust, and 12% have never heard about or do not think they have ever heard the word Holocaust before. Additionally, in its very first report to Congress under the Never Again Education Act, the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum highlighted a striking and troubling finding: a significant lack of student knowledge about the Holocaust. In the educator-centered surveys, both experienced and inexperienced secondary teachers reported that close to 40% of their students had no familiarity with the Holocaust. In the fight against bigotry, ignorance, and intolerance, education is one of the most powerful tools we have. Education about the Holocaust and the long history of anti-Semitism is vital because it can help teach students about how to be moral citizens. It allows them to learn valuable lessons about bearing witness, fostering tolerance and civic values, safeguarding democracy, and embracing the responsibility to confront hate wherever it appears, to speak out rather than remain silent bystanders. That is why Congress passed the Never Again Education Act in 2020 and why we must work together on a bipartisan basis to ensure this critical work continues. This bill will extend support for Holocaust education across the nation. It will continue the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum's strong track record of providing resources, and I support and ask my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Kiley, a member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm supporting the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act of 2023, a bill of which I am a co-sponsor. For years now, at college campuses, we have seen an alarming rise in anti-Semitism that in far too many cases was allowed by university faculty, administration, sometimes even encouraged. And even though this trend has been years in the making, nothing could have prepared us for the horrifying scenes that we have seen over the last year and a few months, ever since the attack of October 7th, where these tendencies, this rise in anti-Semitism came out into the open, and we saw scenes unlike anything we ever thought we'd see in this country, where you had students setting up checkpoints on campuses and saying if you're a Jewish student, you're not allowed to pass, or you had encampments set up for the specific purpose of harassing Jewish students and extracting anti-Semitic concessions from faculty that in some cases were in fact agreed to. This committee, our committee, the Education and the Workforce Committee, began an investigation into these incidents. We brought in university presidents, some who are now former university presidents. We heard from students who lived through this horror, who no longer feel safe on their own campuses. And this culminated in a report that laid out exactly what has been going on at campuses across this country. This alarming normalization of anti-Semitism in higher education must not continue. It demands swift, decisive action, and the Never Again Education Act responds to this crisis. The bill reauthorizes funding for the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum to develop and distribute educational resources on the Holocaust, how it happened, and why it must never happen again. These tools equip educators to combat prejudice, apathy, and complicity, empowering students to recognize anti-Semitism, reject its resurgence, and to see an echo of our most painful history when it occurs. By passing this legislation, we will assure that ignorance does not prevail, and I encourage a strong bipartisan vote to assure that it's passed into law. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to another distinguished member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of the Jenna Quinn Act, a crucial piece of legislation that directly addresses the pervasive issue of child. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm Jenna Quinn. So sorry. Strike that.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve, but I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers on this bill, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Virginia is prepared.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia
Thank
is recognized.
you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Okay. The gentleman yields back.
I yield myself the balance of the time.
Yes. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, there are very few individuals who remember firsthand the horrors of the Holocaust. It is our duty to remember and to educate our children so that lessons learned will never be forgotten. By reauthorizing the Holocaust Education resources for teachers and students, the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act of 2023 is a vital step in fighting back against anti-Semitism and acts of hate that remain far too pervasive in our society. By prioritizing, we can invest in a younger generation of critical thinkers who can learn from history and use it to benefit the world around them with empathy and insight. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitism exploded on college campuses across the country following October 7, 2023, increasing 700% over the same period in the prior year. Swastikas spread across campus as graffiti. Jewish students were segregated in classrooms by their professors. Jewish students at New York City's Cooper Union were forced to lock themselves in the college library and later escorted out a back door. I recognize that anti-Semitism is not a new problem. It has taken on various forms throughout history. The most noted prior to October 7th were the horrors of the Nazi Holocaust. Both will forever remain a stain in the annals of human history. The modern form of anti-Semitism is often disguised by progressive political ideologies. Evidence shows that campus DEI bureaucracies play a major role in propagating the spread of anti-Semitism. DEI divides the world into oppressors and the oppressed, ascribing collective guilt to the oppressors and collective innocence to the oppressed. What does this mean for Jewish students? The DEI hierarchy places the Jewish people at the bottom of the oppression spectrum. DEI programs are ideologically anti-Semitic because they ascribe collective guilt to the entire state of Israel for its mere existence. The core principles of the Marxist ideologue are not diversity, equity, or inclusion. They are instead discrimination, intolerance, and bigotry towards individuals thought to belong to the wrong group. This modern manifestation of one of history's greatest evils, anti-Semitism, is repugnant. By passing S3448, the Never Again Education Reauthorization Act of 2023, Congress takes a step towards ensuring a safer, more secure future for Jewish Americans. More importantly, it ensures that we will always remember the victims of the Holocaust who were murdered simply for being Jewish. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3448? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia?
On that, ask for the ayes and nays.
Okay. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counting. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and the nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill S1147 as amended.
The clerk. Does the gentleman wish to call it S1147?
Correct.
Not as amended?
Yes.
Okay. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1147, an act to amend the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act to provide for grants in support of training and education to teachers and other school employees, students, and the community about how to prevent, recognize, respond to, and report child sexual abuse among primary and secondary school students.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S 1147.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill's story begins with its namesake, Jenna Quinn, a teenage sexual assault survivor. Legislation in Jenna's name was enacted in the state of Texas in 2009 and has already saved countless children from abuse. In fact, the study found that after Jenna's law passed in Texas in 2009, educators reported abuse at a rate of almost 4 times more after receiving education and instruction about abuse. Now Congress has a chance to apply some of the law's key protections across the country. Child abuse and neglect are heartbreaking, immoral, and inexcusable. No child should ever have to endure pain and suffering. In a perfect world, we would not need laws addressing child abuse, but this world is far from perfect. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 13 boys in the United States are estimated to experience child abuse. The National Children's Alliance states, quote, an estimated 558,899 children, unique incidents, were victims of abuse and neglect in 2022, the most recent year for which there is national data, end quote. The Jenna Quinn Law, S 1147, champions prevention through education. This bill aims to prevent child sexual abuse by allowing schools to utilize existing grants to educate teachers, staff, parents, and students to recognize and respond to abuse. In addition to protecting children, the bill respects taxpayer money. The bill does not mandate or authorize any new spending. Importantly, it includes a provision that requires the Comptroller General of the United States to provide oversight by submitting a report to the respective committees no later than 5 years after enactment to ensure that the funds are used effectively and transparently. To sum it up, this bipartisan legislation directly addresses the pervasive issue of child sexual abuse in our country. S 1147 recognizes that parents, educators, and other school personnel are on the front lines in recognizing and reporting child abuse and equips them with the knowledge of the signs of abuse and the tools to report abuse accurately and correctly. Protecting the nation's children is not a partisan issue, but a moral imperative. I thank Representatives Moran and Wild for their tireless advocacy on the issue and for working on this bill. I encourage my colleagues to support S 1147 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S 1147, the Jenna Quinn Act, the Jenna Quinn Law. The Jenna Quinn Law only considers one small part of a much broader Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, or CAPTA, Through reauthorization of CAPTA, Congress could take meaningful steps in preventing and addressing child abuse and neglect through providing states with necessary resources to strengthen community-based child abuse prevention services. Despite CAPTA reauthorization passing in the House on a bipartisan basis in 2 previous Congresses, the bill did not become law. And so we find ourselves here today considering the very narrowly drafted Jenna Quinn law, which specifies that HHS Secretary can award projects aimed at preventing child sexual abuse. And it must be said that the Jenna Quinn law regrettably does not authorize any new funding for such purposes. Reauthorizing CAPTA would have been a much better route and is a top priority. But another priority would be to address the communication holes in child state welfare systems. Specifically, the inability to communicate the threat of child endangerment across state lines can have devastating consequences. In particular, one of my constituents, Evan Watkins, fell victim to the lack of communications between state welfare agencies. In her case, the system allowed her to remain with an abusive parent who moved her from Minnesota to Virginia, a move that was not communicated. Her past abuse was not communicated with the Virginia officials, and the move resulted in her tragic death. I'm frustrated the bill did not come to us this bill did not come to us in regular order. As a result, I'm not able to offer an amendment. Excuse me, I'm not able to offer an amendment at markup, and the language had been included, the language that had been included in previous versions of CAPTA reauthorization. An amendment could have required the creation of a nationwide interstate data system to provide caseworkers with appropriate background and information on a family's interaction with the child welfare system in another state. If we had had that state database in place, it could have prevented further abuse or even death, as in the case of Evan Watkins, and countless children at the hands of abusive caregivers whose actions are not monitored across state lines. Ultimately, I will support the Jenna Quinn law as far as it goes. The issue of child abuse prevention and treatment requires a more comprehensive approach. We can and should do more to reduce child abuse and neglect, but despite the lack of a more comprehensive approach and no additional funding, this bill is still a step in the right direction. As a result, I'll vote yes on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise before you today to speak in support of S1147, the Jenna Quinn law. As the proud sponsor of the House companion legislation, I know how critical and vital this legislation is for so many. I want to thank at the outset Senator Cornyn for his hard work on the Senate side on this bill and for his years of leadership protecting children. S1147 will authorize the Department of Health and Human Services to allow existing federal funds to be used by eligible entities for evidence-based, informed training on sexual abuse prevention, education, and reporting. These courses would focus on teachers, school employees, students, caregivers, and other adults who work with children. Furthermore, the bill would ensure that grant recipients coordinate with local educational agencies to train students, professionals, and volunteers who work with children on abuse prevention, recognition, and reporting. These are important matters. This bill, however, does not add to overall spending. We do have a spending problem here in the United States. Rather, it makes existing funding available for these important programs. Over the past year, I've had the privilege of meeting and getting to know the namesake of this bill, Texan Jenna Quinn. You just heard her story. Jenna is a symbol of hope and of bravery. She has an inspiring story of overcoming sexual abuse herself, and her unwavering commitment to helping so many like her who have been or are presently victims of abuse is just remarkable. As it stands, our nation's children face a tragic and silent epidemic, child sexual abuse. As I speak before you now, every 9 minutes, new evidence for a claim of sexual abuse is substantiated. Of all victims under the age of 18, 2 out of 3 are between the ages of 12 and 17. Tragically, child sexual abuse is one of the most underreported crimes in our country. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 13 boys is subject to this heartbreaking reality. Even more alarming, 90% of these children who are victims of sexual abuse know and trust their abuser. The same was true for Jenna Quinn. While child sexual abuse is a criminal epidemic, one part of the solution to this tragedy lies in preventative education. Education combined with a comprehensive set of preventative policies is a powerful tool to combat this crisis. School personnel report 52% of all identified child abuse cases classified as causing harm to children, more than any other professional organization, including CPS and law enforcement. For that, we are profoundly grateful to our educational partners. Each life is precious and each life deserves protection at all stages. I am confident that the Jenna Quinn bill will strengthen our efforts to prevent the evils of child sexual abuse and help identify children who have experienced this or are currently experiencing it and get it stopped. Most importantly, it will help them in finding pathways to healing. Today, I'm grateful that both Republicans and Democrats have come together to pass or will pass this bipartisan, bicameral, and common sense legislation. I want to thank Representative Susan Wild on the Democratic side for her hard work in this effort, and I want to say again to Chairwoman Fox, thanks to her and her staff for their dedication and hard work on bringing this legislation to the floor. I know that there are children whose lives will forever be impacted for the better because of the Jenna Quinn bill. Today, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and get it to the President's desk so it can be signed into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you to the chairwoman, the ranking member, and my colleague, Mr. Moran, for bringing the Jenna Quinn Act forward. It's so important. I rise in strong support of the Jenna Quinn Act, a crucial piece of legislation that directly addresses the pervasive issue of child sexual abuse in our country. Unfortunately, child sexual abuse is a silent epidemic. The CDC estimates that 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 13 boys will experience sexual abuse before the age of 18. In my home state of Pennsylvania, child abuse laws reflect the sobering reality of this crisis. Between 2019 and 2023, a period of 4 years, there were more than 32,000 individuals charged in child abuse cases, and of those charged, a striking 56% were between the ages of 19 and 35. And 23% of these defendants were charged with endangering the welfare of children, according to the Unified Judicial System of Pennsylvania. These numbers highlight the widespread and deeply rooted problem in our communities. They also reinforce the need for proactive measures to prevent child abuse before it occurs, which is exactly what the Jenna Quinn Act seeks to accomplish. This bill empowers educators and school personnel who are often on the front lines when it comes to identifying and stopping child sexual abuse with the tools they need to recognize, report, and prevent the abuse from happening. By providing schools with trauma-informed training and helping staff to recognize, report, and ultimately prevent child sexual abuse, the Jenna Quinn Act will create a safer environment for children across the country. This training is not about turning teachers into investigators. It's about making sure that every teacher knows what to do if a child evidences or discloses abuse, or if the teacher notices warning signs. It's about giving those children the chance to be heard and to be helped. The bill emphasizes flexibility, allowing states to develop the right programs for their schools while ensuring that federal support is there to back them up. Let me be clear. This bill is a bipartisan solution to a problem that knows no political boundaries. Protecting our children is not a partisan issue. It is a moral imperative. Our educators deserve the training and resources that they need to effectively intervene in situations of abuse, and our children deserve to feel safe in their classrooms. I urge my colleagues to join me and vote yes on the Jenna Quinn Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, while this legislation would be a step to improve prevention, awareness, and reporting of child sexual abuse in schools, it woefully falls short of a comprehensive reauthorization of the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, or CAPTA. CAPTA was last reauthorized over a decade ago in 2010, and a timely reauthorization is an appropriate solution to prevent child abuse and neglect from happening in the first place and provide better evidence-based treatments to address child maltreatment. In both the 116th and the 117th Congresses, when I was chairman of the committee, the House passed a bipartisan CAPTA reauthorization bill called Stronger CAPTA. Regrettably, a CAPTA reauthorization has not yet become law despite a mutual understanding that Congress must do more to support children and families. If the bipartisan Stronger CAPTA bill had been signed into law, it would have already provided states with necessary resources to expand locally driven prevention strategies which strengthen families and invest in child protective services agencies. Unfortunately, the bill we're considering today does not provide any additional funding to implement its proposed grant program on child sexual abuse prevention and awareness. In contrast, Stronger CAPTA would actually provide states with the resources to strengthen prevention programs. Research shows that the best way to support families is to provide a targeted prevention to families of at-risk children when they're at risk to maltreatment, and primary prevention services need to be provided so that families can be served before they become vulnerable to factors associated with maltreatment. Additionally, Stronger CAPTA would have streamlined communications between child protective services agencies across the country so that critical information is not lost across state lines. Such a system would likely have saved the life of Heaven Watkins, the 11-year-old that I mentioned before, who tragically died because local child protective services had no way of knowing that her parents had a history of child abuse in another state. Had the reforms in Stronger CAPTA been in place, Heaven's death would likely have been prevented. By investing in prevention strategies and improving the collection and sharing of vital information, we can keep children like Heaven from slipping through the cracks. And there's no doubt that Congress has a vital role in helping states protect children from immediate injury and lifelong emotional trauma associated with child abuse and neglect. So I look forward to working on a bipartisan manner in the next Congress to reauthorize CAPTA, but in the meanwhile, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Children are the nation's future, but sadly the life and bright future of hundreds of thousands of children are threatened each year by abuse and neglect. Mr. Speaker, S. 1147 allows for grants for child sexual abuse prevention programs in schools, equipping educators to recognize and report signs of abuse early. Jenna Quinn's story reminds us of the urgency to act, and this bill ensures that we continue to safeguard vulnerable children from preventable cases of sexual assault. I believe this legislation, in the face of evil, will help prevent child sexual abuse and help identify children who are experiencing these horrible acts to be put on a path towards healing. By passing S. 1147, Congress is taking meaningful steps to prevent additional child abuse and neglect by providing states with the tools necessary to strengthen child abuse prevention services. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1147? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill S5355.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5355, an act to ensure that the National Advisory Council on Indian Education includes at least one member who is the president of a tribal college or university.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S5355.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S5355, the National Advisory Council on Indian Education Improvement, NACIE Act. NACIE is the Department of Education's tribal advisory group, composed of 15 members who are appointed by the President. NACIE advises the secretaries of both the Education Department and the Interior Department on programs serving tribes and their members. Currently, there is no requirement that a tribal college or university, TCU, president sit on the board. As a result, the Education Department's tribal consultation sessions often do not provide the opportunity for TCU leaders, who are the prominent leaders in tribal post-secondary education, to provide direct input. S5355 requires at least one of NACIE's members be the president of a TCU. In doing so, the legislation would give TCUs a seat at the table when discussing tribal education. Simply put, this bipartisan legislation ensures TCUs have a voice in decisions that directly impact Native American students. Strengthening our nation's post-secondary education system means supporting all types of colleges and universities. Today, we can take an important step to strengthen TCUs, which play an important role in serving students and expanding the opportunities for skills and a post-secondary education in communities across America. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this legislation, which ensures that presidents of tribal colleges and universities, TCUs, will have a direct voice on the National Advisory Council on Indian Education. This bill is a necessary step to guarantee that TCUs, institutions that serve as educational hubs for Native American communities, always have a voice in federal funding discussions that directly impact their colleges. As many of my colleagues know, the federal government holds a unique trust responsibility to the Native and tribal communities, responsibility that is not just a legal obligation, but a moral one. This trust is rooted in both the U.S. Constitution and centuries of commitments to Native communities. Tribal colleges and universities pursue a unique mission. Not only do they educate Native communities, but they also preserve and advance Native American culture and traditions. TCUs are central to the survival of Native languages, history, and cultural practices, all while providing access to higher education and advancing economic opportunities for Native students. Having TCU representation will help to advise the NACIE as they fulfill one of their duties in advising the Education, Health, and Labor Secretaries in ways to strengthen TCUs and increase TCU participation in federal agency programs. And while congressional Democrats and the Biden administration made critical investments to address the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Native American communities, including through COVID relief funds totaling over $360 million, much work still remains. College must make stronger, sustained investments in TCUs to address decades of systemic underfunding that these institutions have faced. This bill is about more than just adding a voice to the commission. It is about ensuring that the leaders of these vital institutions who are on the front lines of education have the opportunity to advocate for the unique needs of their students. By including TCU presidents and NACIE, we ensure that Native leaders across the educational pipeline always have a guaranteed seat at the table. So I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, which will help honor our trust responsibility to Indian tribes and support Native American students and communities across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd advise the chair that I'm prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm also prepared to close. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. TCUs provide an important doorway to post-secondary education for many American students. TCUs know best what their students and communities need. S5355, the National Advisory Council on Indian Education Improvement, NACIE Act, will give TCUs a seat at the table during the decision-making process. This will not only ensure that Native American students are better served, but it will also ensure that taxpayer resources will be used more efficiently and effectively. TCUs provide an important doorway to post-secondary education for many students. This bipartisan legislation will help strengthen that voice and the voice of the post-secondary education leaders who deserve to share their unique experiences and guidance with the rest of NACIE. Mr. Speaker, before I yield back my time, I'd like to take a few minutes to reflect on my time leading the Education Workforce Committee. First, I want to applaud the committee's ranking member, Bobby Scott. You wouldn't think a Democrat with 2 Harvard degrees would have much in common with a Republican who grew up without running water or electricity and was the first in her family to go to college. But we are both realists who want to get things done. We're passionate about the committee's issues. It's been a pleasure to work alongside Bobby. Our colleagues have heard us say this before, but we both share the sentiment that you can disagree without being disagreeable. Let me say something about the work of the committee. It was my honor to lead for 2 terms. My family grew up poor, but my parents always believed in the power of education and hard work. So my work on the committee has centered on ensuring those who grew up like me can accomplish anything they set their minds to, and that education can help them do it. Unfortunately, students and parents have been living through an education nightmare characterized by massive learning loss, attacks on parental rights, a leftist takeover of curricula, and plummeting confidence in our education system. To put our students on a path to success, I've worked with my colleagues to pass the Parents' Bill of Rights, fight for school choice, protect women's sports, push for lower college costs and more accountability, and promote strong workforce development programs. The committee has also fought attempts by the Department of Labor and the National Labor Relations Board to push all workers into unions and extend the federal government's control over the workforce. Additionally, we have worked to protect the retirement savings of workers and retirees, save private insurance, and increase health care affordability, protect small businesses, allow flexible work arrangements, and expand worker choice. We've been busy, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I can't talk about the committee's work without talking about my passion for accountability. As elected representatives, it's our duty to hold the federal government to the highest standard of accountability so that hard-working taxpayers' dollars are used effectively and efficiently. When we push for answers, parents are no longer left in the dark. Lawmakers are better informed when it comes time to consider legislation, and American taxpayers see where their hard-earned money is going. None of the work accomplished by the committee was done by me alone. I was bolstered at every turn by the support and efforts of my colleagues. More importantly, I had the incredible talent of a dedicated staff. Mr. Speaker, when I first came to Congress, I heard members on the floor saying all these fabulous things about their staff. And it was hard for me to envision at the beginning how important the staff could be. But I have certainly come to understand that as the chair of the committee. To all of the staff, I say thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on the legislation, I want to emphasize the fact that this bill is more than just adding a voice of on the National Advisory Council on Indian Education. It's about honoring our nation's commitment to Native American communities and ensuring that tribal colleges and universities are properly represented to discuss the effect of legislation and executive action on their future and the students they serve. We must include TCUs in conversations on federal funding and educational policy, and this bill is a step towards ensuring Native American students and the institutions they serve will have the resources and support they need to thrive. So I urge my colleagues to support the legislation as a demonstration of our commitment to empowering the Native American communities through education. And before I yield back, I would want to comment on the fact that this will be the last bill brought by Dr. Fox in her capacity as chair of the committee, and just point out that when we became chair and ranking members, on both sides, we kind of switched back and forth. We agreed that we would try to be the most dignified committee on Capitol Hill. Now, regrettably, that's a mighty low bar around here, but I think we did, and she, as she's indicated, I think we demonstrated how you can disagree without being disagreeable. A lot of things we didn't agree on, but a lot of things we did. A lot of job training legislation we were able to agree on, retirement savings, child abuse and prevention that we just considered. Several health care bills, surprise billing and things like that took a lot of work. And so we showed that it is possible to enact meaningful legislation on a bipartisan basis when you're willing to work together in a constructive way. So I want to congratulate Dr. Fox on her chairmanship, and understand that there may be other leadership positions in her future. But I want to thank her for being able to conduct the committee as we were able to do it. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate very much Congressman Scott's comments. We have worked together very well. And now I urge my colleagues to vote for S5355 and yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5355? Pass the bill. Senate, correction. Senate 5355. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7938 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7938, a bill to amend the Klamath Basin Water Supply Enhancement Act of 2000 to provide the Secretary of the Interior with certain authorities with respect to projects affecting the Klamath Basin watershed and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamaliger Dove, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 7938, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7938, the Klamath Basin Water Agreement Support Act of 2024. This legislation, sponsored by Congressman Cliff Bentz, would uphold the commitments made by the federal government in the agreements concerning dam removal and species restoration, which are aimed at ensuring farmers are shielded from the adverse effects of these actions. The Klamath River Basin in southern Oregon and northern California encompasses more than 12,000 square miles with some of the most productive irrigated agriculture in the country. The basin is partially supported by the Bureau of Reclamation's Klamath Project and is home to 6 national wildlife refuges, which rely on basin waters to sustain migratory bird habitats and support Native American tribal fishing grounds. However, this basin has been plagued by decades of disagreement and conflicting agency options on how to best conserve the ESA-listed species. While H.R. 7938 provides the Department of the Interior the authorization to operate and improve infrastructure, it makes clear that Klamath Project irrigators are not responsible for those costs. The bill also enables Reclamation to implement conservation measures for ESA-listed species through fish screens and other restoration projects. This would protect tribal resources in the basin and avoid additional regulatory burdens on other stakeholders. I want to thank Congressman Bentz for his diligent leadership on this issue and tireless support of the Klamath Basin. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Klamath Basin Water Agreement Support Act, which seeks to resolve stakeholder conflicts regarding water use and fish and wildlife management in the Klamath River Basin. Since time immemorial, the Klamath River has supported the livelihoods of several tribes in the basin. It continues to play a key role in each of these tribes' cultures, economies, and food sovereignty. Unfortunately, the construction of dams along the river and changing climate conditions in the basin resulted in devastating consequences for tribes, agriculture, fish and wildlife, and fishing communities as a result of reduced water flows. Since planning for dam removal in the lower Klamath River started, there have been years of work and negotiations between the tribes and other parties to reach agreement on issues affecting water, fish, and wildlife in the basin. And now, after the removal of the 4 lower Klamath dams, salmon have already begun migrating into previously inaccessible historic salmon spawning habitat. Good for them. The legislation before us today would build on this historic restoration project by further supporting the communities made under the Klamath Basin agreements. I would like to thank the majority for working with us to ensure that tribal concerns with the introduced language were addressed prior to moving the bill out of committee. I ask my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Bentz.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Westerman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7938 as amended. This long overdue legislation is necessary if the federal government is to honor critical commitments it's made to farmers and ranchers in my district in Oregon and Mr. Lamalfa's district in Northern California. For generations, farmers and ranchers receiving water delivered from the Klamath River and Klamath Lake have assumed the risks of weather, skyrocketing costs of production, wildly fluctuating markets, while playing by the rules, conserving more and more water, and continuing to do their best to provide high-quality food for our nation. However, over the past 25 years, they've done so under the additional burden of federally mandated drastic reductions in the amount of water they have state-certified rights to use. These reductions, dictated federally, coupled with increasing drought, threaten farmers and ranchers' livelihoods, the communities that rely upon them, and ultimately our nation's food supply. The reason this legislation is needed now is because earlier this year, the 4 hydroelectric dams on the Klamath River in Oregon and California were dismantled and removed. This leaves operation of in-stream structures located upriver from the now removed 4 hydroelectric dams at legal risk through no fault or action or by the farmers. As context, Mr. Speaker, for over 100 years there were 4 hydroelectric facilities on the Klamath River. These facilities were located downstream from the Klamath Irrigation Project's Klamath River diversion structures. The 4 hydroelectric dams generated low-cost, clean, renewable energy for over a century. Although they were built by a local company, they were eventually acquired by PacifiCorp, a nationally operating, investor-owned electrical utility. In recent years, state and federal regulators decided they wanted the 4 lower dams on the Klamath River removed. Regulations and litigation drove the cost of relicensing these dams through the roof, leading their owner, PacifiCorp, to the not too surprising conclusion that disposing of rather than relicensing the dams was the best path forward. And based on this, PacifiCorp agreed the dams could be removed, but only if someone else assumed all legal responsibility and paid for all of the work. In addition, as a condition of allowing the 4 hydro dams to be removed, PacifiCorp demanded that the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation assume ownership of all remaining water infrastructure previously owned by PacifiCorp, including the Link River and Keno dams, regardless of their condition, shifting all and whatever liabilities, known and unknown, might burden them to the Bureau of Reclamation. In the 15 years before removal of these hydroelectric dams, farmers and ranchers on the Klamath Project were promised that they would not have to bear the cost of retrofitting and updating this in-stream infrastructure. This legislation finally will deliver on those promises. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record this copy of the 2016 Klamath Power and Facilities Agreement, which reflects some of these promises.
Without objection.
In addition, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 7938 partially addresses other consequences of the destruction of these dams. The major reason for their removal was to allow salmon, steelhead, and other fish to migrate up rivers and streams to new areas. However, accompanying these returning fish are regulations and regulators, anxious to make sure that the fish have appropriate means of passage. But the Klamath Project's irrigation infrastructure was not built or designed to deal with the needs of these species. Over the past 15 years, irrigators in the Klamath Project have been repeatedly assured that there would not be any significant new regulatory burden or cost imposed upon them associated with removal of the 4 dams and the resultant arrival of fish. And yet, here we are. Fortunately, this legislation will give the Bureau of Reclamation some of the authority and tools needed for keeping that promise. I want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Lamalfa and Ranking Member Huffman, and the Natural Resources Committee for supporting and working with me on this important bill. I want to thank Chair Westerman. And Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on HB 7938. I yield back to the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 7938 would provide important tools and certainty for both wildlife and people living in the Klamath River Basin. The irrigated lands of the Klamath Project support family farms and ranches, tribal fishing rights, and the recovery of several ESA-listed fish species. This legislation builds upon vital work being done by these groups. I thank my colleague, Mr. Bentz, again for his work on the bill. I urge members to support the common sense legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7938 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6127 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6127, a bill to provide for the standardization, consolidation, and publication of data relating to public outdoor recreational use of federal waterways among federal land and water management agencies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kalama Gerdove, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add or to include extraneous material on H.R. 6127, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 6127, the Modernizing Access to Our Public Waters Act, or MAP Waters Act, sponsored by Congressman Moore of Utah. This bill seeks to improve recreational access for our country's boaters and anglers by requiring agencies to digitize maps of federal waterways and information related to the regulations and restrictions to accessing those waterways. The bill then calls upon federal land management agencies to publish this information online and work with the private sector to make this information easily available to the public. This bill is necessary because access to information related to regulations and restrictions to federal waterways can often be hard to come by. The Natural Resources Committee heard testimony about a specific example of an unfortunate situation that happened at Yellowstone National Park. A group of backpackers were hiking to a remote lake in the park where the group planned to fish. Upon arriving at the lake, they discovered that half the lake was off limits to fishing because of nesting swans. It just so happens that the half of the lake that was close to fishing was the part of the lake they were permitted to fish. This is unacceptable. Passing the bill would prevent incidents like this by ensuring this information is easily available to the public. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The MAP Waters Act would improve the standardization and public access to information about federal waterway restrictions, federal waterway access and navigation, and federal fishing restrictions. By standardizing and digitizing this information, this bill would give Americans the information and confidence to engage in recreation without searching for and deciphering information across numerous agency websites. I ask my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Moore.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the Modernizing Access to Public Waters, or MAP Waters Act, which passed in the Natural Resources Committee unanimously last month. The legislation builds upon the success of my MAP-Land Act, enacted in 2022, and MAP Army Corps language included in this year's Water Resources Development Act to ensure Americans can quickly see the public resources around them and spend more time recreating on the water that they love. The MAP Waters Act will improve the standardization, consolidation, and availability of information on the recreational opportunities for federal waterways, allowing recreationalists in Utah and around the country with the most up-to-date information on what is available to them. In addition to providing chances for families to experience the outdoors and instill a love of nature in new generations, recreational boating and fishing are major drivers of Utah's economy, contributing over $563 million in 2023. As our love for the outdoors continues to grow, Accessing these public treasures should be as easy as possible. I thank my friends Mr. Panetta from California, Mr. Fulcher from Idaho, and Mrs. Dingle from Michigan, as well as our Senate companions, Senators Barrasso and King, for partnering with me on this effort. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6127 and yield back the remainder of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again want to thank Representative Moore from Utah for his work on this bill and his work as a member of this body to increase recreational access to our public lands. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6127 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1101 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1101, a bill to amend the Lumbee Act of 1956.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamaliger-Dove, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1101, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about tribal recognition bills, it often comes with a lot of passion. There are people who support the bills, there are people who oppose the bills, and it's hard to get consensus on these tribal recognition bills. But as we consider this bill today, I just want to lay out the facts of what's at stake here in this particular tribal recognition bill. H.R. 1101 would extend federal recognition to the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina and remove a statutory bar that has impacted the tribe since 1956. According to the tribe, this statutory bar has prevented them from being federally recognized through any administrative procedure. Under the legislation, the Lumbee tribe would be eligible for services, benefits, and immunities available to other federally recognized Indian tribes. In 1956, an act of Congress designated certain Indians as Lumbee Indians of North Carolina. It declared that they shall enjoy all rights as citizens of the state of North Carolina and the United States. But in 1989, the Department of the Interior Solicitor issued an opinion stating that the 1956 Act effectively denied the Lumbee tribe eligibility to petition for recognition under the federal acknowledgement process at the department. In 2016, the Department of the Interior Solicitor withdrew the 1989 opinion and replaced it with a new opinion stating that the Lumbee tribe may pursue federal recognition under the current administrative procedures for federally recognizing a tribe. This complex history has created legal confusion, and the Lumbee tribe has chosen to seek federal recognition through Congress rather than apply through the federal acknowledgement process. H.R. 1101 would use Congress's plenary power over Indian affairs to federally recognize the Lumbee tribe. I would like to thank the sponsor of this legislation, Representative Rouser, for his work on this bill. I urge support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Lumbee Fairness Act, which would extend federal recognition to the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina. The state of North Carolina formally recognized the Lumbee tribe in 1885, and the tribe has been seeking federal recognition from the United States for nearly 140 years. Mr. Speaker, that is a long time. Legislative efforts to provide federal recognition to the tribe over the years have been led by both Democratic and Republican sponsors and have historically passed the House with overwhelming bipartisan support. The tribe has time and time again shown that they are a distinct, self-governing Indian community and that they are worthy of federal recognition. It is long past time that Congress extends these rights to the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina. I ask my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Rouser.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from Arkansas. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1101, the Lumbee Fairness Act, to give the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina the full federal recognition they have been unfairly denied for decades. The Lumbee tribe, comprised of 55,000 members, is the largest American Indian tribe east of the Mississippi River and the 9th largest in the nation. Throughout the recorded history, the Lumbee have called southeastern North Carolina home, spanning Robeson, Scotland, Hoke, and Cumberland counties. Now, despite their long history and cohesive culture, the Lumbee tribe has never had access to the same resources exercised by every other federally recognized tribe. During the termination era, when Congress ended the federal relationship with 60 tribes, the Lumbee Act of 1956 recognized the tribe's existence, yet denied them the federal rights and protections afforded to other federally recognized tribes. This includes access to benefits from the Indian Health Service and support from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And sometimes it's quite helpful to go back and see what the statute actually says. Public Law 571 specifically reads that nothing in this act shall make such Indians eligible for any services performed by the United States for Indians because of their status as Indians, and none of the statutes of the United States which affect Indians because of their status as Indians shall be applicable to the Lumbee Indians. A bit wordy, but very clear and very to the point. Beginning in 1978, the federal government began rectifying the damage done during the termination era, establishing processes in which tribes could regain federal recognition and privileges. The federally recognized Indian Tribe List Act established 3 ways in which an Indian group may become federally recognized: by act of Congress, by the administrative procedures established by the Department of the Interior, and by decision of a United States court. Since then, Congress has stepped in and recognized 23 tribes through legislation, reestablishing their relationship with the federal government. Unfortunately, given the language of the Lumbee Act of 1956, only an act of Congress can establish the federal rights and privileges of the Lumbee tribe. Some point to the administrative process as a path forward for the Lumbee tribe, but the language of the 1956 Act, which I just read, has acted as a law of the land, barring the tribe from gaining their due privileges. The fundamental point is this: Congress wrote a law that terminated the federal relationship with the tribe, and Congress is the only entity that can restore that recognition. The administration process has quite honestly proved to be a dead-end street, and simply because of that statute. The Lumbee's leadership and members work tirelessly every year to mobilize support to move the legislation that is before us today. The bill has been introduced in Congress more than 30 times with broad bipartisan support in the House and Senate. Through more than a dozen congressional hearings, documentation has consistently affirmed the Lumbee tribe as a distinct, self-governing Indian community. In each of the last 11 Congresses, legislation has been introduced to grant the Lumbee tribe the full recognition they deserve. In the last 2 Congresses, the House passed this legislation under suspension. And beyond Congress, the Lumbee Fairness Act has the support of 236 tribes across the country who have repeatedly cited the unfair treatment of the tribe under the 1956 Lumbee Act. So all this is to say, Mr. Speaker, this needs to be done. I want to thank the House leadership, particularly Speaker Johnson, Majority Leader Steve Scalise, for bringing this bill forward for consideration today. I thank Chairman Westerman and his committee for their diligent work on all issues, particularly this one. Their efforts have not gone unnoticed. Today, the House can take a great step forward to right the wrong of the unfair and unjust treatment of the Lumbee tribe once and for all. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1101, the Lumbee Fairness Act, which rights an historic wrong and provides long overdue federal recognition for the Lumbee tribe. My family goes back 7 generations in Robeson County, which is the home of the Lumbee people. And I represent many Lumbees in Hoke and Cumberland counties. The Lumbees have deep cultural roots and traditions in our state that have made significant contributions since North Carolina fully recognized the tribe in 1885. Though Congress recognized the Lumbee tribe in 1956, they were discriminated against like no other tribe and tragically denied the same protections and resources enjoyed by every other federal tribe. Since I came to Congress, I've proudly championed federal recognition, yet despite broad bipartisan support, Congress has failed to send this legislation to the President. This is unacceptable, and it's past time we right this wrong once and for all. I'd like to thank my friend, Representative David Rouser, for leading this must-pass legislation to give the Lumbee people the long overdue federal recognition they rightfully deserve. I'd also like to thank Chairman Bruce Westerman and his incredible hard-working staff. I urge my colleagues to join us in support of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman, and Mr. Speaker, this is my final week in Congress, and many come to the floor and ruminate over their service. As for me, I can't think of a better way to spend my final words on the floor than in support of recognition for the Lumbee tribe. The Lumbee have been pursuing justice since the mid-1800s. As I've previously stated on the floor some of the specifics of the Lumbee's Native American heritage, their struggle as a people against racial discrimination, and their deep and abiding community orientation around the life-changing power of education, especially represented by UNC Pembroke. I've talked about their rich tribal culture, the tribal council, the Warriors Ball, Lumbee Homecoming, the powwow. I count among my greatest privileges in Congress having been designated an honorary Lumbee warrior. I've explained the abomination of the recognition legislation of 1956, which acknowledged the Lumbee's nationhood while explicitly denying them the incidents and benefits of the status extended to other American Indian tribes, the epitome of arbitrary and capricious governmental action. And although Robeson County, the historic home place of the Lumbee, passed into Mr. Rouser's district in 2022, Lumbee recognition remains the unfinished business that is closest to my heart. I've been pleased to help introduce President Trump to the Lumbee and am proud to count him a vocal supporter of this legislation. I'm certain that progress toward righting this historic injustice has occurred over my 5 years in the House, and I'm pleased to say that victory is in sight. So let my final words here be thank you to the Lumbee for the honor of representing you here and for your friendship. And to my colleagues, let's pass Lumbee Fairness Act now. Vote for the bill. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, my friend, Mr. Burkeen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the Lumbee Fairness Act because of the $750 million it's unpaid for in cost and how it undermines tribal designation based on merit, a 100-year history where merit drives and not politics. While I respect the hard work of my colleagues from North Carolina, and I have no doubt about their intentions with this legislation, the Lumbee Fairness Act would represent a lack of fairness for all historically recognized Native Americans and a lack of fairness for the merit-based process for federal tribal recognition. I am a card-carrying member of the Choctaw Nation. My family can trace its lineage to the time of the Indian Removal Act and the Choctaw Trail of Tears. Oklahoma is a Choctaw word. I'm one of only 4 current Native American members in the entire House of Representatives. I harbor no ill will towards any people who seek federal recognition for themselves and appreciate the hardship of going through the federal recognition process. However, we must also acknowledge that tribal-federal relations have a near 250-year history rooted in our Constitution. It's found in Articles 1 and in Article 6 of that Constitution. There are 2 centuries of tradition showing how the founding generations and those following after dealt with the issue of federal treaties and with tribes. The recognition process is robust. It is designed to ensure only people who can prove themselves as historically tribal are designated as such. The Lumbee people have attempted to gain recognition via this process for 130 years, and each time rebuffed by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Proponents of this bill argue the Lumbee are not eligible for the merit-based tribal recognition process. However, the latest ruling on this from the Department of Interior, latest 2016, says that the Lumbee are eligible to go through the merit-based recognition process. We should let that merit-based process go forward instead of replacing that time-honored process with a vote on this floor and what's popular. Congressional passage of this bill sends a subliminal message to historically recognized tribes all over the country that politics trumps what we should be looking at within this situation, which is merit. That is why 141 tribes alongside the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Muskogee, Seminole nations, etc., have opposed this effort going back many years. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to enter in the record a resolution from the 5 civilized tribes opposing the goal of this bill and news article detailing the opposition of 141 tribes, recognized tribes, to the same effect.
Without objection.
If a tribe cannot prove the necessary documentation or receive federal recognition, they should not receive it by Congress's action. If the Lumbee have a historical record of being a formal tribe, if they have evidence of lineage to any particular tribe, if they had a formal claim to the land that they now occupy, why would the BIA repeatedly refuse to formally recognize them as a tribe? Whatever tribe may have occupied the land near the Lumbee River has long since dissipated. In fact, the 1956 bill that acknowledged the Lumbee as a people stated that the tribe around the Lumbee River had fully assimilated into the surrounding European communities during the colonial era, before the Constitution was written. The Lumbee agreed to the language in that bill in 1956 as a compromise. In return, federal government referring to them as a distinct people, they promised they would not seek formal federal recognition. I ask unanimous consent to submit to the record a copy of the 1956 hearing on the Lumbee bill, where a representative of the Lumbee stated they'd, quote, rather leave the county, end of quote, than accept a federal recognition status. That's a strong statement of promise. This bill undermines that verbal promise. Constitutionally sound agreements with the federal government must be adhered to. I think we should all agree to that. Nations fall apart where people walk back commitments to one another. The entire foundation of tribal federal relations today is premised on both sides upholding commitments, agreements, treaties made 2 centuries ago by our ancestors and our founding fathers. Why do we uphold agreements? Why do we uphold treaties? It's about trust. The cornerstone of tribal law is adherence to promises made hundreds of years ago. The Lumbee must be held to that standard, that commitment from 70 years ago. Granting the Lumbee tribal recognition sets a dangerous precedent. Granting them recognition by going around this 100-year-old process opens the floodgates for anyone who claims themselves a tribe to receive special benefits through politics, not merit. This will lead to a vast, irresponsible increase in federal spending.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman another minute.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Gentleman is recognized.
And ending with this, this will lead to a vast and irresponsible increase in federal spending. I'd like to respectfully refute a claim that this does not increase spending. With the CBO report from the 117th Congress scoring the exact same bill at a cost of $726 million over 10 years, for which, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit that, along with the text of the resolution for the 117th Congress. Just because CBO this time around didn't score it doesn't mean it doesn't have a cost. It just means they didn't score it. The score from it 2 years ago, $750 million. And with that, I thank the gentleman and I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman, Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1101, the so-called Lumbee Fairness Act. I'm proud to represent North Carolina's 11th District, which is home of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, a tribal nation rich in culture, language, and sovereignty that is a true treasure to the state of North Carolina and to the United States. In stark contrast, it must be noted that the Lumbee community has no standing treaties with the federal government, no reservation land, and no common language. The Office of Federal Acknowledgement under the U.S. Department of Interior, or OFA, was established to provide a rigorous process that groups seeking federal recognition must go through, including genealogical and historical research. This legislation wholly bypasses the OFA process, and I believe that if the Lumbee community truly had a legitimate claim for federal recognition, they would go through that process like other prospective tribes have done. Let us not circumvent our rules to bring this bill to the House floor with the purpose of circumventing the rules for an alleged tribal nation. In my view, this legislation should have gone through the committee markup process before being put on the floor as a suspension bill, as has been done for numerous other bills this Congress, before giving consideration to the full House. If the administration or Congress allows the Lumbee to bypass the OFA, it sends a clear message that other groups with dubious claims for tribal recognition can also avoid the deliberation and scrutiny that the OFA petition process is designed to provide. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who represents tribal communities in Los Angeles County who also seek recognition, it is tough stuff when tribal nations are fighting with one another. I hope that we can find a both and rather than an either or to many of these discussions. I rarely find folks are trying to fake it and pretend that they are Native when they're not. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1101 would extend federal recognition to the Lumbee Tribe of North Carolina, ensuring its members are eligible for the services and benefits provided to members of all federally recognized tribes. Again, I thank the sponsor for his work in this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1101 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative.
Request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit on H.R. 115, passage of H.R. 115 if ordered, and motions to suspend the rules with respect to Senate 3448 and H.R. 1101. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute or 2-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 115 offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 115 offered by Ms. Ramirez of Illinois.
Question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. The members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 198 and the nays are 211. The motion is not adopted. Question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
To request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 201. The bill is passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3448, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3448, an act to reauthorize the director of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to support Holocaust education programs and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 12, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1101 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1101, a bill to amend the Lumbee Act of 1956.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Are 96. As being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Come on.
Would the House be in order? Would the House be in order? Please take your conversations off the floor. Would the House be in order? Please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker,
Please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday,
gentleman will suspend. Please take your conversations off the floor. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, my community of Madison, Wisconsin was devastated by a senseless shooting at the Abundant Life Christian School that tragically claimed the lives of 1 student and 1 teacher, the shooter, and left 6 others injured, with 2 students still in critical condition. These were innocent lives, innocent victims of senseless violence, and we mourn their loss with their families and loved ones and the entire Abundant Life community. We also give our sincere thanks for the bravery and quick response of our law enforcement, first responders, and local healthcare workers who have worked tirelessly to respond to this tragic event and save the lives of those injured. The Abundant Life community, the students, the staff, the parents, are all victims of this traumatic experience, and what happened this week will live on in our memories. I urge all of my colleagues to think about what we can do to prevent us from having to stand here again for yet another moment of silence. We must do better, and we must turn these moments of silence into moments of action. I ask all members in this chamber, as well as all members and staff in the Capitol, to rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the recent shooting at the Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin. I yield back.
Yields back. Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Senate 4107.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4107, an act to require Amtrak to report to Congress information on Amtrak compliance with the Americans with Disability Act of 1990 with respect to trains and stations.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSalegnier, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on S4107.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to stand again in support of my bill, the Think Differently Transportation Act, as it returns to the floor after minor amendments that were made in the Senate. After passing this bill today, the bill will head to the President's desk to be signed into law. This bill is one of several initiatives that passed to the House to build off the work I began as Dutchess County Executive in New York State, our Think Differently initiative. This was a call to action to create a supportive and welcoming environment for those living with intellectual, developmental, and physical disabilities. The Think Differently Transportation Act does just that. The bill requires that Amtrak submit to Congress and the President an annual report with an expected timeline for bringing Amtrak trains and stations into compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Now, Amtrak stations and trains should be fully accessible to all Americans with disabilities and of every ability, and fully compliant, of course, with federal law. Now, the ADA was passed in 1990 and established a 20-year time frame for intercity rail stations to be accessible to those with disabilities. As of July 2023, sadly, Amtrak has only brought 30% of their 385 stations that they are responsible for into ADA compliance. Now, of course, this is unacceptable, and it's the reason this bill is necessary. The Think Differently Transportation Act is strongly supported by Republicans and Democrats, and it allows Congress to have the appropriate oversight of Amtrak to ensure it complies with its obligations under the law. The bill is a big step forward that Congress can take to address accessibility barriers to traveling by rail. I certainly thank Senator Duckworth for taking up the bill and her support in the Senate, and of course working to ensure its adoption there. Mr. Speaker, I urge strong support of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to support the Think Differently in Transportation Act, a bipartisan bill that will advance accessibility to Amtrak-served stations. Amtrak received $22 billion in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or BIL, to buy new equipment, invest in station accessibility, and reduce the backlog of capital projects and operating needs. In the BIL, Congress directed Amtrak to make all the stations Amtrak serves accessible. The Think Differently in Transportation Act is led by Senator Tammy Duckworth and passed by the Senate will require Amtrak to report annually to Congress on the accessibility status for all of the more than 500 stations Amtrak serves, and not just the ones where it has the responsibility under the Americans with Disability Act. Thanks to the BIL, Amtrak is investing in new equipment and upgrading stations. We need assurances that these investments are taking into account people with disabilities as required under the ADA. This bill helps to do just that. This bill differs slightly from the House companion version of the Think Differently Transportation Act, sponsored by Representative Molinaro, and which I am proud to co-sponsor that the House has previously passed. This version included a requirement that Amtrak report on accessibility of its rail cars in addition to stations. While that requirement has been left out of this version, we are hopeful that Amtrak will also include these updates on how their equipment is and will be accessible to people with all types of disability. My friend, the late Representative Donald Payne Jr., whose birthday would have been today, he would have been 66, co-sponsored and helped write the House companion version of the Think Differently Transportation Act, and I am pleased that this bill, soon to become law, will be part of his legacy. I urge all my colleagues to support S 4107, the Think Differently in Transportation Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank you, Mr. Molinari, as well, and think of Don Payne at this moment. I'm pleased to support the Think Differently in Transportation Act and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me extend my appreciation to my colleague for his support and co-sponsorship of the legislation. I, too, wish to extend our prayers and love to the family of Donald Payne, but also am grateful for Representative Payne's leadership on this very issue. As I mentioned, this is an important opportunity for the disability community to ensure that the barriers that they face to accessing Amtrak trains and stations are taken down. When I first came to Congress, I actually couldn't believe that Amtrak hadn't adequately met the ADA requirements as Congress has previously mandated, and so we immediately got to work on this very piece of legislation. It's certainly gratifying to see the bill now about to become law because it addresses injustices for those with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities when they travel by train. As this might be one of the last times I speak before the House, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to express my appreciation to members on both sides of the aisle. There are so many individuals with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities, like my very own daughter, who have yet to been granted full access to the quality of life that so many others get to enjoy. If Congress can continue to take incremental and in some cases bold steps to break down barriers and create opportunities for those of every ability, we can truly ensure that the rights, privileges, and opportunities that are granted and protected by this House, our Constitution, and this very government are extended to those too often overlooked. Those living with disabilities face some of the greatest challenges of any American, and we ought to find new ways to break down those barriers and create opportunities for them. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4107? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 670 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 670, a bill to amend Title IV of the Public Health Service Act to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to establish a clearinghouse on intellectual disabilities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask myself unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 670, the Think Differently Database Act, led by Representative Marcus Molinaro. This legislation will make it easier for individuals with disabilities to understand what Medicaid-covered services are available to them. The Medicaid program provides health coverage to nearly 80 million people, and in 2021, an estimated 9.5 million people were enrolled in Medicaid on the basis of their disability. As a jointly funded federal-state program, Medicaid program eligibility and coverage can differ significantly from state to state. One caregiver report found that online information about caregiving services can be hard to find, confusing, inconsistent, and not consumer-oriented. This bipartisan bill would direct HHS to establish a website that is designed to help people with disabilities determine their Medicaid eligibility, making it easier for them to get to the care they need. I thank Congressman Molinaro for his tireless work as a champion for people with disabilities. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker,
recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 670, the Think Differently Database Act. This legislation would require the Department of Health and Human Services to establish a website to provide people with disabilities information about the different ways that they could be eligible for Medicaid, as well as the services and supports that they can access through each state's Medicaid program, and whether there's a wait list to access the home and community-based services that they often need. Medicaid is really a lifeline for people with disabilities who are less likely to have access to other sources of coverage. And even when they do have employer-sponsored coverage or Medicare, that coverage typically does not cover the services they need, including home and community-based services. Unfortunately, it's often difficult for people with disabilities and their families and caretakers to access the information they need about whether they're eligible for Medicaid in the state in which they live, whether there are wait lists for the services they need, and how to apply for Medicaid. This bill seeks to overcome some of those barriers by making information available to people with disabilities and their families and caretakers in a single national resource. I thank Representatives Sherrill and Molinaro for their leadership on this legislation and encourage my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 670. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, Mr. Guthrie, for his leadership on the Energy and Commerce Committee in support of this legislation. Certainly look forward to his leadership in the 119th Congress. This is the first bill I introduced when I came to the House of Representatives. As noted, I'm the parent of 4 children, one of whom lives with a disability. My wife and I have navigated the Medicaid-supported system like every other American, and it's confusing. It is burdensome, it is bureaucratic, and many times it is just too difficult to find your way to Medicaid-supported services. Let me assure you there is always a waiting list. And most families around America with individuals that they care for with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities don't have the time to find their way to local service providers and certainly don't always know the ins and outs of accessing those services. It becomes a full-time job. That's why, by the way, most families that are caring for those with individuals with disabilities, most parents don't have two most families don't have 2 parents working, and many rely on Medicaid for much broader support, SNAP benefits and other subsidies and social services because they just can't find their way to services and support. It's actually one of the last, in some ways, great prejudices in America, the bias of low expectation, the feeling that certain people can't achieve certain things because we perceive they can't based on their abilities, and sadly, accessing even the robust services supported by federal and state governments through Medicaid is just insufficient. This bill builds on the initiative I began in local government in Dutchess County, New York. Our Think Differently initiative was a call to action. It was meant to break down barriers and create opportunities for all those of every ability. In fact, if you go to thinkdifferently.net, you'll see the county-level version of what this bill seeks to create. This bill requires HHS to create a database of all resources available to individuals of every ability and their caregivers in a searchable format. The bill will now expand the county-level program that we created to a federal level for Americans of every ability. Again, I want to thank incoming Chairman Mr. Guthrie, but also Chairwoman McMorris Rogers and her staff at ENC for working with me and my staff over the past year to make this bill a reality and hopefully find its way to law. I'm proud to ask my colleagues to support the bill. I'm grateful to Representative Sherrill and, of course, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for embracing this much-needed next step. It is a minor step, but it is one that is necessary, and I can't, for me, think of any better way to close my service in the 118th Congress than passing what had become and is my top priority, this piece of legislation, which sets forth to break down barriers and create opportunities for everyone of every ability. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I extend my appreciation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my good friend's leadership, and he said everybody in their ability. He's here and he served everybody in the 118th Congress. He's going to be missed, and your leadership's going to be missed, and we appreciate you very much. And I will reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any further speakers on my side, but I just want to express my appreciation to my colleague, Representative Molinaro, for sharing that personal account of how this matters for his family, and that just expands to so many other families in this country who really deserve to be able to access all of the services they need. And that's why I would reiterate that I very much support the Think Differently Database Act and encourage my colleagues to vote for it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I have no further speakers prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I also have no further speakers, and once again, just encourage my colleagues to vote for this very important bill that will help so many families with people with disabilities across this country, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again want to thank my good friend from the Hudson Valley, where I went to college, my rockbound Highland home, who unfortunately didn't beat Navy this weekend, but he's from a great area of our country, a beautiful place, and has well represented the Hudson Valley, and I look forward to working together again at some point in some place. So I encourage, it's a great bill, I encourage a yes vote, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 670 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. And without objection, the title is amended. Same one. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S 1351.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1351, an act to study and prevent child abuse in youth residential programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S 1351, the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act. In 2022, there were approximately 34,000 children and adolescents placed in these youth residential treatment programs. These programs play a pivotal role in helping young people navigate mental health and behavioral health challenges. Unfortunately, there have been many instances of youth being mistreated in certain residential treatment programs. This is unacceptable. S 1351 will require the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine to conduct a study examining the state of youth residential programs. It also requires recommendations on how to improve oversight, disseminate education and training resources, and enhance interagency coordination, among others. Every residential treatment program should be a secure place for children to heal, and parents and guardians deserve transparency. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S 1351, the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act. This legislation, sponsored by Representatives Khanna and Carter in the House, would direct the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine to conduct a study on youth residential treatment programs. These programs offer a variety of services to adolescents and young adults with emotional, mental health, or substance use disorder needs. Residential treatment can play a pivotal role in helping young people navigate serious behavioral and emotional challenges. But too often, these programs only harm these children, subjecting them to abuse and neglect. Young people deserve to be safe and properly cared for and to receive treatment in the least restrictive environment that meets their needs. Youth residential treatment programs need proper oversight to ensure that young people are protected against abuse and neglect. This legislation would provide greater transparency around the prevalence of abuse in youth residential treatment programs, as well as recommendations to improve the implementation of best practices regarding the health and the safety of young people in these systems. In carrying out the study, this legislation would require the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine to consult with a wide range of stakeholders. This would include health professionals, individuals who have lived in youth residential programs, parents, child abuse experts, program administrators, and state and federal agencies, among others. I hope my colleagues will join me in this effort to strengthen accountability and transparency in youth residential treatment programs. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on S 1351, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act, which I am proud to lead with Senator Merkley and Representative Khanna. Before I begin, I want to start by thanking Paris Hilton for her hard work, her bravery, and her vulnerability in sharing her story about abuse at the hands of a youth residential treatment facility. This truly was a courageous act on her part. Paris, you're already making a difference, and I applaud you for using your voice to advance such a critical cause. When Paris first met with me last Congress and shared her story about being in institutional care as a child, I'll be quite honest, I was horrified. I believe the words out of my mouth were, "This sounds like it's being run by the cartel." Let me tell you, everything that I've heard since that meeting from policy experts, advocates, and survivors has confirmed this terrifying truth. One child, just one child, experiencing abuse is too many. Thousands of children are being funneled into seemingly safe institutional care facilities, only to be dehumanized and abused in a crisis, one that I am so glad there is bipartisan and bicameral support to address. There are as many as 200,000 minors in youth residential programs or facilities across the country. At their best, youth residential programs provide counseling, treatment, and care for struggling teens and children. But at their worst, they subject innocent children to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, which has led to hospitalizations, prolonged trauma, and even death. Disgustingly, far too many of these centers are operating at their worst. The Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act, which I'm proud to be the Republican lead of in the House of Representatives, would increase transparency and accountability for these programs so that parents and children alike have an accurate understanding of the practices, the goals, and the ethics of these centers. It will also help to establish best practices for health, safety, care, and treatment, so that there's a federal standard for how institutionalized youth are treated. This will also give parents the information they need to make an informed decision about whether institutional care is the best option for their child. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to intervene on state rights here. Yes, they are regulated by the states, and I want to be clear about that to my colleagues. The states will continue to regulate them. This simply calls for more transparency, for responsibility, accountability. It gives parents the opportunity to see if these centers truly are using seclusion or physical restraints. It does not intend to interfere with the states regulating these facilities. As you know, I'm a healthcare professional, and we abide by the Hippocratic rule: do no harm. It's time institutional care facilities were held to that same standard. Look, there are a lot of good facilities out there. There's no question about that. But there are some bad ones, and that's what we're trying to identify here. Every profession has bad actors. I'm a pharmacist, the second most well-respected profession in America. We have bad actors, just like every profession does. That's what we're trying to identify here. It's time that institutional care facilities were held to the same standards of the Hippocratic Oath: do no harm. This bill has already passed the Senate, and I would like to thank Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, and many others for bringing this bill before the House here today. We have the votes. We have the votes, and it's time to get this done. Who would vote against this? We all want our children safe. This is simply calling for more accountability, more transparency. This is simply calling for best practices. This is our attempt to identify bad actors. The children in these facilities can't wait another Congress for change. Sunlight is the best disinfectant there is, and we're going to light the institutional care industry up with transparency and oversight because our children deserve it. I commend Senator Merkley and Representative Khanna for working on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to Mr. Khanna, my colleague from California, to whom I'm so grateful for sponsoring with Mr. Carter this legislation.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Schreier, for your leadership. Thank you to Representative Carter for working across the aisle, and to the leadership for bringing this bill on the floor for a vote. I want to join Representative Carter in thanking Paris Hilton and her husband Carter, both up in the gallery as we speak. They really helped drive this and start this. I had coffee with Carter 4 years ago, and we were talking about technology in my district. And at the end of it, he says, you know, by the way, I'm married to Paris Hilton. You know, like you just dropped that at the end of a conversation. I said, Paris Hilton, okay, that's interesting. And then he said, there's this issue I want to talk about. And I said, here we go. Here's some celebrity issue, and person will fly in, do PR, leave. I said, Carter, what is it? And he talked about the institutional facilities, these congregate care facilities, and the thousands of American kids who go there hoping to get assistance, hoping to get support, and instead face sexual abuse, face horrific discipline, face conditions where they aren't given enough food. And he said, you know, Paris went through that. And so I was immediately struck by his vulnerability in sharing that. And then I met Paris, and I met her mother, and I saw the emotion that she had. And I met so many survivors who told their stories. And Representative Carter knows this. Paris and Carter, her husband, and the survivors came to our offices again and again for years because they wanted to do something with these experiences to make it better for America's children. We are often so polarized in this chamber. We disagree sometimes on, it seems like, everything. But as we approach Christmas and we approach these holidays, I think we can feel good that when it comes to America's children, we put them first. We did something right. We did something to help the American people. And we did that because of the commitment and leadership that Paris and so many survivors have shown. I feel good today about being a member of Congress, working with you, Representative Carter, proud of being part of this institution, and I appreciate the leadership for allowing this bill to come. I hope it'll pass unanimously.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from...
I reserve.
I have no further speakers, so I'm prepared to close. But
the chair must also remind members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just love to reiterate, particularly as a pediatrician, my support of S 1351, the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act. This is so important, as we've already heard through these stories, and we want to make sure that when our adolescents and young adults are sent off for the best care, that they receive the best care and not abuse. I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to close with saying that there has been quite a bit of hard work put into this bill, quite a bit of persistence, and without refereeing anybody in the gallery. I know there are people who have worked really, really hard to get to where we are now. I support this bill. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes, and I will yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1351? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5401 as amended.
Right, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 686, H.R. 5401, a bill to provide a one-time grant for the operation, security, and maintenance of the National September 11 Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center to commemorate the events and honor the victims of the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5401, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of Representative D'Esposito's bipartisan bill, the 9/11 Memorial and Museum Act. This legislation provides a one-time grant to assist with the security costs for the 9/11 Memorial and Museum. The National September 11th Memorial and Museum occupies the site of the former World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. This unique facility serves as a principal tribute of remembrance and honor to nearly 3,000 people killed in the terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001, and February 26, 1993. One of the focal points of the museum is an art installation with the quote, no day shall erase you from the memory of time," end quote. But this is not merely a quote. It's a promise from each and every American that we will never forget the tragic events of 9/11. More than 23 years after these horrific attacks, we still remember the innocent men, women, and children who perished on that day. Representative D'Esposito's legislation will help ensure that the memories of those we lost on 9/11 remain eternal by providing a one-time grant ranging from $5 million to $10 million to assist with security costs for the memorial and museum. As the location of one of the most high-profile terrorist attacks in American history, the museum shoulders more than $1 million in security costs per month. This important grant, coming from the Department of Homeland Security's existing appropriations, would help defray those significant security costs. I want to thank Representative D'Esposito for his efforts to advance this legislation. Yet again, he has proven himself to be a tireless advocate for his constituents and the people of New York. His important bill would help the 9/11 Memorial and Museum continue operations, increase safety measures, and provide free admission for military veterans, first responders, and victims' families. I strongly support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the 9/11 Memorial and Museum Act. This bill would require the Secretary of Defense of Homeland Security to provide a one-time grant to the National September 11th Memorial and Museum in New York City, as the chairman just mentioned, if future legislation authorizes such activity and if future legislation appropriates such funds. This museum and memorial is the principal tribute and remembrance and honor for nearly 3,000 people killed on 9/11. Over the years, Congress has provided significant financial support for the site and recognized it as the National 9/11 Memorial and Museum. And though I rise today in support, I would like to highlight that the 9/11 Museum has faced criticism since its opening related to some terminologies used in some of the exhibits. Organizations such as the Muslim Community Network and a coalition of prominent academics have raised concerns that the terminology used for Islamic extremism and terrorism is sometimes generalized, improperly defined, and excludes necessary context. In response, these groups have requested that an interfaith advisory council be established for the Memorial Museum to increase inclusive representation, content review, and educational initiatives. I acknowledge and deeply understand the significance and importance of the 9/11 Memorial and Museum. It is a site for remembrance and mourning. Members of the House Natural Resources Committee will continue to support the ongoing management needs of the museum, but we encourage the museum's management to engage with stakeholders, to develop an interfaith advisory council to ensure that the site is welcoming and representative for all. And I reserve the balance of my time.
For what? Oh, excuse me, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. D'Esposito.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your support. Mr. Speaker, the chairman mentioned a quote that is affixed to the wall when you enter the 9/11 Memorial and Museum. No day shall erase you from the memory of time. And that quote is affixed to 2,983 tiles, all painted with watercolors, a different shade of blue, to represent that clear blue sky on that Tuesday morning. The 2,983 tiles represent the victims of September 11th, 2001, as well as the 1993 bombing. On September 11th, 2001, we lost thousands of people to an attack on our homeland. These individuals were mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, and their absence is felt every single day. Among those we lost were heroes who stared danger in the face and chose to run into peril to save their fellow man. Even now, more than 2 decades later, we continue to lose people to 9/11-related illnesses. And as of today, there is someone suffering from 9/11-related illness in every congressional district in the United States of America. These were firefighters, cops, iron workers, first responders, people just going to work in the financial district, everyday Americans. And since that day, we've promised to never forget. Never forget those whose lives were cut short. Never forget those who selflessly ran towards danger. Never forget the resilience of this beautiful nation in the days that followed. Never forget the loved ones left behind, and never forget those who continue to suffer. But how do we keep this promise to never forget? One important way is through continued support of the National September 11th Memorial and Museum in New York City. For years, the museum has told the story of that tragic day, from the clear blue sky that I referenced, and to the people, remember, waking up that morning to fear and confusion that gripped the nation, to the rescue efforts that followed. Outside the museum, 2 memorial pools are surrounded by the names of each and every victim on bronze parapets, making sure we never forget one single victim. I encourage everyone to visit this site. No American under the age of 22 was alive during 9/11. And it is critical that we continue to teach our children and generations to come about the events of that day and how it changed our world forever. And we must continue to teach them who was responsible for that attack on this nation and hold them accountable. The museum does this critical work every day, both on-site and around the world, through the development of lesson plans and curriculum for kids of various ages. Congress must support this work. Additionally, the threat to this site did not end on September 11th, 2001. The museum remains a target to this day. Just 2 months ago, a man was sentenced to over a decade in prison for trying to help ISIS attack New York City, including the 9/11 Museum. This is unacceptable. The 9/11 Memorial Museum must have the resources it needs to ensure that all visitors are safe. I am proud to introduce and support this legislation that will authorize a one-time grant for the National September 11th Memorial Museum, ensuring that they have the resources they need to continue the programs and keep visitors safe is of paramount importance to this nation. I am calling on all my colleagues to support this and keep our promise to never forget. As I close, I would like to read a part of the 9/11 Memorial and Museum's mission. Quote, "May the lives remembered, the deeds recognized, and the spirit reawakened be eternal beacons, which reaffirm respect for life, strengthen our resolve to preserve freedom, and inspire an end to hatred, ignorance, and intolerance. May we help them accomplish this mission today by passing this legislation. When those of us who take oaths to protect and serve, we take that oath and we swear on the Bible, we also make a promise in our hearts, a promise to never, ever forget. And Mr. Speaker, today I'm asking all the members of this distinguished body to follow that lead and never forget. Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Chairman, thank you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no requests for time, or we are prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we support this legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is an important bill with strong bipartisan support. It offers a one-time grant to help the 9/11 Memorial and Museum in New York City fulfill its crucial educational mission and ensure no American forgets the tragic events of 9/11. I urge the adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5401 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8012 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 693, H.R. 8012, a bill to establish the Jackie Robinson Ballpark National Commemorative Site in the state of Florida and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8012, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of Representative Waltz's bill, the Jackie Robinson Commemorative Site Act. By designating the Jackie Robinson Ballpark as a national commemorative site, this bill recognizes the ballpark's important role in advancing civil rights and ending racially segregated sports in the 20th century of America. In 1946, Jackie Robinson played in the first racially integrated spring games at what is now named the Jackie Robinson Ballpark in Daytona Beach, Florida. At the time, Jim Crow laws prevented integrated baseball throughout the South. A year later, Robinson would make his major league debut with the Brooklyn Dodgers, where he broke the MLB's color barrier and became the first African American to play in a modern-era MLB game. Robinson would eventually finish his career as a 6-time All-Star, while amassing over 1,500 hits and maintaining a .311 batting average. Throughout his career, Robinson demonstrated courage and excellence on and off the field, opening the door of opportunity for generations of athletes who succeeded him. By designating the ballpark as a national commemorative site, this bill recognizes the facility's historic role in advancing civil rights without adding to the federal estate or using taxpayer dollars. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. It would designate the Jackie Robinson Ballpark in Daytona Beach, Florida, as a national commemorative site to honor the legendary baseball player Jackie Robinson. And this park was, I did not know this park is the oldest active ballpark in minor league baseball, opened in 1914. And the historic significance, of course, is that heading into spring training in 1946, every other minor league park locked their stadiums and canceled games rather than allow Jackie Robinson to play as part of the Montreal Royals in that minor league season. So only Daytona Beach set aside segregation laws to permit Robinson to play at the ballpark that now bears his name. A year later, he was called up to the Brooklyn Dodgers, and the rest is history. So the park was renamed Jackie Robinson Memorial Ballpark in 1990 and added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1998. By designating it as a national commemorative site, we would continue to honor and bolster Robinson's legacy, which is a good thing. I appreciate this bill, appreciate that it's sponsored by the entire Florida delegation, displaying not only the truly bipartisan nature of this effort, but also a universal understanding of the importance of memorializing Jackie Robinson for the contributions he made to the civil rights movement. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the lead sponsor of this bill, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, I am excited to rise today in support of this bill, H.R. 8012, the bipartisan bicameral Jackie Robinson Ballpark National Commemorative Site Act to honor the location where Jackie Robinson broke baseball's color barrier and played his first game. This bill would designate Jackie Robinson Ballpark in Daytona Beach as a national commemorative site and add the ballpark to the African American Civil Rights Network. Additionally, this bill would direct the Secretary of Interior to conduct a feasibility study to give the site the designation of a National Historic Landmark. H.R. 8012 honors the location where Jackie Robinson broke baseball's color barrier, when he played his first professional game with the Montreal Royals, March 17th, 1946, in Daytona Beach, at the then-named Daytona City Island Ballpark. This is the first time in modern baseball that a black player and a white player played on the same team. And incidentally, it's just down the street from the HBCU Bethune-Cookman. Its founder, Mary McLeod Bethune, represents Florida just down the hallway here in Statuary Hall. Jackie Robinson then led the Montreal Royals to a minor league championship the same season, and the next year he was promoted to the Dodgers, making modern Major League Baseball history. In his book, Mr. Speaker, My Own Story, Jackie Robinson reflected on the importance of this game, stating, quote, "I knew, of course, that everyone was not pulling for me to make good, but I was sure now that the whole world wasn't lined up against me. And when I went to sleep, the applause was still ringing in my ears," end quote. Since that day, Daytona Beach's ballpark has been a historic landmark and a reminder of Jackie Robinson's impact, of the civil rights movement, of the integration of modern professional baseball. Its preservation and recognition is even more important and more crucial now following the demolition of Ebbets Field, home to the Brooklyn Dodgers in 1960, which again was the first Major League Baseball team to sign Robinson. But now that that stadium is destroyed, we must preserve and honor Jackie Robinson's legacy. I want to thank Chairman Westerman for his leadership in bringing this bill to the floor so that we can pass it into law and protect and commemorate Jackie Robinson Ballpark in Daytona for all future Americans.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. Prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no requests for time and are prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from California is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good bill. Urge my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again want to commend Representative Waltz for his efforts in leading this important bill. This is a straightforward way of recognizing a historic venue that played a critical role in the fight for equality for all Americans. I urge the adoption of the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8012 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S. 3857.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3857, an act to take certain land in the state of California into trust for the benefit of the Jamal Indian Village of California and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S. 3857, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S. 3857, the Jamul Indian Village Land Transfer Act, which would place approximately 173 acres of land into trust by the United States for the benefit of the Jamul Indian Village. The Jamul Indian Village is located in San Diego County and is part of the Commemorating people of Southern California, otherwise known as the Mission Indians. While the tribe's history dates back 12,000 years, they only received federal recognition in 1981. The tribe's reservation consists approximately of 6.04 acres, but the tribe has continued to work to restore its land base. This legislation would place certain parcels into trust for the tribe's benefit. The legislation also would prohibit Class 2 or Class 3 gaming on the parcels placed into trust, consistent with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. I want to thank the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for his work on the House companion to this legislation that passed the House earlier this year, and I encourage adoption of the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senator Padilla's Jamul Indian Village Land Transfer Act. This would designate approximately 172 acres of land located in San Diego County, California, into trust for the benefit of the federally recognized tribe of the Jamul Indian Village of California. This land is within the tribe's ancestral territory and is located near their existing reservation. This tribe has fought for years to restore their homelands and protect and preserve their cultural sites. With this land, the tribe will be able to increase tribal housing, preserve and protect cultural sites, and better provide essential government operations, including healthcare services, administrative offices, law enforcement, and other community resources such as a grocery store and educational services. Earlier this year, we passed the House version of this bill by voice vote. I ask my colleagues to support the bill once again so that we can send it to the President for his signature, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. Okay. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation would take approximately 173 acres of land into trust for the Jamul Indian Village for the benefit of the tribe. I again thank Mr. Issa for his hard work on behalf of his constituents. I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3857? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For
request the yeas and the
nays. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8946.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 689, H.R. 8946, a bill to convey the revisionary interest of the United States in certain land in Sacramento, California.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8946, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Representative Matsui's bill, H.R. 8946, the Revisionary Interest Conveyance Act. This bill will resolve a stubborn property law issue that has long afflicted a small parcel of land in California. The private owners of an 8-acre property in Sacramento recently discovered a revisionary interest on their land, which was originally conveyed by a railroad company. The interest, which dates back to the days of the Transcontinental Railroad, technically requires the land to revert to the United States since it is no longer used for railroad purposes. With their land encumbered, the owners of this property are limited in their ability to develop or sell the land. The Bureau of Land Management, which would receive the property through the reversion, does not want to manage the land in question. Since the agency can't extinguish the revisionary interest unilaterally, the BLM has encouraged Congress to pursue a legislative solution. H.R. 8946 would resolve this conflict by requiring the Bureau of Land Management to convey the reversionary interest to the private landowners for fair market value. In so doing, this bill will free up the land for economic development and prevent further federal interference. This is a good governance bill that supports the local community, encourages economic development, and reduces the burden on the federal government. I applaud Representative Matsui for advancing the solution on behalf of her constituents. I support the bill and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Representative Matsui's Reversionary Interest Conveyance Act, introduced by my colleague from the Sacramento area in California. Her bill would allow for the conveyance of certain federal government claims associated with approximately 8.43 acres of land administered by the Bureau of Land Management in Sacramento. It's currently encumbered by what's known as a reversionary interest, in this case dating back to the 19th century. The original conveyance of the land from the federal government stipulated that it must be used for specific stated purposes or ownership would revert back to the United States. Lands with reversionary interests like these have what is called a clouded title, which limits allowable uses and development. In this case, the reversionary interests originate from the initial conveyance that provided public land for railroad purposes in the 19th century. But the land changed hands over the years, eventually without knowledge of this requirement. And the bill aims to clear up the land ownership issue by resolving the federal government's ownership claims on these parcels. Under the sale authorized by the bill, landowners would be given the opportunity to purchase the reversionary interest from the government so that they can pursue development or future conveyances of the land. Importantly, this bill has standard conveyance language, including a requirement to sell the interests at fair market value, and the authorized conveyance is supported by the Department of Interior. This is a win-win for the government and the community in Sacramento. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the author of this bill, the gentlelady from Sacramento, Representative Matsui.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 8946, the Reversionary Interest Conveyance Act. This bill provides a technical correction that will help unlock the innovative potential of Sacramento. It provides the BLM with the clear authority to convey 8.5 acres of former railroad right-of-way in Sacramento. This will allow the City of Sacramento, Sacramento State University, and their partners to continue moving forward on the Sacramento Center for Innovation, a research park that will allow Sacramento to retain and grow the level of talent the region needs to attract investment and business. We support our innovators, our educators, and our businesses because we know that these economic drivers don't just support job and community growth today, they sustain them for generations. And because of this, I really support this bill. It's something that is very, very needed. And I want to thank the chair and ranking member for their support of this bill. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a great bill. I urge my colleagues to support it and yield to the gentleman from Arkansas.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is straightforward legislation that will extricate private property owners and the federal government from a legal quagmire. I support this bill and note that it passed out of the Committee on Natural Resources by unanimous consent. I urge the adoption of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 8946? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8931.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 688, H.R. 8931, a bill to redesignate Saratoga National Historical Park as Saratoga National Battlefield Park.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8931, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Representative Stefanik's bill, H.R. 8931, which will redesignate the Saratoga National Historic Park as the Saratoga National Battlefield Park. On September 19, 1777, General Horatio Gates led Continental Army troops against the British Empire in present-day Saratoga County, New York. In the ensuing battles of Saratoga, American colonists would rout a British invasion force and create a turning point in the Revolutionary War. Today, the site of these battles is conserved in the 3,400-acre Saratoga National Historical Park, a unit of the National Park System. There, visitors can explore trails and tour routes to experience the historic battlefield, which includes landmarks, fortifications, and other important structures. The park also hosts artifacts, exhibits, historical reenactments, and guided tours. While the current site was originally named Saratoga Battlefield Park by New York State, the battlefield nomenclature was dropped in 1938 when the area became part of the National Park System. With the battle's upcoming 250th anniversary, however, residents of Saratoga County and New York State have called for renaming the park to clarify its place in the heroic struggle of American independence. Accordingly, Representative Stefanik's legislation would redesignate the site as the Saratoga National Battlefield Park, thus identifying its importance as a historical battlefield and emphasizing the sacrifices of soldiers who fought there. I want to thank Representative Stefanik for her leadership on this issue and for working tirelessly this Congress on behalf of her constituents. We will all miss Representative Stefanik next Congress, but in the meantime, I am pleased to be working with her in advancing this important legislation through the House. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 8931. It's unclear to me why, when this park changed from being a state park to part of the National Park Service, the word battlefield was dropped. But obviously, the battles of Saratoga are a very important part of history. This is where American Revolutionary Forces won a decisive victory in 1777. The change proposed in this legislation is appropriate. We support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the lead sponsor of the bill, Ms. Stefanik.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. I rise today in support of my bipartisan legislation, the Strengthening America's Turning Point Act. I am always so proud to share with my colleagues in Congress and the American people that upstate New York and the North Country are known as the cradle of the American Revolution, home to numerous battlefields and historic sites that were critical in shaping our nation's founding and history. I grew up going to these historic sites like generations of upstaters, and for years I've been proud to lead the charge in their preservation in Congress. Preserving and championing our battlefields and historic areas is one of my greatest privileges as the representative of New York's 21st District and co-chair of the Congressional Battlefield Caucus. The battles of Saratoga were the most significant turning point and one of the most decisive American battles of the American Revolution. The American defeat of British forces at Saratoga marked a changing of the tide in the Revolutionary War, securing foreign support from France and bolstering domestic support for the American patriots and our righteous cause. This bipartisan legislation would rename Saratoga National Historical Park to Saratoga National Battlefield Park to more accurately reflect the historical significance of the site and emphasize the crucial military engagements that took place there. The historic site was originally named the Saratoga Battlefield Park, but when it became a national park in 1938, the word battlefield was left out of its name. Unanimously supported by the Saratoga County Board of Supervisors, this significant fix will help increase public understanding of the deep significance the site holds in our military history and honor the site where so many gave their last full measure of devotion, especially important as we are celebrating our nation's semi-quincentennial. I want to express my immense gratitude to my great friend and classmate, Chair Bruce Westerman, and Subcommittee Chair Tom Tiffany for their partnership in ensuring our battlefields and historic sites in upstate New York and across America are preserved and protected for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back. Thank you.
From Arkansas Reserves, Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a simple bipartisan bill that will distinguish an important site for its pivotal role in the American fight for independence ahead of our nation's 250th anniversary. I urge the adoption of Representative Stefanik's bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All debate having ceased, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8931? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8308.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 694, H.R. 8308, a bill to reauthorize the Nutria Eradication and Control Act of 2003.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8308, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Representative Harder's legislation, which would reauthorize the Nutria eradication program at existing funding levels through 2030. Nutria are invasive rodents native to South America that were imported to the United States in 1899 for fur production. Since then, the Nutria population has exploded in places like Northern California, Oregon, and the Louisiana bayous and the Chesapeake Bay. These rodents eat, dig, and trample healthy wetland habitats, causing significant erosion and habitat damage to native ecosystems. When this legislation was first enacted in 2003, an estimated 17% of the Chesapeake Bay's marshlands were estimated to have been destroyed by Nutria. Due to the aid of this program, Nutria eradication efforts have been very successful. For example, in Maryland, they have been declared eradicated. In Louisiana, where more than 432,000 acres were damaged or destroyed between 2002 and 2021, over 5 million Nutria have been taken. I want to thank Representative Garrett Graves and David Valadeo for co-leading this bill with Congressman Harder. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this legislation by my colleague from Northern California, Representative Josh Harder. This bill would reauthorize the Nutria Eradication and Control Act through 2030, and this will benefit Maryland, Louisiana, and California, enabling them to manage and eradicate this destructive invasive species. The chairman described a little bit about the Nutria and how it came to the United States. The reason it's such a problem, it breeds very rapidly, has destructive tendencies towards native wetland vegetation, which has led to erosion, displacement of native species. It can lead to levee breaches and the introduction of diseases and parasites that threaten humans, livestock, and pets. These effects pose severe threats to our national wetlands, which are essential habitats for waterfowl and other wildlife, and which act as buffers from extreme weather events. To give you an example, according to estimates, had measures not been adopted to control and eradicate the species in Maryland's Chesapeake Bay, Nutria could have destroyed 17% of the bay's marshes in just 50 years. In 2003, the Nutria Eradication and Control Act authorized the Secretary of Interior to provide financial assistance to Maryland and Louisiana for a program to eradicate or control nutria and restore marshland that they damaged. In 2020, my friend Josh Harder passed a bill through Congress that amended that legislation to include California. And that was a very timely law because California faced a rapidly expanding breeding population of nutria in the San Joaquin Valley and adjacent areas. The Nutria Eradication and Control Act has significantly reduced nutria populations in all 3 states. In Maryland, they were entirely eradicated from the Chesapeake Bay in 2022. In California, nutria captures peaked in 2020 and have been steadily declining, but they're not yet fully eradicated, and that's why this bill is needed. It would ensure that the critical work of eradicating this destructive invasive species can continue through fiscal year 2030. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, my good friend, who I believe may be wearing, if I'm not mistaken, a Nutria hide suit tonight, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman for the recognition. Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, and I legislatively agree on approximately nothing. But this is truly an anomaly. This legislation is something that he and I absolutely agree upon. We've worked together on. I want to thank the other gentleman from California, Mr. Harder, for the introduction, and we've worked together on this legislation for years. Nutria are unbelievable invasive species. Coastal Louisiana loses a football field of wetlands approximately every 90 minutes. A football field of land is lost, and that's a result of wave action. It's a result of saltwater intrusion, a result of subsidence, a result of replumbing of coastal Louisiana in a destructive manner. But nutria absolutely contribute to that.
You see, Mr. Speaker, what happened between the probably late 1950s to the early 1990s, there was a huge fur trade, and tens of millions of nutria were actually harvested to provide fur coats. Tens of millions, but that market declined. And as a result, the population of nutria just absolutely exploded. In fact, one nutria can provide, on average, about 13 offspring a year. And so you do the math very quickly. Mr. Chairman can do the math very quickly. Actually, take that back. He's from Arkansas. I'll do it for you. But they can proliferate very, very quickly and have a profound impact. They will burrow into levees. They found that they've done these 150-foot burrows that actually compromises flood protection infrastructure like levees, actually putting our communities in jeopardy. They will eat the vegetation. They will eat all the way down to the roots, and the roots are actually what hold everything together, which hold our coastal landscape together. And so what this legislation does is that it helps to put a bounty program to ensure that we can come in and we can actually harvest, we can retrieve these nutria to prevent the proliferation that goes today from Maryland all the way to California down to the coast of Louisiana, to prevent this impact to habitat that exacerbates our coastal resiliency and ecological productivity all across the United States. Again, I want to thank Mr. Harder, my friend from California, for working with us on this. This is a reauthorization bill. Members all across the political spectrum support this bill. And I'll say it again, my good friend Mr. Huffman from California and I rarely agree on legislation, but we absolutely agree on this one. And I want to ask all members to please support this. This is very helpful. It actually prevents disaster dollars. It improves ecological productivity and certainly will help with the resiliency of our home state of coastal Louisiana. Mr. Speaker, as I close, the chairman commented on my attire. I want to remind him it's Christmas time. It's Christmas time, and these are colors that are festive and relevant to the time of year. I think he might have noted that I resemble a nutria or something like that. Mr. Speaker, I have no idea what the gentleman from Arkansas is talking about. This is absolutely top flight attire for Christmas for 2024. While I respect my friend, the chairman of the committee, sometimes he is simply in error. I urge adoption of this legislation. I thank my friends from California, my friend from Arkansas, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the last nutria in the United States is eradicated, it will not be missed, but the gentleman from Louisiana will be missed. It has been a pleasure serving with him. He is colorful both in his rhetoric and in his fashion, and we appreciate him and wish him well. With that, I will yield such time as he may consume to my colleague, Representative Harder from Northern California.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman, and thank you to my friend from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, for his leadership and his sense of style. We are certainly going to miss him and all of the work that he has done to make this critical legislation a reality. This bill is dead simple. All it does is reauthorize funding to advance eradication efforts for this invasive rodent, which is already causing millions of dollars in damage in 18 states, including California, Louisiana, and Florida. These swamp rats threaten our world-class farmland, our critical flood control infrastructure, and our water quality. With their massive nacho cheese-colored orange teeth, nutria can eat 25% of their body weight in vegetation every single day, breaking down our levees and harming our waterways. To make matters worse, these invasive rats weigh upwards of 40 pounds, and one female nutria, to do the math for my friend from Louisiana, can reproduce 200 offspring every single year. This means that if we don't get this bill done, that this nutria will continue to expand, ravage our country unless the strategic wildfire management plans actually reduce their growth. This is our last chance to secure 5 additional years of nutria eradication efforts for affected districts across the nation. And we know that it can work. Our efforts have already shrunk nutria populations across the country. In 2018, after the Chesapeake Bay region successfully eradicated Nutria from their communities after almost 2 decades, we're learning from that in California and Louisiana. This shows that we have the wildlife management techniques that can ensure that we can continue to move forward. We are reaching a critical point in nutria control efforts. This year alone, we have experienced a 55% increase in detected nutria cells. And we are on track to unfortunately have a record-breaking year for captive nutria right now. So we must reauthorize these eradication efforts so we can stop the destruction and damage in my district and others like it across the nation. I urge my colleagues to pass this bill to keep our levees, our waterways, our agricultural lands safe from these dangerous, invasive swamp rats. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this very important bill and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, H.R. 8308 would reauthorize a program that has proven to be very effective in protecting our country's vital wetlands and marshes from a destructive invasive species. While great work has already been accomplished in controlling these invasive pests, continuing to ensure our native species of plants and animals are able to recover and thrive is crucial for future generations. I thank my colleagues again for their diligent work on this bill. I urge all members to support this common sense bipartisan legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All debate having ceased, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8308? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3396 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3396, a bill to require the standardization of reciprocal fire suppression cost share agreements and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3396, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3396, the Fire Department Repayment Act. This is a bipartisan bill sponsored by Representative Harder alongside Representatives Curtis and LaMalfa. H.R. 3396 would standardize cost share agreements between the federal government and local fire departments to ensure state and local firefighting partners are fairly and quickly compensated for fighting wildfires on federal lands. Because wildfires do not heed administrative boundaries, various state, tribal, local, and private firefighting resources respond jointly to wildfires throughout the nation. The costs expended by these resources are then reimbursed under pre-existing arrangements known as reciprocal fire suppression cost share agreements. These agreements enable firefighting entities to access resources and assistance from neighboring jurisdictions during large fires on federal lands. Unfortunately, the current reimbursement process is flawed. Payments are often delayed, imposing financial burdens on local fire departments and reducing their ability to respond to other emergencies. The Fire Department Repayment Act addresses these challenges by establishing uniform reimbursement timelines for fire suppression cost share agreements. This legislation would ensure local fire departments are paid promptly while still allowing the federal government to dispute any inaccurate invoices. This is a good bill that will improve the reimbursement process for coordinated firefighting efforts. It thus takes a critical step towards strengthening shared resources and cross-boundary firefighting. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Fire Department Repayment Act, introduced by my colleague from California, Representative Josh Harder. The bill would require the Secretaries of Agriculture, Interior, Homeland Security, and Defense to establish standard operating procedures for fire suppression cost share agreements under the Reciprocal Fire Protection Act. With the increasing threat of climate change and with wildfires becoming more rampant, it is critical that our local and state fire organizations are supported and continue to receive the resources that they need to fight wildfires. That's why this bill would enable local and state fire departments to maintain their readiness and effectiveness by establishing standard operating procedures to expedite the process for reviewing and modifying existing fire suppression cost agreements to align with cooperative fire protection agreements. Furthermore, the bill would require the secretaries to complete second-level reviews of a fire suppression cost share agreement following containment of a wildfire in consultation with state and local fire suppression organizations. The establishment of these standard operating procedures is a necessary step toward ensuring quicker and more efficient reviews so that local and state fire departments receive federal reimbursements in a more timely manner. As fire seasons continue to increase in frequency and severity, Congress needs to do everything we can to support our local and state fire departments and their firefighters. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the author of this important bill, the gentleman from California, Representative Harder.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to Mr. Huffman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Chair. I rise in support of my bill, the Fire Department Repayment Act. This legislation cuts red tape and fixes the burdensome fire department repayment system to ensure our local departments are repaid quickly for their work to keep our communities safe. As you know, the wildfire crisis is getting longer and more intense every year. 60,000 communities in the United States are at risk for wildland fires in newly populated, recently developed areas that border fire-prone fields and forests. My home state of California is on the front lines of this crisis, with the most neighborhoods threatened by wildfires. When a wildfire breaks out on federal lands, our local firefighters are often the first on the scene, braving hazardous conditions to put out these blazes and protect nearby homes, families, and communities. Local fire departments deploy personnel, use fire engines, and spend thousands of dollars worth of time and resources to fight fires on federal lands. Yet, the bureaucratic federal reimbursement process is slow and covered in red tape. It often takes years for small fire departments to be repaid for their assistance on these fires. In my own district, fire departments have waited years and years for repayment from agencies that has drained their budget and restrained their resources to combat the fires that we're fighting just this year. That's unacceptable. Our government must work better for the heroes who put their lives on the line to keep our families safe. I urge my colleagues to pass this bill to ensure our local fire departments are paid back quickly so they have the tools they need to protect our communities from the next fire. I also want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Curtis and Mr. LaMalfa, for their tireless leadership and their support of this important bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense bipartisan bill that will benefit our local fire departments and improve our response to wildfires nationwide. Before I close, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture, the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, and the House Armed Services Committee.
Without objection.
I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All debate having ceased, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3396 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9516 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 690, H.R. 9516, a bill to amend the Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act to provide for lifetime national parks and federal recreational lands passes for family members of the armed forces who lost their lives while serving their country.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 9516, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9516, the Military Families National Parks Access Enhancement Act. This bill, which is led by Representative Chavez DeRemer, expands access to free lifetime passes to our national parks and public lands to Gold Star, next of kin, and families of veterans who pass away due to a service-related illness or injury. Across the nation, military families play a critical role in protecting our freedoms. They are the strongest base of support for the brave military service members who risk their lives defending America. When these troops make the ultimate sacrifice for our country, the emotional impact on their families is devastating. While nothing can replace the lost loved one, outdoor recreation has a proven track record of providing at least some measure of relief in times of profound tragedy. In 2021, Congress permanently codified free lifetime passes to our national parks and public lands for Gold Star families in the Alexander Lofgren Veterans and Parks Act, a bill I proudly co-sponsored and helped champion through the Natural Resources Committee. Unfortunately, the eligibility for these passes exclude families whose relatives were killed in incidents such as hazardous training accidents or due to a service-related illness. H.R. 9516, however, will expand access to free lifetime America the Beautiful passes to Gold Star next of kin family members and family members of fallen veterans. This legislation is a meaningful way to support additional families whose loved ones were lost in the selfless service to our nation. I want to commend Representative Chavez DeRemer for spearheading this noble effort. Throughout this Congress, Representative Chavez DeRemer has demonstrated exemplary public service by working tirelessly with members on both sides of the aisle to better serve her constituents. She introduced this bill after receiving outreach from a constituent family whose loved one passed away while on active duty but was not eligible for these passes. Her advocacy on behalf of her constituents and our military families is deeply commendable. I reiterate my strong support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill. The Beautiful National Parks and Federal Recreational Lands Pass covers entrance fees and day use fees at national parks, wildlife refuges, national forests, and other federal recreational lands. Of these, the Military Lifetime Pass, or Gold Star Pass, is a free lifetime pass available to our veterans and to certain Gold Star families who've lost a family member during military service, the ultimate sacrifice, as the chairman mentioned. However, the Gold Star Pass currently includes certain limitations regarding who qualifies. So this bill would expand eligibility for the Lifetime Gold Star Pass to include next of kin family members of fallen service members who are not currently eligible. Specifically, it would expand access to families of service members who died in inactive or active duty training or in travel to or from training or duty stations. Mr. Speaker, this bill would ensure that all those who have lost a family member in connection to their military service have access to our national parks and lands. Those who have sacrificed so much for our nation deserve this access to appreciate the wonders of our parks, historic sites, and natural beauty across the country. It's imperative that we ensure this benefit is not limited based on how a service member died during their service. So I support the passage of this bill, urge my colleagues to do the same, and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, urge my colleagues to vote yes, and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank Representative Chavez DeRemer for her efforts to introduce this meaningful legislation. This bill will help reduce the financial burden on our military families who want to visit our national parks and expand their access to the healing powers of outdoor recreation. I urge the adoption of this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All debate having ceased, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9516 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my good friend, Mr. Hal B. Good of Washington County, on his well-deserved retirement as the Executive Director of the Central Kentucky Community Action Council. Hal will be retiring after an extraordinary 6.5 years of incredible leadership, where he has expanded vital community service outreach across multiple Kentucky counties, including many in the 1st Congressional District of Kentucky. Under his direction, Hal has spearheaded numerous achievements, including opening 2 new Head Start facilities in my district in Springfield and Lebanon. The success of the Central Kentucky Community Action Council is a testament to Hal's belief that their service to those in need is a hand up, not a handout. His ability to develop relationships with local communities has laid a strong foundation for the CKCAC's future progress. I want to thank Hal for his dedication to Central Kentucky and wish him nothing but the best in a well-deserved retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Savannah business leader David Pattison, recipient of the 2025 Leadership Award from the Southeast Georgia Leadership Forum. Mr. Pattison serves as the president of Sterling Seacrest Pritchard, the private insurance brokerage and employee benefits consulting firm in the southeastern United States. Not only has David achieved business success during his more than 30-year career, but he has also advocated for community involvement in support of nonprofit organizations. As Savannah native, Mr. Pattison has been a leader on many boards within this community. He has served as the chair of the Savannah Economic Development Authority, Union Mission, and the Armstrong State Foundation, and currently holds numerous other board positions. Along with his wife, Jeannie, Mr. Pattison founded the Savannah Wildlife Rescue Center to provide rescue and rehabilitation resources to the region's animals. I pass my most sincere congratulations to Mr. Pattison for receiving this honorable award and for his outstanding contributions to the Savannah community. Congratulations, my friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you.
I rise today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the city of Suwanee in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Folks have called Suwanee home for over 200 years, with Suwanee Old Town dating back as far as 1817. Yet it wasn't until 1949 that Suwanee was officially chartered. At that time, the city was roughly 3.1 square miles, consisting of just a few hundred residents. In the 75 years since, Suwanee has flourished, more than tripling in size and expanding its population to over 22,000 Georgians. The once small agricultural town now boasts a charming downtown community, many prosperous businesses and beautiful parks, offering an exceptional place for families to live and work. In fact, in Fortune 2024 Top 50 Best Places to Live for Families in the United States, the city of Suwanee ranked 27th in the entire nation. That's incredible. Congratulations to Mayor Jimmy Burnett and the city of Suwanee on this exciting milestone. I'm honored to represent the great folks of Suwanee in Congress, and I look forward to seeing the city thrive for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I had an interesting conversation with someone today who deals with people in the lower economic classes. It was an interesting conversation because it was along the same theme that I often speak behind this podium, and that is the frustration she finds in the poor communities as clergy again and again encourage young people to get married, and they inform the clergy that they can't do it because the United States government has established a bunch of programs that make it financially advantageous to not get married. Indeed, it is not unusual to have $20,000 or $25,000 or $30,000 a year penalties for couples who get married, as opposed to situations in which a man is not in the household. I strongly encourage my colleagues in this chamber to, over the next few months, undo the horrid disincentives towards forming families that were put in by Lyndon Johnson and the Great Society. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there any other requests for 1-minute speeches? Seeing none, under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we're here tonight to celebrate the remarkable life and legacy of one of our good friends, a great Texan, a great mentor, a great member of Congress, our friend and our colleague, Dr. Michael Burgess. Sadly, Dr. Burgess is stepping away from these hallowed halls to hang up his boots back home. I'm not quite sure we're going to let him do that, but we're going to give him grief over that. But he is leaving these hallowed halls of Congress to hang up those great boots back home in the great state of Texas. Check this out. After 22 dedicated years of service, not just to this institution, the people of America and the people of Texas. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Michael Burgess has exemplified the very best of what it is not only to be a Texan, but to be a physician, to be a husband, a father, to be a congressman. He's the real deal, Mr. Speaker, with unshakable resolve and a servant's heart. I've watched him up close and personal these last 12 years. With absolute unshakable resolve and a servant's heart, Michael Burgess has tackled some of the most challenging issues facing our nation. He's always had the needs of Texans and Americans at the forefront, both of those, Texans and Americans. As one of the very few physicians in Congress, Dr. Burgess, his expertise has been an absolute guiding light on health care policy, and his unwavering advocacy for the unborn has been a testament to his absolute deep moral convictions. Dr. Burgess, let me say, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I could tell you things about him from being with him in the Texas lunch and knowing him personally and watching him up close and personal as he sits on the what we call the Texas row back here. I don't have enough time to tell you about the stories and the discussions we've had and what it revealed about the man, Dr. Michael Burgess. I could be here for a long time. I don't know how much time you have, Mr. Speaker, but I could be here for a long time. In Texas, we believe in rolling up our sleeves, getting the job done, and never backing down from a fight. And let me tell y'all, that epitomizes one Dr. Michael Burgess, who has done that right here in what I call those hallowed halls of Congress. His dedication to conservative principles and his commitment to values that make not only Texas strong, but this country strong, has left an indelible mark on this institution. Michael, we are sad that you're leaving. I'm still not sure we're gonna let that happen, but bless you, brother. As you return to the Lone Star State, we know that you will continue to embody the spirit of Texas, where faith and family and freedom remain at the center of everything we do. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Michael Burgess epitomizes that. He really epitomizes that. So, Dr. Burgess, as you step into the well-deserved next chapter, we must also recognize the support of your beautiful wife, Laura, who's been your steadfast partner throughout these 22 years of service. You know what they say, behind every great leader is a strong family, but it's one that he built. It's one that he built. And his bride, Laura, has shared in those sacrifices that come with public service, standing by him with grace and strength. So, before I begin to conclude, I do want to yield to my friend from Texas also, Dr. Brian Babin, for his comments as we absolutely salute Dr. Michael Burgess and applaud him and just absolutely love the work that he's done. I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, my friend. Randy, I appreciate you having this for such a very, very close friend. But I want to rise today, Mr. Speaker, to recognize really a close friend, a fellow Texan, Dr. Michael Burgess, for his distinguished career for 22 years serving here in the U.S. House of Representatives. I want to thank you, Mike, for being a wonderful mentor over the years, for showing me and so many others of our colleagues just how to serve the American people with integrity and with honor, and the shining example that you have been to all of us here. No matter the topic, your position on energy and commerce as the chairman of the Rules Committee or at one of our Doctors' Caucus meetings, over the years you have always been an invaluable resource to me and countless other ones. We will miss your knowledge, your expertise, your brilliant intellect, your wise counsel, and how well that you represented our great Lone Star State. Your legacy will carry on for many, many generations to come. And I want to thank you for being a dedicated public servant, a proud Texan, and a great American, without any question. I also want to extend our deepest sympathies and our prayers at the recent tragic and untimely loss of your daughter, Christine. We want to wish you, Laura, and your entire family all the best. Godspeed, my friend. May God bless you all. We will see you soon, and I want to keep in contact with you for the rest of our days. God bless you. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank Chairman Babin for his great remarks, his heartfelt stuff, because he shares the sentiment of all of us, Dr. Michael Burgess. It's my joy to now recognize the chairman from Oklahoma, Mr. Frank Lucas, for his remarks.
Thank you, Congressman Weber, for the opportunity to participate in this important discussion this evening. I can't think of a person that I have interacted with for the last 22 years that I've enjoyed any more than Dr. Burgess. Saying in that general area back there, occasionally he would veer away from the Texas row and interact with the Okies, where we analyzed the leadership, we analyzed the committees, we analyzed the work product. His insights were just as amazing as his personality. And let's be honest, if you have toiled through the Budget Committee, as Dr. Burgess did, as a good member, if you worked diligently for decades almost on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and then had enough patience and grit and willpower to be a Rules Committee member for a number of years and chairman of the Rules Committee, that says something about your commitment to this body, this country, this Constitution, and yes, Doc, I'll admit it as an Okie, your commitment to the Republic of Texas. With that, let me yield back.
The gentleman, the admirer of the Republic of Texas, yields back. And I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Chip Roy.
I thank my friend from Texas. I'm here tonight, as we all are, to celebrate the career, the legacy, and the friendship of Chairman Dr. Michael Burgess. We're going to miss you. It has been an honor to serve alongside you in two committees, the Rules Committee and the Budget Committee. An honor to work with you on healthcare policies and any number of things. I've learned from you. I've probably made your life a little more interesting than you would prefer on the Rules Committee. But it has been an honor to serve alongside you, and I truly mean that. There's a lot of words that are thrown around about people that have an impact on us when we're here, but I will always remember your grace in front of a number of circumstances, but particularly in the last couple of weeks. And I will just say that, as you said this last week, and the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus, Philippians 4:7. And your faith stands as a testament to all of us. Godspeed.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I yield as much time as he may consume to the chairman from Kentucky, Mr. Brett Guthrie.
Thank you, my good friend from yielding. I appreciate that. I'm here to honor one of my dear friends. When I first got on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the battle that was going on in that committee was over healthcare policy, and Dr. Burgess knew it frontwards and backwards. Matter of fact, I always like looking at his copy of the Affordable Care Act, and I think it was tabbed. It was he even diagrammed sentences, I believe, in that to make sure he understood it and could explain it and try to figure out how to fix it. And he was always going that direction. When I was on the committee, when he was chair of the subcommittee, I became his vice chair. And that's when he became more than a friend. He became a mentor, somebody that just admired the way that he studied, he learned, he was an expert. And whatever subcommittee you were on, particularly healthcare, and so I just he mentored me, and it's someone that set a standard that I tried to live by. When I had the chance to become the subcommittee chair and now chairing the Energy and Commerce Committee, it's a privilege. And I just want to say this: Congress truly is a snapshot of America. We come from all walks of life. We bring different perspectives. And Dr. Burgess, Chairman Burgess, being OBGYN. I'll never forget the series of hearings we had on maternal health, because America, and if you controlled the studies for all the things you think was causing a problem with maternal health, we still were having issues with maternal health, the life expectancy of the mother. And we had detailed hearings because he brought his experiences, his care, and said, this is a problem that should not exist in this country. And I'll never forget, one of the hearings that I remember most is when we had Parkland Hospital from Dallas and other hospitals from New York and talking about how we take care of the mothers of our children after they give birth. And policies came out of that. And I think it's a legacy you'll have by tying your career and your political drive. But most important of all, the love for this. You love Texas and you love this country, and that is infectious. And I appreciate your chairmanship of the Rules Committee and your mentorship of me, and I will yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding back. You bring a great perspective to it, Brett. And so, Austin, I'm going to yield to Mr. Scott now for his comments.
Well, thank you. And, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to just honor Chairman Burgess. And I want to thank you, Chairman Burgess, for just being just a good, solid, steady voice on a lot of complex issues. I want to thank your family. I'll tell you, unless you've been here, nobody knows the toll it takes on your family. And I was glad to see them here the other day when they unveiled your portrait that will hang in this Capitol for years to come. And I want to thank the people of Texas for sending you here. This place, this country, it's better because you've spent so much time up here in these hallways of Congress, and you're just one of those people who always did right and was always working to find a way to get that good piece of legislation across the finish line. And we need more people like you up here. And
I'm sorry to see you go, but just a good, solid American with good common sense, standing up for the Constitution and our American way of life. So thank you, Godspeed, and I look forward to continuing our relationship for many years to come.
Well, I thank the gentleman from yielding, and now I yield as much time as she may consume from the chairwoman from North Carolina, Dr. Fox.
Thank you so much, my colleague from Texas, and all the people who've come here to praise Dr. Michael Burgess. I join them in recognizing him on his pending retirement. For over 2 decades, he has more than ably represented the people of the 26th District of Texas, as well as all Americans. Alongside his outstanding service on the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Budget Committee, Michael Burgess was selected this year as the chairman of the Rules Committee, where he and I served together in years past. Having engaged with him many times this year in the hot seat opposite the dais where he sat, I can attest that he's done a fine job of leading the Rules Committee. Dr. Burgess is a person of strong intellect and wisdom, along with collegiality and good humor. Dr. Burgess, you will be sorely missed for all your wonderful traits. I also want you to know that you and your family are in my prayers, and I know you're in the prayers of our entire conference, as well as many others. And I want to associate myself with the other kind comments and positive comments and true comments that have been made about you tonight. My hope is that God will continue to bless you and keep you and your family in the palm of his hands. We really will miss you, Mike. Thank you for your great service. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize as much time as she may consume to our friend Barbara Lee from California.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for yielding. First of all, let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that I want to associate myself with the remarks that have been made tonight about my friend, the Honorable Dr. Michael Burgess. A couple of things, and I thought, since I'm retiring also, and we're here on the floor tonight, to take a moment to tell Dr. Burgess how much I appreciate his leadership and his friendship. You know, we both, and so often you don't hear about stories of members of Republicans and Democrats working together. So I decided, you know, let me tell a few stories about Dr. Burgess. First of all, you know, we believe that the taxpayer dollars need to be protected and to be used for what we intend taxpayer dollars to be used for. And we talked and realized that the only agency that had never been audited was the Pentagon. And so Dr. Burgess and I worked for years to finally get the requirement into a bill that the Pentagon be audited, because we know that there are billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse, but we did not know how much, and we were shocked that this was the only agency that hadn't been audited. And this never would have happened had it not been for Dr. Burgess and myself working together. We finally put a requirement into the bill that the Pentagon conduct an audit, finally. But guess what? And we talked the other day about this. The Pentagon has flunked its seventh audit. And so we're gonna, I'm originally from Texas, represent the beautiful 12th Congressional District, and just know that I'm gonna continue to work also, and I know Dr. Burgess will work to make sure that we finally get a clean audit from the Pentagon, because taxpayers deserve for their, to know where their tax dollars go and that they're not being scammed by the Pentagon. Secondly, I wanna thank you for your work on diabetes. You know, as a member of the Diabetes Caucus, I think for a while you were co-chair of the Diabetes Caucus with Congresswoman Diana DeGette, and he has done remarkable work when you look at diabetes and the disproportionate impact of people on people of color, African Americans especially. We've looked at ways to prevent amputations and ways to really make sure that the health care is there for those who are suffering diabetes to prevent the terrible, terrible consequences of that disease. And I just want to take a moment to thank you, Dr. Burgess, for your work on that. I know that I'll be seeing you in this next chapter of your life and of my life, and I wish you well, and may God bless you, and you are also in my thought and prayers as you go through this very difficult period. Thank you again, and thank you for yielding.
We thank the gentlelady from California for yielding, and now yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Michelle Fishback.
Thank you very much. And Madam Speaker, I rise to thank Dr. Burgess for his friendship and for kindness. And I want to wish him a very happy and restful and well-deserved retirement. It's been an honor to serve with Dr. Burgess, and particularly on rules. I joined rules as a freshman, and he has been a steady, guiding hand and an excellent example of a statesman. As chairman, he has been a kind and thoughtful leader, and I will certainly miss you in that role, Dr. Burgess. I'm also grateful for the time that we spent on a trip to Canada, and I enjoyed being part of the visit to your grandfather's home in Montreal. I will sincerely miss seeing you at work, and I'm happy about your next chapter and your retirement. And I thank you for your service. I thank you for your service to the country, to Congress, and to your constituents. But most of all, I thank you for your friendship, Dr. Burgess. And congratulations, and God bless you and your family. I yield back.
Very nice. Madam Chairman, I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, from Waco, Texas, Mr. Pete Sessions.
I thank the gentleman, Brother Weber, for you bringing tonight this conversation that members of Congress on a bipartisan basis can have about the gentleman from Texas, Michael Burgess. I am one of a few members that well remember when he was running for Congress in a contested primary, and I listened to Dr. Burgess on the radio before I had met Mike, and he was very clear and professional and straightforward about his rule of his idea of not only the rules that Congress should exist under, but also the American people, that they would be able to count on members of Congress who would come and do what they said they would do and work hard and do their best every day. Michael Burgess became not just a standard operating procedure in the Commerce Committee for understanding healthcare and commerce and certainly the things that happen in this country, but he became a stalwart for understanding the debate of leading America to understand what good healthcare would mean, how rules and regulations should be in their best interest, and how a market-based product, not just in healthcare, but what consumers would expect would be a part of that. In 2013, my knowledge of Mike, I asked Mike to come and join the Rules Committee. We had changed up a little bit at that time. I became chairman of the Rules Committee and knew that we needed experts from across the Congress. And so we changed from making the Rules Committee an exclusive committee to one where we would ask members to double down on their normal committee where they had extreme expertise, but also come and do then double duty at the Rules Committee many times late at night and certainly for hours at a time. After just 2 weeks of being on the committee, then Speaker John Boehner, who had caught me earlier and told me, I don't really know Mike very well, came back and said, he is a real asset to our conference and to the Rules Committee, and really congratulated Mike well behind his back, only to find out later that John did approach Mike and say, we're very proud of the job that you're doing. Mike, tonight we stand in awe of you. I often spoke about you being one of the most distinguished members of Congress, not only in your presentation, but also in your hard work back home. Tonight we say thank you. Tonight we say job well done, and perhaps more than that, service to a grateful nation that not only listen to your words, but listen to your advice about making life better for people. Because in fact, I think you, like Virginia Fox and other members of the committee at the time, we believe that there was no problem in America that we could not tackle, help resolve, and make better for the American people. And every bit of that you did through your devotion, dedication to the American people and your idea of what service meant. So congratulations to Dr. Michael Burgess. A thanks to his family, his beautiful young wife, Laura, for the service that he has given to the people of America. I yield back my time to the distinguished gentleman from Texas.
Madam Chairman, at this time, I'd like to recognize Judge John Carter to come up and share with us.
I'm thinking about the fact that I've probably known Michael Burgess longer than anybody here, because we both ran for office the same year. He ran against one of the sons of the leadership, and I ran against the chairman of Energy and Commerce son. So we had very similar races. We got the heck kicked out of us, but we won. And so when we first got up, we immediately had a connection. And that connection has kept us close friends ever since. When people came to me and said, with a question about health care, I would say, I'm an old trial judge. You want to talk about justice, you want to talk about the law, I can probably give you a hand. But if you're going to talk about health care, I'm going to yield to Mike Burgess. You go talk to Mike Burgess, then he can talk to me and tell me whatever it is you're doing is the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. And I've never been Mike's never failed me to give me the best advice. He's a close friend. He's very dear to me. We both kind of made and I'm telling you, I failed on this deal. We both made a pact that we would leave at the same time. And then he decided to leave, and I wasn't ready to leave. So, hold on, Burgess, I'm coming one of these days. But I wish you'd stick around a little longer. He's such a friend and such a solid human being. We're blessed to have people like Mike Burgess in here. We can call him Doc, we can call him whatever we want to call him. He's always quietly ready to lend a hand on literally anything you want to do. As we heard about the conversation about looking at the Pentagon. I didn't know that. That was news to me, but a good idea. A dang good idea. So, Burgess, you and I know we're friends. I'm going to miss you, pal. Miss you a lot. And I may call you every once in a while just to make sure you're doing okay. Please give my warmest sympathy to your wife during these trying times. You also have that sympathy. You know that I consider you one of my very closest friends, and I'm sorry to see you leave, but we will keep in touch. I promise. God bless you, buddy.
Will the judge yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
So I'm like you. We didn't want him to leave with that whatever pact y'all made. But do you think his beautiful bride Laura had something to say about that?
I think something that
I do too. I thank the gentleman.
I wouldn't guess, but you know.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Buddy Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for hosting this here tonight. Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of my good friend and my colleague and one of my mentors, Dr. Michael Burgess, for his impactful time in Congress. Dr. Burgess has dedicated his congressional career to bettering not only the lives of his constituents in Texas, but also the lives of all Americans. I've had the distinct privilege of serving with Mike Burgess on both the Energy and Commerce Committee, the Budget Committee, and together in the Doctors Caucus. In all of these roles, Dr. Burgess has worked diligently to put America's patients first. He has worked on legislation to improve access to care for patients and to improve the lives of those suffering from sickle cell anemia. Dr. Burgess has also worked hard to increase maternal health outcomes and to enhance the quality of care for mothers. I can confidently say that Dr. Burgess has spent every second of every hour here in Washington, D.C., working towards the betterment of life for all of us. He's been a model member of Congress, and we will certainly miss him. I'm excited for him to get to experience the relaxation of life after Congress. After the many years of service to our country, there are few more deserving of a great retirement. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate all of your guidance, all of your work, all of your mentorship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Jay Kelsey.
Thank you, my friend. Speaker, I rise today with a full heart to honor my good friend, Chairman Michael Burgess. For over 2 decades, he's been a true leader for Texas' 26th district and a steadfast voice for our state here in Washington. But more than that, he's been a friend, a mentor, and someone you can count on no matter what. As a doctor, Michael brought a special kind of care to his work here in Congress. His deep knowledge of health care shaped policies that have improved lives across this country. And let me tell you, if you ever had a conversation with Michael about infrastructure or energy policy, he dives in with the same kind of determination and expertise, and that's the man he is, focused, committed, and always looking out for the folks back home. But as a relatively new member of Congress and of the Texas delegation, let me go off script here and just say, he's a giant. He's guided the Rules Committee for the last year in a way that I doubt very few people could. In turbulent waters, he has smoothed them with his composure, his humor, his knowledge, his patience, and his kindness. It's missing far too often in this place. And if you're looking on TV for Michael Burgess, you won't find him. You'll find him in a committee room or in the study room or in the Texas delegation lunch instructing us on what's good and what's bad. And he never went off in sound bites. He knows what he's talking about. And so I had a great, beautiful speech written for you, but let me summarize by saying the first thing that came to mind when I knew we were talking about you today was, not everybody's heard this song, but in 1988, a band called Cinderella sang, "You don't know what you got until it's gone." When you're gone, we will always be missing you, and our delegation will have empty shoes that cannot be filled. Thank you for everything that you've done for us and this country. God bless you, sir.
The gentleman yields back. Now I recognize another gentleman from Texas, Keith Self.
Well, thank you to my colleague from Texas. It is a real honor to be here tonight. I thank you for hosting this important special hour. Michael Burgess and I have quite a history. We were primary opponents 22 years ago, and I finished third by 91 votes. Mike went on to win the runoff election and provide exemplary service to our nation, our constituents in CD 26. Shortly after that, I was recalled to active duty for enduring freedom and Iraqi freedom. It was obvious that God had his hand in both of our directions. My sister-in-law also worked for Michael Burgess for 18 years in your district office. You provided her the same leadership that you did your colleagues here in Congress. I am grateful for your friendship and for your tremendous service to our nation. I'm also proud of your track record of defending the Constitution and your bold leadership in the pro-life movement. I will tell you, abortion is a talking point for many members of Congress, but not Michael Burgess. You delivered about 3,000 babies in your career as a physician, and let me tell you, most of them, along with their parents and their siblings, voted for you, which I realized in 2002.
Taking care of those mothers and their babies over the course of your 30-year medical career gave you a unique perspective on the value of life that he brought with him to Congress. He provided a bright beacon of light to the right to life struggle against those who advocate for abortion. You always showed up, you knew your stuff, you were prepared, and I will tell you, we will strive to carry on the mantle of pro-life, pro-liberty, and freedom for the next generation of congressional members. They've not only been your values, but they are our Texas values, and they're proving recently to be America's values. Dr. Burgess, I want to join my colleagues in letting you and Laura know that our hearts are heavy with yours. I will quote C.S. Lewis, "Her absence is like the sky spread over everything." We are truly sorry for your loss. May God bless you and Laura. Thank you. I yield back.
Now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Chairman Morgan Griffith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me to say a few words about my friend, Dr. Michael Burgess. First, I rise to congratulate you. You are finally graduating from Congress. You've done a great job during your 2 decades here, and your record highlights a staunch advocacy for health care legislation that addresses a variety of issues. Such issues include reducing health care costs, improving choices, and ensuring there are enough doctors in the country to tend to the health care needs of America's patients and veterans. Through the Energy and Commerce Committee, your keen intellect and institutional knowledge have served as invaluable resources to myself and to all. I am proud to have worked with you on health care-related legislation. Now, I have to tell you, when I first got to the Energy and Commerce Committee, we were all talking about Obamacare. And I looked back, and there was this guy I didn't know from Texas, and he had the code sitting there, and it was about yay thick. And every now and then a debate would start up, and somebody would say something, often from the other side of the aisle, and would say, well, we didn't do this, or we did do this in the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. And Dr. Burgess would be on point to respond, because notwithstanding the fact that he had the book there, he could immediately tell you whether or not what was being alleged was or was not in the act. And on at least 2 or 3 occasions, I can recall him citing the page and then reading from it. And we're talking about on the fly. We're not talking about 10 minutes to prepare or 20 minutes to prepare. We're talking about somebody finishes commenting, people yield time to Dr. Burgess, and he tells them what for. Not in a bad way, not in a mean way, just, well, that's not accurate. If you look at page 1206, you'll see yada, yada, yada. There is no one else in the United States Congress who has that kind of knowledge of our health care system. I wish I could say I did. I do not. I don't know anybody who knows the American health care system the way that Dr. Burgess does. It is absolutely amazing the way his mind works, and of course it takes hard work. Even when you got a good mind, it takes a lot of hard work as well. Further, I have to confess that, not having as much to do when I first got here, I used to go hang out from time to time at the Rules Committee. And Dr. Burgess was always there and was always asking key questions and important questions. And then when I occasionally appeared in front of the Rules Committee, not just being a geek, he always asked the best questions. And so, Dr. Burgess, I greatly appreciate all of that. As you are leaving Congress, I don't think it can be replaced. Oh, there might be 2 or 3 or 10 individuals who can combine to replace your knowledge, but there is no one individual who can do that. Now, I have to also confess to you tonight that it's not only that we share spots on energy and commerce, but we also share an affinity for country music. Earlier this year, at Dr. Burgess's personal invitation, I don't want anybody else getting mad at him, but he invited me to join him and country music legend Randy Travis to discuss some issues related to the rights of the performers in receiving benefits. So we've heard about
issues from our colleagues on the other side where he was helpful. We've heard about the stuff that he's done that's been great. He's also has been working right up to the end to try to make sure that in a myriad of different issues that the American policy is the correct policy. I can't say enough what a great asset Dr. Burgess has been to the United States Congress, to the Energy and Commerce Committee, to the Rules Committee, and to me personally. I'm so thankful for his service and his leadership. And Dr. Burgess, I wish you peace, and I hope that your time in Texas or wherever you may end up is a good one. And I also hope that you will not be a stranger in the halls of the United States Congress, because I have to confess again, oftentimes I'd receive a phone call. Hey, Morgan, have you thought about doing this? I hope to continue to get those calls, Dr. Burgess. It's always helpful. So thank you very much. God bless you. God bless your family. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, I'd like to this time recognize Danny Davis from Illinois for his comments.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise to pay tribute to my longtime friend, associate, office mate. His office is around the corner from mine. We meet each other in the hall almost every day. But I really want to thank him for the tremendous service that he has provided to the people of this country, and especially the outstanding work that he has done in health care. But I'll also mention the fact that he is as much of a politician as he is a political person, but a doctor first and foremost. Michael, I thank you for co-chairing the caucus on sickle cell and working with Representative Lee and myself all the many years that we've been a part of that. I understand that our sickle cell bill is going to be in the CR whenever we get to it. And I also understand that one of the reasons that it's there is Dr. Michael Burgess. So Michael, as you go, wherever you go, however you go, and whatever you do, I'll just leave you with this old Irish blessing, and that is, may the road rise up to meet you. May the sun always be warm on your back. May the wind push you forward. And until we meet again, may the good Lord hold you in the hollow of his hand. Best of wishes, good luck, enjoy life. We'll miss you.
I thank the gentleman. And Dr. Burgess, talk to those of us who love you.
Well, I have to. Thank you for doing this. And it's all been so moving and so lovely. But if anyone tuned in late tonight in C-SPAN, they probably thought I passed, because it really did sound like a eulogy. I'm still here, and I will continue to text you and call you and inform you, analyze, as I think Mr. Lucas put it. I'm good at analysis, so I will still give you the benefit of my insight. But I want to thank you, Randy, for doing this. I didn't expect it. I've got some of my great staff up there in the gallery who've been watching and hanging on every word. You all have been very, very kind, and I really don't know what else to say, but I wanted to assure people that I was still here. It's been so moving that people might have thought I had left the building, but Elvis is still in the building.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. You've been quite a mentor, quite a friend, and quite an example. As you and Laura proceed on your next step into your history, you all work for Texas. I want you to know that from us, our deepest gratitude and thankfulness.
Thank you.
It has been an absolute pleasure to serve alongside you and get to know you and to watch you. You probably don't know this, but I have a little bit of a sense of humor. And you do too. And so we really appreciate that. Brenda Gill and I will be praying for you and Laura, for your family, for God's blessings over this new chapter in your life. We hope it's filled with joy, peace, patience, goodness, kindness, gentleness, faithfulness, and self-control, as Galatians 5 lays out, and the fruit of the Spirit. So just know that we love what you've done to serve this nation faithfully, and you are leaving a legacy that will not soon be forgotten. God bless you, Dr. Burgess, and may God continue to bless Texas and the United States because of you. We're grateful for you, my friend.
Thank you, Randy.
You betcha. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening to deliver my final floor speech as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. For 26 years now, it has been the privilege of my lifetime to serve my incredible constituents of California's 12th Congressional District. Now, I was sworn in on April 21st, 1998. The late, great Ronald V. Dellums retired early. I was his former intern, his former staffer, and he was my former colleague, my mentor and good friend. Ron was actually the first African-American chair of the House Armed Services Committee, and I'll remember that day so well. He sat right here and encouraged me to give that first speech and to actually turn around and to sign a petition then calling for campaign finance reform, and I was the 218th vote to sign the discharge petition on my swearing-in day, which I was very proud of. And let me just first and foremost thank my staff and all of the members of Team Lee that have worked tirelessly to serve our district 24/7 and to help us achieve so much. These are truly dedicated public servants, and their commitment has undoubtedly left an indelible mark not only on myself, but on our district and our country. And as we say, I say constantly, once a member of Team Lee, always a member of Team Lee. Also, let me take a minute to thank my family who have stood beside me through all of the triumphs and challenges of the last 26 years. I could not have done it without them. Now, in 1998, my late mother, Mildred Parrish Massey, my late father, Garvin A. Tutt, my stepmother, Rachel Tutt, my auntie Juanita, who passed away at 100, and my auntie Lois, who just passed away at 103. They all were with me. They're not here today, but they have been my guardian angels over the years to guide me and to keep me moving forward. Also, my sisters, Beverly and Mildred, were with me, their husbands, Martin and Calvin, and my 2 sons, Craig and Tony, well, Carl, AKA Tony, Carl Anthony Lee. They both were with me. Now they have their families, and I have 5 beautiful grandchildren. Now, actually, and I just have to say, on that day that I was sworn in, I was talking to my dear friend and colleague, Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager-Dove, and who was a co-founder of the Slow Fashion Caucus. And I just want to say, where's Sidney? To you, my sister, thank you so much, because I am wearing the same thing that I wore on April 21st, 1998, when I was sworn in. Now, this caucus is a caucus that is very important because it's creating climate-smart policies to reduce repair and wear and to recycle textiles. But the only thing I've done with this outfit is to just shorten it a bit. But it's the exact same outfit I wore April 21st, 1998. So Sydney, thank you very much for your leadership. Yeah, I'm the kind of OG of that caucus. So as I look back on my time, though, I feel a sense of gratitude for the opportunity to not only serve my community, but to advance justice, equity, and peace throughout our country and the entire world. I am a woman of faith. I attended St. Joseph's Catholic School in El Paso, Texas. I was taught by the Sisters of Loretta, whose motto is going where the need is the greatest, and whose work, and they acknowledge this forever since they have been founded, their work for peace and justice, that has informed me since my childhood. And so I must tonight, as I give my last speech on this floor, after over 25 years of service, I'm reminded of a scripture, Galatians 6, verse 9, which says, "And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up." And so I just want to thank all of my colleagues who are with me tonight to really say to them that I love them, I appreciate their support, and that I could not do anything without the support of Democrats and Republicans, friends and colleagues. And now I would like to yield to the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus from Nevada, someone who is my sister's congressional member, someone who has done a phenomenal job as our chair in leading us to new heights, Chairman Stephen Horsford.
I thank the Speaker. Thank you for this time, and I want to first give honor and to acknowledge a dear friend, a colleague, and a mentor as we take this special order hour to thank Congresswoman Barbara Lee. You truly are a gift, you are a treasure, and your service is an example for all to follow. For 26 years, Representative Barbara Lee has been an advocate for justice, equality, and peace, both at home and abroad. Her commitment to these principles has set a standard for all of us in this chamber. I've had the privilege of collaborating with her on many initiatives, from expanding health care access to advancing racial and economic justice. Her leadership within the Congressional Black Caucus, as a former chair herself, has amplified the voices of marginalized communities and ensured that their concerns are addressed at the highest levels. Representative Lee's dedication to peace is shown by her consistent stance in foreign policy matters. And it was her lone vote against the authorization for the use of military force in 2001 that showed how she will always stick to her convictions. Representative Lee, your impact on Congress, on our communities, on our country, and really on all of us will be felt for generations to come. Your legacy continues to inspire us as we work to uphold the values that you've championed. I want to say on behalf of the members of the Congressional Black Caucus, we thank you for your service, for your leadership, and for your commitment to justice. You are a dear friend, you are a true colleague, and you've been a mentor. I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors, and I know that your influence will remain with us for years to come. God bless you. Barbara Lee speaks for me. I yield back.
Let me thank my friend, Congressman Horsford, for that very sincere and very humbling statement and remarks, and thank him again for his leadership. I'd like now to yield to Erica Lee Carter of Texas, who has made her mark in this Congress, not only on behalf of her dear late mother, Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas, who we all know that this is her twin right here. But she's doing a great job here. And Erica, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for upholding your mother's spirit and legacy, but also for charting a course forward.
Thank you, Congresswoman, and I'll be very brief because you have so many great friends here, but your last name is Lee, and you and my mother were like sisters from another mother, and I thank you for being that to my mother, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee, for your entire term of service, for standing up for progressive values, for being part of the Progressive Caucus, for holding that organization up and taking it forward and making it so impactful in this body. I thank you for being there the first Juneteenth. You have family down in Texas and Galveston, and she was so excited. Y'all were both so excited to see each other, to celebrate freedom, the real freedom for Black people in this nation. And I hope that we continue, I will continue, I know you will continue to uplift that holiday and make it important for all Americans to understand how we make this a more perfect union. So I know many will tell your many accomplishments and working on HIV/AIDS, which is so important, being the lone vote after 9/11, always standing in truth and power, always standing up and never being afraid, never backing down, always being unbought and unbossed. So I just thank you on behalf of myself, because you've always been an inspiration to me, watching from behind the scenes, intergenerational leader, inspiring the next generation of women, Democratic women, women across this nation. And thank you for traveling with my mother, loving my mother, voting with my mother, fighting with my mother, taking pictures with my mother. We will miss you. Barbara Lee speaks for me. Thank you.
Congresswoman Lee Carter, thank you so much for your leadership and your friendship. I was her mother's personal photographer, and we did travel the world, and anything, what Sheila wanted, Sheila got, because she was a true warrior woman, and so are you, so thank you. Now I'd like to yield to my colleague and good friend from California, Southern California. Where is Sydney? She's, okay, let me go now to Gwen Moore from Wisconsin, who is a very good friend. I visited her district several times, as she actually was in a film, a documentary, and I want to thank her for that, which was of Barbara Lee, speaking truth to power, but she was the star of that documentary. Gwen Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for yielding to me, Barbara. This is a very emotional moment for me to see you leaving this body, and you'll never leave my presence. It'll always be part of my life. I'm going to follow you wherever you go, Barbara Lee. But I just want to say that Barbara Lee has always been kind of a broker-dealer to me. She is someone, as her sisters of her Catholic training encouraged her to do, to go where the need is the greatest. And I remember one of my earliest memories of Barbara Lee was 20 years ago, when I went to the first Democratic caucus and got almost into a fist fight with Steny Hoyer, as the consultants were urging us to not use the word poor. Don't talk about poverty. That's kind of a bad message. That won't help us win. And let me just tell you, I was ready to fight and argue. I mean, I had decided to kind of reinvent myself coming from the Wisconsin State Legislature and to be a kinder, gentle lady from Wisconsin. But already I was stepping into big doo-doo with Steny Hoyer, the caucus, minority leader, as Steny Hoyer defended our consultants' admonition that we don't use poor as a word. And Barbara Lee not only came alongside me to encourage me and to try to validate me as I argued in my very strident, loud, obstreperous way, disruptive. Not only did she come aside me, but she worked Steny into putting together a task force on poverty and worked him into committing himself on a weekly basis to bringing in speakers, to bringing in experts, to bringing in people to talk about poverty in a way that ultimately, I believe, led us to one of the most revolutionary bills that has ever been passed in this House of Representatives, and that was when we had the child tax credit as it was envisioned under the affordable, under the American Rescue Plan, thank you, when literally we were able to cut the poverty of black children in half and cut poverty among all children by 40%, where we were able to establish and prove and demonstrate that an investment in our children was an investment, unlike all the other stuff we talk about. Tax cuts are going to pay for themselves. We saw in a very short period of time the return on investing in children. And that conversation really was made manifest by Barbara Lee, bringing the issue of poverty to the front. I was on welfare, and Barbara was too. And it wasn't something that we talked about. Is that right, Barbara? It was kind of an embarrassment.
It was an embarrassment, and it was a stigma on us welfare queens, right?
That's right.
That's what they tried to call us.
It was a stigma, and I was the welfare queen, and Barbara came and befriended me, and she went where the need was the greatest. Barbara Lee was very much into, she was our United Nations representative. We talked about her, all of her international impact. And Barbara Lee was our United Nations, our Congress United Nations representative. And Barbara, you did so much in that space to bring the American side, to have us visiting the UN, because there are so many people in the United States that are not necessarily as supportive of the world and the United Nations, but you represented us so well. We have a country in our own hemisphere, Cuba, that is right in our hemisphere, Haiti, right in our hemisphere, full of people who are poor and destitute and marginalized. And Barbara Lee, being that broker-dealer, was not ashamed of them, was not someone who shied away from them, even though there was not only stigma, but contempt and disdain and disbelief in them. And so Barbara went to Cuba. She's been to Cuba so many times. And the last time she went to Cuba, I went with her. And as she was introducing all of us there, she introduced me and said, well, the reason that Gwen Moore is here is because she said that if I came back to Cuba one more time without her, she was going to kill me. So that's how I got a chance to go to another country in our hemisphere and really see the resources that this country could bring to us. That's where Barbara learned about how doctors from the United States, people from the United States, Barbara, were going to Cuba, and maybe you could just share with us, becoming doctors at state expense, how they were providing care for people with diabetes without those folks getting amputations. Barbara, can you share a little bit about that. This was just revolutionary to me to experience that with you.
Well, let me just say to Representative Glenmore, I'm so happy that you came to Cuba in spite of, no option for me except to invite you to Cuba, because, you came back and continued to do the work to help normalize relations with Cuba. All we want are normal relations. There's so many scientific discoveries that Cuba has developed that Americans could benefit from, and there's much we have developed that the Cuban people could benefit from. And let me tell you, there's a treatment that prevents amputations from diabetes. Representative Burgess, who we honored earlier, knows about that treatment, Hebrapro-B. And we saw in the clinics 80 to 90% effectiveness used all around the world, but because of the embargo, we weren't able to get a clinical trial here in America because of the embargo. Well, let me just bring you up to date very quickly. This procedure prevents amputations for those who have diabetes, and of course the black community, brown communities have disproportionate rates of amputations. 90% effectiveness. So finally, we got clinical trials. I mean, you talk about do not give up, the scripture, finally. And so finally there's a company now that is in phase 3? I believe it's phase 3 of the clinical trials. And so hopefully we'll be able to have this treatment in America. Can you imagine it's taken 25, 30 years just to get this far, and how many people could have benefited from it? And while we're talking about Cuba, I was recently there, and I wanted to just insert into the record, Representative Moore, on your time, a letter to President Biden, because many of us have been trying to remove Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list. And this is from over 130 civil society organizations in Cuba, not the government, civil society, but I'm just going to read one paragraph. Cuba is not a terrorist state. There's absolutely no evidence that may support a claim otherwise, has been recognized by the overwhelming majority of the international community in many sectors in the United States, including a number of U.S. government specialized agencies that, by the way, attach great value, mind you, great value to their professional cooperation with Cuba in their fight against this scourge. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to insert this into the record. Unanimous consent?
Without objection.
Thank you very much. And we have forwarded this letter to President Biden asking him to remove Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list, with at least 20 members who have signed that letter. Thank you again.
And you know what, Barbara, Representative Lee, this is what I admire about so much. Your engagement has not only been, we all go to the White House and, we're in awe, and we shake the hand of the president and the first lady, and we meet up with them and take selfies with them. And you always put the presidents to work. And so we're going to continue on. We can promise you that we're going to continue to make sure that we get to normalize our relations with Cuba. But George W. Bush, a Republican, you got in his face, and you are the initiative. One of the things that George W. Bush will always be remembered for is his initiative on HIV/AIDS and saving millions of lives, not only in Africa, but all around the world. But I just want to remind people that here, once again, was Barbara Lee breaking down a door of stigma, because while most people were distancing themselves from HIV/AIDS patients, because, people saying, they were in sin and they had somehow deserved it, somehow. Barbara Lee was one of the people that marched right on up to the White House and made sure that someone in high places like George W. Bush that gave him the cover to have the courage around this issue and break through that stigma. Barbara, let me thank you for that. Let me ask you to share with us a little bit more about that journey.
Representative Moore, thank you very much for reminding us of that. And let me just say, because of Republicans and Democrats, we have saved 25 million lives, and we must have a permanent, clean extension of PEPFAR. But President Bush and I disagreed on every single policy. I voted against everything that he put forward, but we came together to save lives. And I want to thank him. I want to thank all of those who, up until this point, have kept this bipartisan and encourage Republicans and Democrats to continue to do that. And I'll be working on this from the outside. And Representative Moore, thank you very much for being here tonight with us. And I hope that you'll be able to stay for a few more minutes as soon as I yield to someone.
Oh, you want me to stop talking?
No. I just have to yield to a couple of members, and then I want to come back to you if you can.
All right,
stay.
I will, because I need to ask you about a couple more things about that Galatians 6:9.
Yeah.
And so I will return to the mic.
Hold tight for 1 second.
Thank you.
I thank you very much. I reserve the balance of your time.
I can't reserve my time.
I'm reserving it for you.
It's your time, Barbara, all of it.
Let me now yield to my sister from Georgia, Representative Lucy McBath, who came to Congress hitting the ground running out of a very personal tragedy of gun violence in which she lost her son. And here she is moving forward, being very successful in making sure that our young people are safe and that gun violence is no more. Thank you, Congresswoman McBath.
Well, thank you so much. Barbara Lee speaks for me. Thank you so much for yielding to me. And Mr. Speaker, I do rise today to honor my dear colleague and friend, Congresswoman Barbara Lee from California, who will be retiring at the end of a long-standing and extraordinarily remarkable career in Congress. Congresswoman Lee, you are more than a servant leader to America. You are an example by which countless women of color can seek to emulate as we step up to be the voices of our communities. You are unabashed in speaking truth to power and unwavering in your convictions for change and your convictions for community and your convictions for helping the least of these. And I truly wish there were so many more people here that would stand on those very convictions. Barbara, you have never been afraid to stand up and speak out, even when the odds are against you. And you inspire me each and every single day. I mean, I see you running around here and making deals and dealing with people and your bipartisanship and reaching across the aisle. And I see you walking these halls, I mean, literally running these halls to do the work of the people with new fervor for progress in America. I am truly going to be so sorry to see you leave. You're such a galvanizing voice. And I know as you continue to transition away from the halls of Congress, I know that your work is not finished yet. I'm encouraged by everything that you have done here, everything you've done preceding the time that I have come to Washington. I really look forward to everything that you're going to be doing going forward. I know that your work is not finished yet. God is not done with you yet. And I just look forward to the next chapter of leadership, you know, in your life, what that's going to look like for the communities that you represent. Just as it was expressed even earlier, you know, just like Representative Shirley Chisholm, who is, you know, our leader, you have always been unbought and unbossed. You are a light in this world. You are a city on a hill. A name that's never going to be forgotten. And I want to thank you very, very much for when I first came here, people kept telling me I couldn't be on judiciary because I wasn't an attorney and I didn't have the experience and I didn't know how to fight for justice. But you said to me, if this is where you believe you need to be,
and we know why you've come to Congress, I will make it happen. And thank you for allowing me to use my voice in the halls of Congress for reform and justice and gun safety and all the things that I so believe in. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be able to stand for justice and democracy in these halls. And I'm going to miss you.
I'm going to miss you too, Congresswoman Lucy McBath, but just look at you and how far you've come in leadership now on that Judiciary Committee and where you are in honor of your son. And just look at what you have done to bring this House together, to focus on the issues of gun violence, working with many, many colleagues. And as I listen to you, I'm very humbled by what you're saying, and I'm reminded back of this scripture, let us not grow weary of doing good. And so I just want you to stand tall and continue to fight the good fight, because the country needs you right here, fighting for life. Thank you. Of our young. Thank you very much. God bless you. Okay, I'd like now to yield to my sister, my Palestinian sister, whose voice speaks for many, many people in our own country and throughout the world. And Rashida Tlaib not only is a voice for people who never had a voice in this body, but she's also a great legislator. And I always like to tell people, you know, Rashida Tlaib cares about clean water. She cares about public safety. She cares about housing. She cares about making sure that her constituents have the best constituent services in the country as the best representative who we all model our district offices after. Rashida Tlaib.
Thank you so much to Congresswoman Lee. Of course, she cannot just let us speak about the incredible, powerful leadership she has had in this chamber for 26 years. She, of course, I was blessed, no idea she was going to be assigned as a mentor to me, and then birthed the wonderful E-Grant newsletters, because she told me this is what you got to do, is fight for your access to and fair share of our resources for our districts. She got me right on the task force on poverty. Thank you for that. You've been incredible, again, the last 26 years. Your determination in what I've watched you do has changed this institution forever. You've not only created this amazing momentum and movement around talking about poverty in this institution that really wasn't ready for people like us, Congresswoman Lee. And you push back against the stigma and health disparities of our neighbors living with HIV and AIDS when it was unpopular. Ending the discriminatory Hyde Amendment that restricts access to abortion care when some people in this chamber would not even say the word abortion. You have done so much for all the incredible residents of the city of Oakland and the surrounding communities. I want to take a moment and thank them. Thank them for continuing to send you here to this body, to continue letting you change this institution to be better. It will be forever changed because Congresswoman Barbara Lee served here for 26 years. You know, there's a saying, Audra Lord's quote, and it just reminds me of you, Barbara. She said, quote, "When I dare to be powerful, to use my strength, when I dare to be powerful, to use my strength in the service of my vision, then it becomes less and less important of whether I am afraid." Barbara, you sat in that well with me when I got censured. You told me to keep my head up held high. In that moment, it wasn't just about me, but the fact that it was about your character and the fact that you understood what it meant to be feeling alone, even again standing up and saying, it is okay to speak truth to power. It is okay to be able to say, save lives no matter faith or ethnicity. And you did it in such a powerful, graceful way. I will never forget you. You know I'm going to call you all the time. But you know I come from the most beautiful, blackest city in the country. And even though you may not have been born and raised in Detroit, we are going to take you in as one of our own, because you've been doing that here in this chamber and teaching us from afar how to do it right. Thank you. Thank you for, again, making this institution better. Congresswoman Lee, it is not the same. Because of you, it is now better, and it has created space for people like myself, Congresswoman Moore, Congressman Macbeth, and again, you've opened doors for many of us in this chamber. Thank you. Thank you for your service to our country. God bless you.
Thank you, my sister, Rashida Tlaib. Let me thank you for your strength and for, again, being a voice that has never been represented before on this floor. And also, let me thank you for staying strong and not growing weary, Rashida, because you were my mentee. You were. But it didn't take long for you to get it. And so I know you, and I see you, and I know what it means to be here. And so don't grow weary. Keep at it. Thank you again for being here. Paul Tonka, my relative's representative and my friend from New York, who I love dearly, and thank you for being here this evening. I'm going to miss you, but I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to the gentlelady from California for yielding. And yes, they're a good family, and I enjoy being their representative, but absolutely powerful moment this evening in the House to hear everyone, your friends, your colleagues, recap the history you have written as a Congress rep and the service you have provided in this House. So it's my colleague, our colleague, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, that has been a progressive champion and who is a fierce advocate and dear friend during my time in Congress. Barbara, what impacts me most is that you're a powerful voice, a very bold voice, a very determined voice, a passionate voice, and oftentimes a lone voice, because you felt the moment that challenged you had to be addressed by your fierce loyalty to awesome causes. Your efforts in this body will be remembered for your courage, your tenacity, and your strength of spirit. You have dedicated your time as an elected representative to serving those in need, sometimes the voiceless, whether it be the global HIV/AIDS community, those in need of housing or reproductive health care rights, and certainly education and fairness in education. Your advocacy for your constituents in the East Bay area spans decades, ranging from your time as a social worker, as a congressional staffer, as a small business owner, as a state legislator, and certainly your powerful record as a member of Congress. I've been honored to work with you on issues that are close to my heart, including the entire climate issue, to make certain we hand over our planet in better stead to those that will follow us. Certainly the addiction policy efforts that you have made, treating those with the illness of addiction with high regard and high priority, and the expansion of STEM education. These are all important areas. But you, my friend, have been a titan of this body. I'm honored to have served with you. I think in many of the gatherings that we've had in offering the official goodbyes, it's so obvious that you're genuine, you're authentic, and as we've heard from your very first moments of life, there was a reason your mom shared with the world that you were saved in that moment to live a life of service. And it has proven itself so true. So honored to be with you. I will take good care of those constituents in the 20th Congressional District. I yield back, and God bless you, and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, Paul, for your those words and for your friendship and for your leadership and for being someone who I can talk to confidentially. You know, you mentioned my mother. Actually, when she was giving birth, she needed a C-section. They would not admit her to the hospital because she was black. Bottom line is she almost died in childbirth. And bottom line is I almost didn't get here. I almost didn't breathe. And my mother almost died. And so that's where my fight for women's health, for justice, for gender equality began, at birth. Thank you for that reminder, Paul. Bobby Scott, another representative who's a great leader, supports and puts forth policies to help our working men and women, the middle class and low-income people, to really grow the middle class by moving into the middle class, but also somebody who cares about our young people, education, HBCUs, minority serving institutions. He's really a man of all seasons, and I just want to thank him. He represents another part of my family in Virginia. Paul Tonka represents one part of the Lewis family in New York, and Bobby is my family's Virginia representative. So thank you again, Bobby.
Well, thank you, Barbara. And this is not about me. This is about you and your great legacy, your legislative legacy, and that you've done a great job here as a legislator, and you'll leave a great legacy. And there are two parts of that legacy that I wanted to emphasize. They've been mentioned already tonight. But the first is the advocacy that you had to create the Poverty Task Force. We raised a lot of money to try to get elected, and poverty is rarely mentioned as an issue. And you not only created the task force, but you've also used that task force to create targeted, effective ways to actually address the issue of poverty. And the other is the issue of global AIDS. The global AIDS crisis, your work with the Bush administration has been phenomenal. To paraphrase Martin Luther King, AIDS anywhere is a threat of AIDS everywhere. Right. And if we don't address it everywhere, it threatens the rest of the world. And your work convinced the George W. Bush administration to actually allocate the order of magnitude of resources needed. I mean, there were discussions a little here and a little there, but you kept on them until they actually put the kind of money that was necessary. And it is not an exaggeration to say that tens of millions of people are alive today because of your work. And so I want to thank you, Barbara Lee, for all of your work, especially the work for those who would not have a voice without you. Thank you, Barbara Lee.
Thank you so much, Representative, Ranking Member Bobby Scott, former chair. I want to thank you for your leadership, and I feel that our children, their future is secure with you here. And again, as you spoke, I have to go back to Galatians 6, verse 9, when I opened, because I'm hearing this over and over again. Let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we'll reap if we do not give up. And I think all of you have spoken to that, not only about myself, but about yourselves. So I want to thank you. And I just pulled the scripture out of the clear blue sky tonight, thinking about what to say, and all of you are validating this. Danny Davis of Illinois, my friend, my brother, somebody who's worked so hard to make sure that our young people have a second chance. So many have been unjustly incarcerated behind nonviolent offenses who should be able to rehab, go through rehabilitation, get a job, and go on and live their lives. Danny was the author of The Second Chance. Also, his work on sickle cell and diabetes and all the healthcare issues are remarkable. Danny, thank you for being here this evening, for being my friend.
Well, Barbara, thank you, and I couldn't let the evening go by without coming to pay tribute to you, one of the fiercest, most courageous, hardest working, most energized persons I've ever known during my lifetime. And seeing what you have contributed and the way in which you have done it, as I listened to each one of the people who spoke, World AIDS Day probably wouldn't be taking place. We just celebrated it 1st of December. And people all over the country and all over the nation celebrating World AIDS Day. That's a part of your work. The focus on SNAP, hungry people, people needing food, that's a part of your work. making sure that people got second chances, that they got money every session. When we get to appropriations, we always say, are we really going to get the money we need for people to have these programs? So Barbara Lee is there. And we know that Barbara's got our back. The focus on international relationships. I think I got 2 boxes of Castro cigars. I never smoked, but I got 2 boxes of Castro cigars where he would keep us up all night. Never wanted to quit and go to bed. Somebody would have to say, Mr. President, we got other people to see tomorrow and other things to do. And the whole health arena, how much fun that I had working with Clyde and the folks out in San Francisco, Oakland, where when we started with what is known as the federally qualified health centers, I started, there were 10. Now there are 1,400 all over America. 1,400. Taking care of more than 30 million low and moderate income people in this country. So Barbara, you've done it. My mother used to tell us a little poem, and she used to say, if you can't be a pine at the top of the hill, be a scrub in the valley, but be the best little scrub by the side of the river. If you can't be a highway, just be a trail. If you can't be the moon, be a star. It's not by size that you win or fail, but be the best, the very best of whatever you are. That's what you've been. That's what you are, my sister. God bless you. Keep on working. I yield back.
Danny, thank you so much for those beautiful words. Also, you're our resident poet, we know, but you're able to articulate how the spirit moves in public policy. And so I want to thank you for showing us where the North Star is so that we could move in that direction. So thank you very much
what the spirit
for being
say.
here.
Right up.
Mark DeSalmier, my neighbor and friend from next door who has come to Congress, and we have become very good friends and colleagues and really charted some new courses with you and brought them to Capitol Hill to get our Democratic caucus to talk about race. Can you believe that? Like race and racism. Mark DeSalmier.
I'm sorry if I was a work in progress, but sometimes you look at me, you get that look in your face, and you're like,
he's come around all the way, full circle.
He just doesn't get it sometimes. Barbara, I just, as a neighbor, a colleague, and a friend, I just wanted to come down and thank you and talk about 2 specific instances where you made me a better person. And an example of how you've illuminated this country about if you can't talk about trouble, then you can't talk about love. You can't talk about making people better. We were down here in the well when I first got here after Ferguson, and Elijah Cummings and John Lewis were sitting right there. And I can't remember which of one of us started this, but the conversation was, if we can't talk about race in the Bay Area, and gosh knows we've got enough trouble there, where the heck in the country can we? So we started that. And you taught me so much. John Powell from the Haas Institute of Diversity, and just a wonderful man, Yoda. and all his staff would come to these town halls. I don't know how many we had, but Judy Chu came, Karen Bass came, Ted Lieu, in a very diverse area in our 2 districts. But it was wonderful, and I learned so much about myself and my own biases and prejudices. And it was illuminating, too, because I had liberal white Democrats come up to me, and I told you this, and say, "Why are you doing this?" And you had one of those moments where you're like, hey, why are you surprised? But it was, and then we brought John back here to the Democratic caucus, and I'm told at the time it was the largest turnout the caucus ever had, because Professor Powell talked about his experience at Ohio State and Cal and his studies on diversity and why confronting bias and racism was so important for the health of this country. So that was wonderful and continues to be, and we're going to continue to do it. And then recently, and this, you don't know this, but Port Chicago 50, for people who don't know about the Port Chicago 50, the largest loss of life, domestic loss of life in the United States during World War II, when this very segregated racist Navy was having black African-American sailors load ships Port Chicago, which is in San Francisco Bay in my district, in our neighborhood. These young men came from all over the country in the 40s because they wanted to defend America in spite of all of our flaws, particularly from the South. And they were told how to load munitions in such a way that was so dangerous and so different from the white Teamsters who did the same work. And one day, because of this disregard, the white officers would actually bet on which group would load more, and they'd just throw these weapons into these ships. Well, one morning, disaster struck, and a ship exploded. You could hear the explosion 20, 50 miles away, rattle windows in San Francisco, 15 miles away. They lost over 300 African-American sailors that day. They had to go down to that water the next day. Ship was gone, the pier was gone, and go into the water under instruction from their white officers to get the bodies and the parts from their colleagues out of there, and reading about that in the book and the history about it. Anyways, for 80 years this has gone on. 50 of those young men who volunteered to serve this country in horrible conditions, who survived, were taken to court-martial and got the worst possible sentence, 50 of them, for disobeying an order that they knew was dangerous. And they didn't disobey it. They just said, we're brave men. We don't want to go back to the same circumstances. So for that, they were court-martialed. Thurgood Marshall helped defend him, and as part of what he said about similar cases, I come not just to defend these men, I come to defend the sacred creed in our founding documents. So for 40 years, my predecessor tried to get it changed with your help, and for the 10 years I've been here, we've tried to get it changed. So towards the end, I was arguing with the Navy and with the White House, and in the last conversation, I was emulating you. I was a little irritated, and I said, God damn it, can't we just do this for Barbara Lee before she retires? So the secret weapon in that was, a month later, the Secretary of the Navy called me and said, we're going to exonerate those sailors. So those are just 2 specific examples of how you've raised people up and raised me up, and there's so much more that everyone else has talked about poverty, and your dogged determination for justice, and you've done it in a way that has gone to people who a lot of us wouldn't go to, but you've gone to everyone and said, and went after, as Lincoln said, the better angels of their nature, and were able to persuade them. So I'm going to miss you so much.
Just right next door.
I know, and I know you're going to be coming and using that finger every once in a while and going, come on, man. But thank you so much. And in our districts, if you come to the Bay Area, you can still see bumper stickers that say, and a lot of them actually, but a lot of them are faded at this point, Barbara Lee speaks for me. Indeed, Barbara, thank you for speaking for so many Americans.
Thank you so much, Congressman DeSaulnier. Let me just tell you what a pleasure it is to work with you, because, you know, there are very few people who will take on issues that they really aren't quite settled with, and you did. And because race and racism, systemic racism, all of the hate that surfaces as a result, really present a clear and present danger to our country. And you, as a white man, really understood what privilege is and understood what the history is. And I want to thank you very much for being a partner, really, because that's what this is. You know, we all have to work together. And supporting my truth resolution, H.R. 45, calling for a Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Commission. And hopefully, you know, we would like an executive order, but what you just said is the rationale, Mark, for why we have to have the truth told about the history of black people, especially in America, and why only with the truth can we heal, and only then can we move toward transforming this country. And so you have been an example of exactly what we're talking about. And I just want to thank you for your brilliance and your leadership, your sensitivity and your friendship. So thank you again. Love you. Love you too. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 5.5 minutes.
5.5 minutes. Okay, Gwen Moore, let me just, I promise. That's okay. Is that, Terry Sewell, my sister from Alabama, did you want to speak for 30 seconds? I just have to close real quick, but you go right ahead.
Well, first let me just say that we know that Barbara Lee speaks for all of us. When I first came to Washington, Barbara, you were a great mentor and friend, and having studied about Shirley Chisholm, the stories that you told about her were so important. My favorite quote of hers is that service is the rent we pay for the privilege of living on this earth. Well, Barbara, you have actually burned a mortgage. You've done so much great work over your time in Washington and in Congress. Your legacy will loom large over this place. I want to thank you for guiding so many of us through the appropriations process. I still want a tutorial before you go.
Tomorrow.
But when I think about being effective, Barbara Lee's record is bar none one of the most important records, congressional records that we have. Your track record on funding, whether that was, all of the wonderful stuff you did for AIDS, and I could go on and on and on about how you have truly changed the world. You have earned the right to retire, but we know that there's no such thing as retiring, that you go from project to project and you excel in all. Do know that this place will not be the same without you here. I'm sorry I'm just running in, but I could not miss the opportunity to tell you how important you have been to me and to my office, and I want to say thank you. Saying thank you doesn't seem adequate enough, but do know that your legacy will live on through so many of the people that you touched, and I'm just grateful that I was one of the ones that you mentored. So thank you so much. We love you, Barbara Lee.
Well, Congresswoman Sewell, let me just say thank you, because I want to make sure everyone knows you represent Selma, Alabama. She represents the heart and soul of the civil rights movement. And Terry Sewell has put Selma and its aspirations and its dreams and its needs on the map of this House of Representatives.
And there was never a time that you didn't come with John to Selma. How many times did you make that pilgrimage on Faith and Politics? And I just want to say thank you. And not only did you bring it, you brought children from your Martin Luther King Center in Oakland, and you also started a program with the children from my district, and they got a chance to come to Oakland.
So we have this Oakland, Alabama connection. Oakland, Birmingham, Oakland, Selma connection, which is so important because of you, though, Terry.
Well, it's important because of you. We're absolutely following in your footsteps, and you leave huge steps for us to follow. So thank you, and I love you.
Thank you again, and thank you for being here. Okay, Congresswoman Moore, okay, I've got to just say I'm glad you stayed here throughout this special order. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? Because I have one more thing I need to
I think you got about 3 minutes left.
3 minutes? Okay, because let me once again thank everyone, all of my colleagues, but especially my constituents, who I considered the most enlightened and most diverse and most progressive, yes, congressional district, for giving me the faith and trust to fight alongside you for a better tomorrow. Also, I just want to say I've started with a scripture, and I want to close with one. as I leave this august body. This is Proverbs 16, verse 3. It reminds us of this. It says, "Commit your actions to the Lord, and your plans succeed." Now this comes from the Bible, even in retirement, we are called to commit our actions to God. And so, I believe in the separation of church and state. I also believe in those values that those sisters of Loretta taught me, and that was to go where the need is the greatest, do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with thy God. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to all my colleagues for being here tonight. And thank you to the House of Representatives, both Democrats and Republicans, for, yes, being part of Team Lee.
It's a fitting. Woman yelled back. She says, I got
Okay, Gwen Moore's
45 seconds.
Close for us. Since we have 45 seconds, good.
Yeah. Barbara, let me just thank you.
That's how we play jazz, right?
Just let me thank you. You're that same team, you're that same cheerleader that fought to integrate the cheerleading team. But once you got on the team, you were a team player. The thing that I love about you so much is that how, competitive this place is. You always tried to lift people up, to encourage them, to help them get in position. I know so much snot and tears came out of my eyes because I couldn't get on Ways and Means, but you told me, just keep on and don't give up. Barbara, thank you for encouraging us, for loving us, for getting us out of Iraq. Your leadership in everything, bringing us together on a bipartisan basis. I love you, Barbara, and this institution will never be the same.
Thank you, Gwen Moore, and I told you don't get weary, and you would get there, and you reap what you sow, and you got it. So thank you for being our voice on the Ways and Means Committee. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Time's expired. Thanks for wrapping up with that. Speakers announced policy January 9th. The chair recognized the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials into the record on Senate Bill 1351.
Without objection. Without objection.
Also, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
I think it's appropriate that the last presenter ended with a verse from the Bible. It was a marvelous verse, and that's what this special order is going to be about. Recently, in November, we celebrated once again, since the year 1941, National Bible Week. This is something that's been declared and proclaimed by every president since Franklin D. Roosevelt, who started this in 1941. Just days before we were attacked at Pearl Harbor. So as the world was hurtling toward World War II, it was so appropriate that the country turned to the Bible for sustenance and guidance. I've been leading this particular commemoration on National Bible Week for, 8 or 10 years on the floor of the House. This will be my last opportunity because I'll be voluntarily retiring from Congress in January. But I want to thank so many people who have helped me during my career. But most of all, I'd like to first thank my Lord and Savior for the opportunity to represent Colorado's 5th Congressional District for 18 years. It is my relationship with Him, with God, that has provided any wisdom or success that I've experienced in my congressional year. So, National Bible Week was in November, but that was during Thanksgiving when we were all out of town. So we chose this week to actually formally celebrate it and commemorate it here on the floor of the House. This was begun in 1941 as an official National Bible Week. And it is the Bible that led me to a relationship with my Lord and Savior. I was a freshman at college, and some people talked to me, and they said, have you ever read the Bible for yourself? I said, no, but I think I know what's in it. That's kind of a arrogant and foolish thing to say, but that's where I was coming from in my ignorance, my naivete. So they said, hey, why don't you read the Gospel of John and you'll understand what the message of the Bible is. So I did that. And as I read in the Gospel of John, I realized that this is a relationship with the living God that I did not have and that I needed and that I wanted. John 14:6 is where Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but through me. And that spoke to my heart, and that's when I began a personal relationship with my Lord and Savior. So my salvation came through reading the Bible. So I'm so happy that we can celebrate and commemorate National Bible Week here tonight. We have some members of Congress that are going to be speaking about what the Bible means to them personally and what the Bible means to the United States of America, this special and marvelous country that we have the privilege of living in. As David said in the book of Psalms, your word is a lamp unto my feet and a light to my path. And that's ultimately what the Bible is about. It's a lamp to our feet and it's a light to our path. It guides us day to day as we take footsteps. It guides the path that we see in the future, the direction our lives should go in. So it's a lamp and it's a light, and that makes it so special. So at this point, I would like to yield 4 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from the great state of Alabama, Robert Adderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first of all thank my colleague, Congressman Lamborn, for once again organizing this important special order, as he has done many times in the past. And not only that, thank him for his service to this legislative body. He has been one of the good guys here in this body that has really stood for those principles that really, I think, date back to when our founding fathers first envisioned this great nation, the United States of America. So we thank our colleague from Colorado. But the Bible has been, and really it still is, more than just a book. It is the foundation of our moral compass. It's the inspiration behind our laws. It's a source of strength and comfort for countless families and individuals, literally around the world. From the founding of our great nation, we have seen how the truths that are found in the Bible have shaped our culture, it's influenced our leaders, and it's guided the hearts of our people. Here in America, as in so many places around the world, we've been blessed with the freedom to worship and the right to hold our religious beliefs without fear, without persecution. Unfortunately, there's a lot of places in the world that don't have that freedom, but here in America we do. And however, we are, with all of that said about the Bible, let us not forget the power that's in the Word of God and how it always gives us a hope that instills so much into the lives of so many people across the world. And, you know, there have been many books that have been written over the ages. And a lot of books have sold literally millions and millions of copies, some 200 or 300 million copies. You know, you think about books like A Tale of Two Cities, Don Quixote, The Lord of the Rings. Those would rank up there and perhaps maybe 300 or 400 million copies have been sold. But as far as I know, there is only one book that has sold into the billions. And it's estimated that over 5 billion copies of the Word of God, the Bible, has been printed and put out there. And I'd say that's a very conservative number. But it's no wonder the Bible is the most popular book ever written, as it holds the key to life, and actually to life everlasting. For in the New Testament, we read the words of Jesus of Nazareth, and we read about his life. The words of the Bible is different from all the other books ever written. The words in the Bible cut like a double-edged sword, yet it's where life is found to its fullest, and that's the words of Jesus. We hear the words of Jesus in the John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. And as a young boy like Congressman Lamborn, I realized what that meant, and that and wanting to have that relationship with God myself, and realizing that I could have that directly through Christ, I asked him into my life, and through a simple prayer. And that still holds true for any person today who wants to take who wants to go down that road and take God up on that offer. So I want to thank Congressman Lamborn this evening for his dedication, but more than anything else for recognizing the Bible is the book of all books. It is the Bible, for it is in the Bible life is found. And I yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman for those kind and gracious words and the insights that he shared with us. You know, Congress has changed over the years. I'm really not telling a secret that anyone here doesn't already know. But let me tell you the perspective that our first congressmen and women had in this country of ours. And it would have been men at the time. Women came later, as we know. But many early American settlers came to the New World wanting to live out their faith in God and His Word. And so Congress's, as one of their first acts, they authorized an American published Bible. You see, they were at war with the British, and because of embargoes, shipments of Bibles, among other things, were not coming into the country. So in 1782, Congress reviewed, approved, and authorized the first known English language Bible to be printed in America. The resolution said, in part, resolved that the United States and Congress assembled recommend this edition of the Bible to the inhabitants of the United States, and hereby authorize Mr. Aiken to publish this recommendation in the manner he shall think proper. Wow. So Congress authorized the printing of the Bible and recommended that everyone read it. So our country has changed over the years. I can't imagine us doing that now, but maybe we should. I mean, we have things in this country that are not going in the right direction, and that could only help. But anyway, I would like to now hear from a gentleman from Georgia, Representative Rick Allen. Sorry, I was having a moment there. And Rick Allen is from the great state of Georgia, and will have 4 minutes. And please share your thoughts with us.
Great. Well, Doug, it's been a privilege to serve with you, and I want to thank you for your great service to this country and for emphasizing the importance of the Bible. It's an honor to stand here, but particularly tonight to commemorate National Bible Week along my friends and colleagues. I'm here to talk about what the Bible has meant to me and its impact on our nation's history. You know, there are divisions across our country, including in this chamber, and that highlights the challenges that we're facing. I was baptized in a small rural church at the age of 9, and my parents raised me in the church there. You know, I had a few other priorities during college, but after my marriage to my wife, we found a church home in Augusta, and that church home has meant the world to our family. However, it was sometime later, almost 30 years, that I realized that maybe my priorities were not in order. I decided that I would make Bible study a priority and prayer a priority in my life. I started a Bible study with a friend about 6 months later, and I realized that God was writing His Word on my very heart. I had this urge to know God and study His Word and understand His purpose and will for me. All of my life, as I look back, I had relied on God's Word for truth. 23 years ago, I joined Bible Study Fellowship in my hometown of Augusta. It's an intense Bible study, but I'm telling you, it was life-changing. I'm currently reading the Change Your Life Study Bible with the lead group here in Washington, D.C., and I am constantly reminded of the answers this book provides, and we talk about it to the current issues that we're dealing with today facing our nation. Since my time in Congress and meeting with people across the nation and folks in our own district, unfortunately, we are becoming a Bible illiterate society. Just above our flag here in this body, we have "In God We Trust." But how do you know how to trust God if you don't know God and don't know His Word? I look at the full face of Moses in this house chamber, and I'm reminded of the first 5 books of the Bible, the moral law. George Washington himself, in his farewell address, said, "Morality and faith are the pillars of our society. We confess these pillars are being eroded in an increasingly materialistic and permissive society," and that is continuing today. One of the scriptures I memorized early on is Joshua 1:8. It says, "Do not let this book of law depart from your lips. Meditate on it night and day. Be careful to do what it says and what is written in it. For then you will make your way prosperous and you will have success." This is a great promise from God. This is a special time of year. There are over 11 times in the Old Testament, starting 1,500 years ago, predicting the birth, the life, the death, and the resurrection of Jesus Christ, whose birthday we celebrate here at this time. Starting off on Genesis 3:15, "And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and heirs. And he will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." That was written 1,500 years ago. So, in closing, my fellow Americans, we're about to witness another historic and important inauguration. As I talk to you, currently most Americans believe our nation is in serious moral, spiritual, and financial decline. Emotional health has become an epidemic because many do not know where to turn for hope. I love the Bible, I love to pray, and I love to pray with those who believe in the values and the founding fathers' values and the truth that we behold in this country. Especially during this important season, keep the hope and trust in Him and His Word. He will change the direction of this country, and He will write His Word on your heart. Thank you, and God bless.
Representative Rick Allen, thank you so much. And I'd now like to ask John Rose, Representative Rose from the great state of Tennessee, to have 4 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn, for yielding and for claiming the time this evening to acknowledge and honor our nation's 83rd National Bible Week. I rise today, the week before we celebrate the birth of our Savior, Jesus Christ, to celebrate and honor the book that reveals His life, His teachings, and His promise to save us if only we will accept and follow Him. This amazing book is, of course, the Bible. You see, Mr. Speaker, there are many stories in the Bible, none arguably more important than the miracle of Jesus Christ's birth, death, and resurrection. However, the Bible also teaches us the story of God creating the heavens and earth, of Adam and Eve, the Ten Commandments, the Sermon on the Mount, as well as recounting many fantastical miracles. 83 years ago, our country was reeling following the devastating attacks on Pearl Harbor, an attack unfathomable at the time. And in the immediate aftermath, our country came together to worship and celebrate our first ever National Bible Week, held December 8th through the 14th, 1941. It's no surprise that following those devastating days and the creation of the first National Bible Week 83 years later, we still celebrate it every year. It's because even on our darkest days, Mr. Speaker, the Bible will always be there for us. Look no further than Philippians 4:4, which says, "Rejoice in the Lord always." Again, I will say, rejoice. We are reminded that joy is constant and takes place at all times with the Lord. Or Psalms 118:24, which says, "This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it." A reminder that the Lord gives us today and every day, and we should celebrate it as a gift from God. Mr. Speaker, I could go on about the number of Bible verses that have inspired me from the time I learned them in Sunday school until this very day, when I pass those inspiring words on to my 2 young sons. There is no doubt that the Bible has had a tremendous impact on my life and will continue to do so. That's why I feel so deeply about the continued importance of teaching the Lord's Word. At a time in our country when it seems we're straying from the Lord, we must lean in and encourage the teachings in the Bible. So I encourage Tennesseans to join me in studying the good Word in the Bible, passing its lessons down to our children, and living our lives according to Bible teaching. After all, there is no better way to celebrate and honor National Bible Week than by reading or teaching the Bible and living according to its word. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman for his words. I'd now like to recognize Representative Glenn Grothman from the state of Wisconsin for 4 minutes.
Thank you. Always enjoyable to speak to Bible Week, and always enjoyable to have Doug Lamborn give me a couple minutes. National Bible Week, of course, begins every year on Thanksgiving and continues for the week after Thanksgiving. One of the prior speakers, searching to say something unique about the Bible, talked about the number of books that have been printed. I'd like to point out, since we are commanded under the Bible to share the word of Christ and spread the word of Christ around the world, the Bible, I believe, is the most translated book in the world. The Bible is right now translated into 3,700 different languages, which is a testament to the degree to which Christians are taking it to the heart to spread the book throughout the world. Now, the reason we have a Bible Week in the United States is the Bible is more important than any other book in putting together our Constitution, putting together the laws we live under. There was a study by something done called the American Political Science Review, in which they reviewed all the writings by our founding fathers: John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Monroe, the whole bunch. And they found that the Bible was the most cited book of our forefathers. Now, that's not surprising. What I did find was interesting is that 1/3 of the citations in the writings of our forefathers were the Bible itself. In the article I find this hard to believe, they said the most cited book in the Bible was Deuteronomy. I would have guessed it was somewhere in the New Testament or Psalms, so even I'll say Deuteronomy is the most cited book in the Old Testament, other than Psalms. But in any event, why was Deuteronomy so cited? I think Deuteronomy is so cited because Deuteronomy lays out the law that the Israelites were supposed to follow when Israel was founded. And our forefathers looked at Deuteronomy because they as well wanted us to form a country that God would bless and God would protect. And that is why Deuteronomy was so cited. Now, this does not mean that they did not quote the New Testament. There are plenty of references from John, from 1 Corinthians, from the other Gospels that our forefathers mention, because I think they felt it was of necessity to look at these quotations in learning how to live. I should also point out that our forefathers, of course, the Bible that they read was largely from the English language, and they lived at a time while we were having the American Revolution. America was being founded, and we read an English Bible in which the French Revolution was going on, which was somewhat the opposite of our country. Okay, the French revolutionaries were atheists. They were barbaric. They killed the nuns. They killed the priests. Horrific. It was an interesting juxtaposition, even at that time, between what I guess today we would call maybe the communist element, the French, and what we have in America. I should also give a couple of quotes. I give you a couple of quotes.
Go ahead.
A couple of quotes from our forefathers showing how important they felt the Bible was. And this does not mean a political party. It means kind of an ideology or a way to put together your country. John Adams, the Bible is the most Republican book in the world. John Dickinson, who was the most important member of Delaware in our founding, the Bible is the most Republican book that has ever been written. He even ups it one more. So you can see the degree to which our forefathers lived by the Bible, and it is because they lived by the Bible and stuck by the Bible that we have become such a blessed country. And we have to continue to follow the Bible if we kind of want to get back on the straight and narrow. But thank you one more time, Congressman Lamborn, for giving me a few extra minutes.
I thank the gentleman. As the next speaker, Buddy Carter of the state of Georgia, comes up, I want to mention something very personal that happened 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker. I was at this podium, and I had told some people back in the district that we were going to have this Bible hour, and they wanted to tune in, and they were watching on C-SPAN. And what an amazing privilege it is to share important things from your life to a national audience. But anyway, my dermatologist was watching, Dr. Reagan Anderson, and he noticed that I had a new spot on my temple, my left temple, and he texted me, and as soon as I was done off the floor, and said, "You come in and see me tomorrow." And actually, it took me 2 days to get back and finish voting to Colorado Springs. And he said, "You have melanoma, and I'm going to schedule surgery for tomorrow." And actually, a couple days later. And I had the surgery. It was successful. They removed it, and it's gone away as far as I know. But I was cured. The cancer was taken from me, from my skin. But I think it's so interesting that it was during this Bible hour that a friend of mine, who was also a doctor, saw something that needed help. And so I'm so glad that it turned out that way, because I had never experienced that before, and I didn't know what to look for. And if you're in Colorado, which is a high-altitude state, be watching for changes in skin, because at high altitude it happens even more than in other places. But all of us need to be watching for that. And Buddy Carter is a healthcare professional, as a former pharmacist, and I welcome him for 3 minutes to share his thoughts.
Well, I thank my friend, Mr. Lamborn, for hosting this tonight, and I also want to pay tribute to you for your years of service as a member of Congress, and let you know that you've been an inspiration to many of us here.
Thank you.
And we wish you well in your retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Bible Week and to share with you that I'm actually reading through the Bible this year. I'm almost finished. We only have a few more days left this year, and so I'm almost there.
Revelation.
Yeah, I'm in Revelation and Micah, and one of my favorite verses is Micah 6:8, and it's very special reading through it. And I think it's important to note that the study that I'm using was given to me, the book was given to me by the chair of Energy and Commerce this year, Kathy McMorris Rogers. She gave it to us, and I really appreciate her doing that. And she too is retiring this year, and certainly wish her well, and she's done an outstanding job as a member of Congress. But I do want to rise today in celebration of what is one of my favorite times of the year for several different reasons. Christmas time, a time that brings family, friends, food and fun, and football, all of those things. But it's important that we remember during this time the reason that we're celebrating this holiday, and that is the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. You know, it's easy to get wrapped up in the hustle and the bustle of Christmas time and to forget about what is most important. I'm certainly as guilty of that as I'm sure all of us are. But the Christmas season is a great opportunity for us to remind ourselves and each other that no matter what happens or what we do, we're surrounded by the love of God. And there's no better exhibition of this than the Christmas story. We're all familiar with the Gospel of John, chapter 3, verse 16, that tells us, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life." This is one of the most popular verses in the Bible, and for good reason. It paints a clear picture of God's never-ending love for his creation, us. No matter the sins that we commit, and we do, or how often we neglect the meaning of Christmas, God still loves us so much that he offers each of us a chance at eternal life. And that's certainly a gift none of us deserve, but all of us can have. I hope everyone will join me in rejoicing the love of God this Christmas season. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And again, thank you for hosting this here tonight. God bless you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his gracious words, and he will be one of the people I miss when I retire in January. After 18 years of being here, there are so many great people I will miss, and there are things I won't miss, but there are some people I truly will miss. Representative Allen mentioned biblical prophecies being fulfilled, and there are hundreds of very specific prophecies that you can find in the Bible that were fulfilled exactly as foretold. It may have taken years for it to happen, but they were fulfilled exactly. And if you were to put odds on that, you know, it'd become astronomical that all that could be the case. And as opposed to something that's, you know, legends and fairy tales that were just made up by human invention. Another source of verification, validation of the Bible is archaeology. Every time there's an archaeological discovery in the Holy Land, it validates the biblical accounts. It never contradicts the biblical accounts. One example from a few decades ago was the Dead Sea Scrolls. Those were exactly, word for word, what other sources had said was the book of Isaiah or the book of Psalms, other Old Testament scriptures, and they were exactly the same. So there was a validation there. I'd like to inquire how much time is remaining.
Little.
Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and conclude. It's been an honor to present this National Bible Week this week and for years in the past. I thank the colleagues who were here. I'm thankful for the Word of God in my own life and in the life of this country, and for the life of in the life of my wife and children and grandchildren as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. God bless America.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I rise tonight to help manage the special order hour to recognize our wonderful friend who is now leaving us in the U.S. House, Ms. Jennifer Wexton. And I rise with respect and admiration and love for Jennifer. Mr. Speaker, I first became aware of Jennifer in December 2013 when she won a crowded primary to succeed a state senator who's just been elected Attorney General. I mostly saw her on local TV, these ads that showed up again and again. That was a very cold month and a very special election. And when she won, I was just starting this race for U.S. Congress. And she was a real inspiration to me at that very time. You know, a couple years later, Jerry Connolly and I served with Barbara Comstock. We were a sometimes good, sometimes tense team from Northern Virginia. But we really wanted to take back the House. And we thought the best possible candidate to take on Barbara Comstock was this wonderful state senator from Loudoun County. And Mr. Speaker, I remember calling Jennifer and saying, why don't you not give up your Senate seat, but jump into this race and take on Barbara. She's only been in for 2 years. Jennifer has the wisdom of a great politician and know that timing is everything in politics. And she said, no, absolutely not. Donald Trump went on to win that election. Barbara Comstock went on to win it easily. But maybe a bunch of us got something started in her mind, because 2 years later, there was a tough six-way primary with a number of very good women in that race. And Jennifer prevailed in that primary and went on to beat Barbara with 56% of two-term incumbent. And she has been just a delight and a great resource for Virginia ever since. Mr. Speaker, she actually went to the University of Maryland, but we forgive her because she went to law school at William & Mary. She redeemed herself. And I'm very proud to represent her parents who live in Alexandria, Virginia. She has a great husband, 2 sons. Somehow, contrary to the 2-parent working families that we have everywhere in America, she was able to work it out with Andrew so that he would be the full-time caretaker at home for the kids. You're sort of relatively unique in current American culture, but it worked beautifully. They got the right people in the right jobs. I'm also thrilled. For many, many years, I worked on campaigns against Frank Wolf, who actually was a distinguished member of this House. But I started in 1982, and Frank served for 34 years. All that just goes to say that this district was founded in 1952 at the post-war expansion. Joel Broyhill won in 1952 and held the seat for 22 years. But for 66 years, only six of those 66 years was that seat held by a Democrat. Joe Fisher, only elected in the Watergate landslide of 1974 and ousted in the Reagan landslide of 1980. So then, after 66 years, finally, we get Jennifer Wexton, who comes back, turns the seat blue, gives us great representation. I believe the first Loudoun County member in the history of the country ever to represent Loudoun County in the U.S. Congress. I've loved working with her, as has Abigail Spanberger, Tim Kaine, Mark Warner, Jerry Connolly. All of us have come together on Northern Virginia issues and on Virginia issues to make enormous progress. You know, she is tough but kind, and the toughness has really come out in the last year. When first Jennifer believed that she had been diagnosed with Parkinson's, we saw a toughness and a resoluteness. But then when that diagnosis turned out to be much more serious, she called all of us to let us know that she wasn't quitting, that despite the at least short-term deterioration in her physical condition. She was resolute, she was full of courage, she was full of commitment, and through these long, difficult days, she has been here every single day, cast every single vote, been here patiently, listening, contributing whatever she could, using the latest technology to speak up, and with her aide at her side, she has been a vital part of this Congress through the supranuclear policy. We hate to see her go. It is a great loss to this institution. It's a loss to Virginia not to have her in this body. She wisely looked at the next primary, the primary to succeed her, looked at all the different candidates and chose one that she thought would best represent her. And I think most people would believe that he only won that primary because he was blessed by Jennifer Wexton. We'll all have more to say, but I would love to yield to our dear friend and colleague across the aisle, our just newly re-elected member from Virginia Beach, Congresswoman Kiggins.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the career of my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton of Virginia's 10th District. I first met Congresswoman Wexton, not here in the halls of Congress, but when I was elected to the Virginia State Senate in 2019, and I remember the day that she first came and visited us on the floor and how she went around the room and shook hands with every member, all 40 of us that day. While our time in the Virginia General Assembly did not overlap, her legacy of serving her constituents lived on in the chamber. When I entered Congress, I was elected as the second of 3 Jennifers to be elected to the 118th Congress from Virginia. I've enjoyed serving alongside these other 2 Jens as a member of the bipartisan Jennifer Caucus. Like so many in Virginia and across the country, I was saddened by the announcement of Congresswoman Wexton's diagnosis in September of 2023. While she announced that she would not be running for re-election in 2024, she fought against the odds to fulfill her commitment to her constituents and serve for the remainder of the 118th Congress. She also became an advocate for her disease process and a loud voice, and just brought awareness to so many of us here in the House of Representatives. Members of Congress will oftentimes stand here on the House floor and talk of the sacrifices they make to serve their districts. But, Mr. Speaker, you would be hard-pressed to find someone who has sacrificed more for her constituents than Congresswoman Wexton has over the past year and a half. Rather than leave Congress to spend time with her family and friends in Northern Virginia, she's remained here working every day. Even when her physical voice left her, she got very creative and with the help of technology has continued to be a strong advocate for the residents of Virginia's 10th District with distinction. The impact she left in Richmond and will leave in Washington is truly impressive and will be remembered by the citizens of Virginia for years to come. I thank my friend for her eagerness to continue serving against all odds and for her years of selfless sacrifice to our Commonwealth and to the United States of America. She will be missed by our entire Virginia congressional delegation, and I know that the Commonwealth of Virginia will be thinking of her and will be supporting her in the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Congresswoman Kiggins, thank you very much for staying late and for your thoughtful kind words. Let me now recognize the Dean of the Virginia delegation, recently re-elected by the steering committee this afternoon, hopefully to be the next ranking member of the Education Workforce Committee, Congressman Scott.
Thank you, and I thank you for organizing this special order and giving us the opportunity to say some nice things about our good friend Jennifer Wexton. She's retiring after many years of dedicated service to the Commonwealth of Virginia and our nation. Since joining the House in 2019, Jennifer has been a relentless advocate for her constituents and a champion for equality, justice, and fairness. Before serving in Congress, she was a leader in the Virginia State Senate, where she led gun safety initiatives, expanded access to health care, and supported public education. And her legal background as both a prosecutor and an advocate for survivors of domestic violence still provides an important perspective to her service. During her time here in Congress, she has fought for working families, reproductive rights, transportation improvements. She's worked to expand broadband access, protect voting rights, advance climate initiatives, and during a time of bitter partisanship, Jennifer has also focused on bipartisan cooperation and working across the aisle to bring people together. Beyond her legislative accomplishments, her courage and resilience in facing her personal health challenges while continuing to serve her constituents exemplifies her strength, character, and grace. She is an inspiration to everyone who serves in this chamber and many others across the country. She's also placed a much-needed spotlight on the need for Congress to invest more resources in combating Parkinson's and other related neurodegenerative diseases. As the Dean of the delegation, I know, as the gentlelady from Virginia Beach has just said, I know we will all miss her here in Congress, and I join a chorus of voices thanking her for her service, determination, and dedication to the Commonwealth of Virginia and to our nation. Thank you, Jennifer, for your dedication. Thank you.
Congressman Scott, thank you once again for staying late and for your 32 years of service just in this institution, not counting all the others. It is now my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the force of nature, the wonderful representative from Virginia, and a person many of us hope will be the first woman governor in Virginia's history. Ms. Spanberger.
Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues from Virginia, thank you so much for the opportunity to celebrate the extraordinary work and the extraordinary example of our dear Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton. I first had the experience of seeing Jennifer when she was a state senator at an Equal Rights Amendment event. I was a mom, a former public servant. I'd just moved back home to Virginia, and I was at this advocacy day to see what was happening at the General Assembly, to see the good work of so many people who have become friends of mine. And I saw this woman with this beautiful long hair and this effusive control of the room. And she was talking about Virginia's role in ultimately the goal, and one that would be achieved, the goal of ensuring that Virginia became one of the states, one of the final, at that time, final 3 required states to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment. Ultimately, Virginia became the last, the necessary. And I remember watching her speak, full of vibrance and joy and humanity and humility, and I thought, she is amazing. And little did I know that not only would she continue to be an example for me, but that she would be a friend and someone who I would look up to throughout my time here in Congress. And what I know to be true about Jennifer is she is an extraordinarily witty, sometimes sassy, and devoted colleague. For those who have the pleasure of knowing Jennifer, you better know your facts, your details, your information, and be ready. Because just when you think you're having a serious-minded conversation about a serious topic, she'll come right into the conversation with sort of her perspective. She's whip smart, and she's funny. And even as this disease, as PSP has taken her voice, for anybody on a text chain or anyone who is next to her and her technological devices, her wit is there, her wit is fierce, and it is extraordinary to see how she continues both to do the work for the people of Virginia's 10th district, but also to be a caring, focused peer and mentor to so many of us. I'm wearing this scarf today because while I met her many years ago when she was in the state Senate, where we really became friends was when we were both running for Congress in 2018. And this scarf shows so many of us who were on the ballot that year. And there's a picture of Jennifer right here with her gorgeous long hair and bright smile that shows her, as I know her to be, right, focused, thoughtful, and peering straight forward, even in this drawing that is on a silk scarf. Her stare and her focus is clear. And so since the first day that we all arrived here, so many in our class didn't come from state legislatures, came from a variety of backgrounds, bringing different expertise, different types of passion to our work in the halls of Congress. And at times it was Jennifer who chose to kind of herd the cats of the class of 2018, making sure that we were getting some of the procedural language correct, making sure that we were kind of seeing the forest through the trees. And for me, as a mother with 3 young daughters, our friendship, as I've watched her navigate being a mother to 2 teenage boys, as we talked about the types of television commercials to do along the way, and I saw her, I would say, essential minivan commercial, which is like everything you ever want to see or need to see about moms and politics, just getting it all done. I have been grateful for her friendship. It's been amazing to see you lead by example. It has been amazing to see you fight for what you believe in. It has been amazing to see you live every single day full of vim, full of vigor, and with deep, deep humility and a focus on serving others. And I want to continue focusing on all of the extraordinary bright spots of you, but I do think it's important to note that so many other people in your shoes, so many other people were they facing any type of challenge, let alone the health challenge that you face, would have made different decisions, would have stepped away. And the fact that while you're in the fight of your life, you've continued to fight for others. You've continued to be here day in and day out. You've continued to vote for your constituents, to work for your constituents, and lead by your extraordinary example. It means a lot to all of us. I know it means a lot to your constituents. And I think you are teaching us all a lesson every single day that you show up and that you do the good work. The team you have built and the extraordinary people who spend their days learning from you and learning with you will continue forward to do right, hopefully by the Commonwealth of Virginia, or in whatever other paths of public service they may pursue. And so, Jennifer, as a friend, I'm grateful for you. As a colleague, I've learned so much from you. As a woman in politics and as a mom, you've been an extraordinary example for so many of us. And I love you so, so very much. And I look forward to continuing to celebrate you into the future. And I hope that by the end of this week, we actually get to see our done on time so you can begin enjoying your retirement, my darling friend. And with that, I yield back.
Congresswoman Spanberger, thank you very, very much. And thank you for speaking from the heart, as you always do. I want to put just a little more context into Ms. Wexton also, because Congressman Scott mentioned that she'd been a prosecutor. She was actually Deputy Commonwealth Attorney for 4 or 5 years in the early 2000s, with a number of major cases to her credit that she had prosecuted. When she got to the Virginia Senate, she was one of the real champions for the Medicaid expansion, because we had made that possible, but that had to be adopted state by state. And it was Jennifer's leadership in the state Senate that made that huge difference. She also fought, especially for people with disabilities. Interestingly, when she was elected 2018, we're very proud. That was the day that Jennifer Wexton, Abigail Spanberger, and Ms. Luria, 3 Virginia women took back the U.S. House. She was the first member ever to put a transgender flag on the door of her office. This is a difficult thing even today, but then it was spectacular. You know, most of us here have been involved in suicide prevention for a long time. When you realize that perhaps 75 to 80% of transgender teenagers have major suicide ideation, this was a bold and very loving thing to do. I'm particularly impressed because Jennifer came with Abby, her chief of staff, the only chief of staff. This is an office famous for very low turnover because they all are dedicated and devoted to Jennifer. Jennifer even graciously has given Abby to her successor, So she'll be here to keep the 10th District running well. Most people don't know this, but she is a proud citizen American of Italian heritage. She was born Jennifer Tossini. So in a place run by Nancy Pelosi for all those decades, this is a very smart thing to be an Italian American here. I also noted that her birthday was May 27th, which means probably once every 6 years, her birthday is on Memorial Day, which is a very good thing, a great place to, a time when we memorialize everyone who sacrificed for our country. And Jennifer, I don't want to give away your birth year, but she was born in those tragic weeks between the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. and Bobby Kennedy. And I know that you were just a baby, but I sometimes think that at some level, that notion of being born into the heritage of two of the great public servants, the great martyrs, the great people who lived their lives to serve others, became part of who you are all life. I think that Bobby Scott probably said it best, that you're a woman of strength and character and grace. And I think I speak for all Virginians, maybe all Americans, for thanking you for your wonderful, grateful years of service for the people of Virginia, for all Americans. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Oh, by the way, Mr. Speaker, before yielding back, I would like to point out that Jennifer Wexton did an eloquent, beautiful speech today in the Virginia House, and it's available on her Twitter account, or her X account, Rep. Wexton. So to all of you watching, please look at that speech. That will be so much better than anything that we could have said tonight. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.